Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A.N. Our author notes. The date is December 22nd. Ash Ketchum has just returned to the Kanto region from Kalos with his friends John, Bonnie, Clement, and Serena. As they walked down the street heading towards Pallet town, Clement and Serena stayed a couple steps behind Ash, John, and Bonnie, and Ash said, "We're almost to my hometown, you guys. Man, I can't wait to introduce you to the friends I've made all on my Pokemon journey." "I agree with you on that one, Ash. It has been a while since we've been to your hometown," said John. Bonnie then said that she was excited and couldn't wait either. Clement exhaled heavily and said, "All the same, I'm tired and it's almost lunchtime." Just then, they heard the grumbling of 5 stomachs, meaning that their stomachs agreed with Clement and they all sat down to eat lunch. "Hey Ash, I know you said this already, but remind me how you and John met," said Bonnie as they got their lunch out of their bags. John and Ash looked at each other, then back Bonnie and Ash said, "Okay, it all started in Viridian Forest." Flashback to Viridian Forest, many years ago. "I just caught my butter free, back when it was a cater pie. My friend Misty, who wasn't my friend yet, she was traveling with me because I owed her a bike. As we were blabbering on about the bike, a boy jumped out in front of us and said, 'Hey there, my name is John and I challenge you to a battle.' I was like, 'Alright, I want to get stronger for the Indigo League.' John then said as he readied a Pokeball, 'Well, let's go Pidgeotto.' As the Pokeball opened, the Pokemon came out and appeared in a flash of light, and the Pokemon extended her wings and it screamed, 'Pidgeotto.' I then looked at Pikachu and asked if he was ready, and tiny sparks shot out of his body to show me that he was ready. I then said, 'Okay Pikachu, I choose you.' Pikachu then jumped off my shoulder, ready to battle with John. John started off the battle by saying, 'Pidgeotto, use wing attack.' Pidgeotto obeyed John and used wing attack on Pikachu. But I told Pikachu to dodge the attack and use Thundershock. Pikachu obeyed my command and dodged the attack and used Thundershock, which was a direct hit on Pidgeotto. As Pidgeotto slowly got back up, he tried to flap his wings, but Pidgeotto was paralyzed. I then said, 'Pikachu, use Thundershock one more time.' Pikachu jumps off a stump and uses Thundershock, hitting John's Pidgeotto, and we won the battle. Back to the present. When the 3 of us arrived at Pewter City, John asked if he could join us on our journey, and he's been with me ever since. At every Pokemon gym we visited, I battled them first, then John battled them the next day," said Ash. John then said, "But you're forgetting who was able to get farther than you in every league." "But not in Kalos. I got to the final round and I battled Alan," Ash replied with smugness in his voice. John rolled his eyes and said, Yeah. "You did battle Alan, but I managed to get into the top 8, that was when I lost to Alan and he got to the semi-finals, and eventually the finals where he faced Ash." Bonnie's eyes sparked as she said, "Wow, the 2 of you have been traveling for a long time." "Well, to be completely honest, I only challenged Ash because I could tell he was an aura user," replied John. "Hey Clement, can I talk to you for a moment?" asked Serena. When Clement said sure and the 2 of them got out of hearing distance, John said, "You know that those 2 have been secretive these past few days. I'm going to find out why." Ash and Bonnie nodded their heads because they had food in their mouths. As John got up and began walking away, Ash swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Be careful, John." John looked back, nodded his head and said, "As Dawn always said, no need to worry." John then went off to find Serena and Clement. When he did find Serena and Clement, he heard Serena say, "We still need Alan, Gary, Sawyer, May, and John on our side, but you are certain that Bonnie will join us?" Clement reassured her by saying, "I am very positive that Bonnie will join us when we confront Ash and we force him to give up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master. I mean, even his mother agrees with us." John was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Serena and Clement are going to betray Ash, along with some of his other friends, and Ash's own mother. "I need to warn Ash," thought John as he ran back to Ash and Bonnie. When he got back to Ash and Bonnie, John said, "Listen here right now Ash, I would never betray you, telling you this now." Ash got confused and said, "Okay, I believe you, but why would you say that?" John then told Ash and Bonnie everything that he heard. Ash's face went from a face of confusion to a face of anger for being betrayed. Bonnie placed her hand on Ash's shoulder and she said, "Ash, I would never betray you either." Ash managed to get a small smile on his face and said, "Thank you both." John then said, "As for who is planning to betray you, I do not know, but I know this, that they still needed Gary, Alan, Sawyer, May, and myself." "Don't worry John, we'll find out when we get to my house, here come Clement and Serena," said Ash. Bonnie and John turned and saw that Ash was correct, Serena and Clement were on their way back. John then said, "Let's get our things together." Ash and Bonnie agreed with John and gathered their things. When Serena and Clement got their things together, Ash said in an angry voice, "Let's get going, the sooner we get to my house the better." Serena and Clement were confused about why Ash sounded angry and tried to get an answer from John and Bonnie, but even they wouldn't say. As the 5 traveling companions entered the outskirts of Pallet town, John said, "So Ash, when we get to your house, there's a technique I want to teach you." Ash said that he was excited to learn a new technique for controlling his aura. Bonnie was confused about what John and Ash meant and John saw she was confused and he said, "You see Bonnie, both Ash and I are aura users, meaning we can read people's aura and understand what Pokemon say and how they feel. Yeah, and I really want to use Thunderbolt on those 2 traitors behind us," said Pikachu. Ash petted Pikachu's head and he said, "Don't worry buddy, you can do it when I say now Pikachu." Bonnie was confused again until she remembered that John just said that Ash and John could understand Pokemon talk and said, "I take it Pikachu wants to use Thunderbolt on the 2 people behind us." John smiled while Ash said, "Yeah. That's right. Is it possible that Bonnie's an aura user too?" said Pikachu. John shook his head and said, "No Pikachu, Bonnie isn't an aura user like me or Ash. Even if she was, she's too young for us to detect her." Just then, Ash saw someone running towards them and he recognized who it was as the person was. It was his little sister, Emma. When Emma got to Ash, John, and Bonnie, she gave her older brother a hug and said, "Welcome back Ash, you too John." "Thanks, Emma, but why didn't you wait at your house for us?" said John. Emma told the group that a bunch of Ash's friends arrived and wanted to talk to him. When Ash asked Emma, "Who is all at our house?" "Misty, Brock, Gary, May, Max, Dawn, Iris, Sylvan, Barry, Tracy, Paul, Trip, a guy named Alan, and a guy named Sawyer," she replied. "Well, let's get this over with," said Ash. John and Bonnie agreed and all 6 of them went inside the house. When Ash walked in, what Emma was right, Alan, Barry, Brock, Sylvan, Dawn, Gary, Iris, Max, May, Misty, Paul, Tracy, Trip, and Sawyer were all waiting for him to arrive and when she saw him enter the room, Misty walked up to him and said, "Ash Ketchum, we need to talk." Ash looked at John and Bonnie, who had just gotten their partners out, Sizer for John and Deden for Bonnie. I'm making Bonnie older than she was in the anime so Clement could give Bonnie Deden's Pokeball. Ash then looked back at the bigger group and said, "Really Waterflower, does it have something to do with the fact that you and several others want to force me to give up my dream of becoming a Pokemon Master?" Misty and Brock's faces showed a look of surprise after Ash finished speaking. Misty's face then showed a look of anger as she turned to Clement and Serena, to which Clement said, "We didn't tell him, we're just as surprised as you are." John then said, "That's because you didn't make sure that your surroundings were cleared." That was when Clement and Serena remembered they heard rustling near some bushes. "We heard rustling near some bushes, but we thought that it was a wild Pokemon." "That's wrong, I followed you two and overheard you two talking about betraying Ash. After which I ran back to camp and told Ash and Bonnie everything." "Yeah big bro, and I'm surprised at you and Serena," said Bonnie. Clement was confused at Bonnie's statement and said, "What do you mean?" Bonnie then said, I mean that I'm surprised at you two for betraying Ash and if I would betray him too. Serena turned her attention to Clement and shouted, you said that you were very positive that Bonnie would join us when we confronted Ash. Clement placed his hand up and said, I thought she would. Ash smiled at Clement's predicament, but showed a look of serious and said, I also know that you still needed Alan, Gary, May, Paul, Trip, and Sawyer to join you guys. Now my question for them is this. Did you choose to join them? May was the first to speak and she said, Ash, there is no way I would live with myself if I betrayed you. May then walked over and stood next to Ash and she said, besides, how would Manaphy feel if he found out his mother betrayed his father? Ash blushed at that fact but stopped blushing when Gary said, Ash, me and my grandpa are standing with you, there is no way that I would get in your way. That goes double for the rest of us that they haven't convinced yet. Said Paul as he, Gary, Alan, Trip, and Sawyer walked over to stand by Ash. Misty's anger boiled over and she said, you people are stupid for siding with him. John walked over to Misty and punched her in the face and she fell to the ground. John then said, that was for calling my friends stupid. Also for betraying Ash. Brock ran to Misty and helped her up. But you want to know what really surprises me right now, said John. When Ash asked, sure John. What really surprises you right now? John replied, Brock not trying to flirt with Misty since he's flirted with every officer Jenny, every nurse Joy, and every lady, married or not because he hasn't yet recognized her as a slut. May and Gary both tried to hold back from laughing, but Ash and Emma couldn't help but bust out laughing. John then said while looking at Delia, also the fact that you are on the side that is against your son. A good mother should defend her son, not try and put him down in his spirit. Ash then placed his hand on John's shoulder and said, it's time for us to go John. As Ash and his still loyal friends made for the door Clement and Serena said, you're not leaving yet, Breakson, let's go. Clement then said, Chase Bin, you too. The Pokemon they called out came out of their Pokeballs and their trainer said, Breakson, use Flamethrower. Chase Bin, Pin Missile. The two Pokemon looked at each other, nodded their heads, and used the move that they were told to use. But instead of hitting Ash and his still loyal friends, they turned and used the move they were told to use on their Pokeballs, destroying them, before they walked over to Ash and his friends. Serena and Clement were shocked that their Pokemon left them. Ash smiled, looked at John and said, I bet that was the trick you wanted to show me. John nodded his head and said, yeah, I used my aura to talk to Breakson and Chase Bin telepathically and asked if they never wanted to betray you and they said yes, they're on our side. That's a load of Toro's crap, you're not an aura user just as much as Ash is a Pokemon master. Said Brock. Serena then said, Breakson, are you really leaving me? Breakson nodded her head and said, you bet you loser, you can't even become Kalos' queen. But Serena didn't understand what Breakson was saying but John and Ash did, and John said, basically to sum it up what Breakson said was you're a loser Serena and she brought up the fact that you were the runner-up for Kalos' queen. Now for you Clement, your inventions always blow up and even one time thought I took a Macron when I didn't. Why don't you stop trying not to learn from your previous mistakes and actually make inventions that don't blow up, said Chase Bin. Like Serena, Clement didn't understand what Chase Bin said until Ash said, basically he said to learn from your mistakes and stop creating inventions that blow up. Ash then said, now Pikachu. Pikachu then jumped off Ash's shoulder and used Thunderbolt on all the traitors, paralyzing them for long enough for Ash and his friends to get out of the house. When they got outside, Ash said, we need to get my Pokemon. Already taken care of Ash. Gramps and I gathered your Pokemon together and told them what was going down, we then returned them to their Pokeballs and we gathered them in this bag and he told me to give you this. Gary then reached into his bag after giving the bag with all of Ash's Pokemon in it and pulled out a new Pokédex. Gary then handed the new Pokédex to Ash and said, this new Pokédex has no carrying limit, so you can use any of your Pokemon as you wish, but if you're in a 6-on-6 Pokemon battle I recommend that you watch which Pokemon you choose. Ash smiled and said, thanks, Gary, now let's get out of here. Where are we going to go? asked Paul. I think we should head to Kalos and inform Clement's father and Serena's mother about what has happened, said John. Are you sure it's not just to tell Shauna about how you really feel for her? Said Ash in a sly tone. John's face turned a bright red until he said, well, are you going to tell May that you love her? Both Ash's face and May's face turned bright red. John got his satisfaction when Emma laughed and said, I can't believe he got you back about the Shauna comment. But before Ash could even respond, May Kirkman pulled Ash into a kiss. Several whistles could be heard from the guys. When Ash and May parted, May Kirkman said, I love you too, Ashy Poo. The guys and Bonnie couldn't help but laugh, that just caused Ash to blush even redder. Suddenly the laughter was broken when they had the door to Ash's house opened and Misty came stumbling out, still under the effects of the thunderbolt. John then said, we'll talk about this later, let's get out of here. Ash and the others agreed and ran out of Pallet Town. After running into Celadon City, Ash and his friends went into Celadon Airport to get airplane tickets to Kalos. When the ticket saleswoman rang up the tickets, she said, you will be on flight 106 and that plane won't leave for a couple of hours, so why don't you relax in the airport's cafe? Ash and his loyal friends took the advice and walked over to the airport's cafe. As they ordered their drinks, John said, what are going to do about Braixen and Chasebin? I mean, they're technically wild Pokemon. I agree with John, who would catch them, said Paul. Everyone was quiet until Ash said, why don't we ask them who they want to catch them? John smiled and said, I like that idea. Ash then knelt to look at Braixen and Chasebin and asked them, who do you guys want to catch you? Chasebin ran over to Bonnie while Braixen stayed by Ash. Looks like Chasebin wants Bonnie to catch him and Braixen wants you to catch her, Ash, said John. Bonnie smiled and said, do you really want me to catch you, Chasebin? Chasebin nodded his head and said, yes Bonnie, I do want you to catch me since I was your brother's Pokemon, figure I would work best with you. For once, Bonnie understood Chasebin and John knew it by the expression on her face. Bonnie smiled, and she said, okay, go, Pokeball. When the Pokeball hit Chasebin, he went inside it and after 3 shakes, the Pokeball made a ding sound. Bonnie then picked up the Pokeball and she jumped up while saying, I caught a Chasebin. John smiled, and he said, you were right Pikachu. Bonnie is an Aura user? Said Ash with a look of surprise on his face. John nodded his head and he said, she is, Aura users give off a specific glow and it's blue. John then used his aura to show Ash, himself, and Bonnie all outlined in a blue glow. John then looked at Bonnie and he said, Bonnie, I couldn't tell if you were an Aura user or not because normally, Aura users could be able to identify other Aura users by age while you are 12 years old. Bonnie, you are an especially special case. Bonnie smiled, jumped up and down and said, wow, I'm an Aura user. Ash smiled, looked back at Braixen and said, you ready Braixen? Yes, I'm ready to join you and Greninja. But before you catch me, you must know that Serena and Clement didn't ask us if they should betray you. All their Pokemon were out of their Pokeballs and we all saw Serena and Clement agree to betray you and forced us to keep it a secret. I am sorry for not telling you sooner, said Braixen. Ash told Braixen that it was alright, and he forgave her. He then pulled out an empty Pokeball and held it out towards Braixen. Braixen then pushed the button on the Pokeball and went inside it. After 3 shakes, the Pokeball made a ding sound and Ash said, alright, I caught a Braixen. John then said, that's good for you both. Yeah, but now I want you to teach me everything you taught Ash, Bonnie said to John. John told Bonnie that he would be more than happy to teach Bonnie his techniques. John then said, I just thought of something. When Ash asked John what he had in mind, John said, Greninja doesn't know about the betrayal, he's still helping Squishy and Z2 deal with those roots in Kalos, we need to tell him about the betrayal. So, it's a really good thing we're going to Kalos, said May. Ash nodded his head and said, yeah, besides, I bet Braixen would be happy to see him again. Everyone laughed at Ash's comment and waited for their flight to be ready. Back at Ash's house, the traitors were just getting over Pikachu's thunderbolt. Misty then said, "I'm going to kill that motherfucking electric mouse." "I know, but why in the world would Ash's rivals side with him?" asked Max. "I don't know, but we need to get to Kalos and talk to Greninja." "I have a plan," said Clement. "Well, let's get his Pokemon from Professor Oak's ranch and use them against Ash," suggested Tracy, and everyone was on board with that and made their way to Professor Oak's Pokemon ranch. Back with Ash and his loyal friends after a few hours of waiting, they just got on Flight 106 and they made their way to Kalos, and it was almost dinner time when Flight 106 landed at Lumiose Airport. As the gang made their way to Professor Sycamore's lab, May Kurtman said, "So Ash, who is this Professor Sycamore person we're going to see?" Ash stopped, turned around, and said, "Professor Sycamore is the head Pokemon researcher in the region. He's the one who I got my Greninja from when he was a Froakie." John then said, "He studies Pokemon Mega Evolutions, it's kind of his specialty." "Yeah, he also helped save the world from being destroyed by Team Flare and Lysandra, he was a big help," said Bonnie. May then said, "Oh, he seems really nice." "You all talking about me," said a voice from behind the group, and when they turned around, they saw a man in a lab coat with a Garchomp standing behind him. Ash, Alan, Bonnie, John, and Sawyer all knew who he was, and Ash said, "Professor Sycamore." "Hi Ash, how have you been?" said Professor Sycamore. "I've had better days," replied Ash. When Professor Sycamore asked Ash what he meant, John explained about most of his former friends betrayed him and wanted him to give up his journey. Serena and Clement were with the traitors. Professor Sycamore was shocked to hear that and said, "I don't believe it." "Believe it, Professor, because it's the truth," said Alan. Bonnie then said, "We actually came here to get Ash's Greninja, tell Serena's mother about Serena, and tell my dad about Clement." "Well, I'm just on my way to meet with your father and Serena's mother for dinner right now, why don't you join me?" said Professor Sycamore. Ash and his friends said sure and walked with Professor Sycamore to meet up with Serena's mother and Clement's father. A little while later, Professor Sycamore and the gang arrived at where he was going to meet Serena's mother and Clement and Bonnie's father. Bonnie saw her dad and ran to him while shouting, "Dad!" When her father saw Bonnie, a smile appeared on his face and knelt to give his daughter a hug. "Greetings Meyer, greetings Grace, I'm sorry about this, but they needed to talk to the two of you," said Professor Sycamore. Ash was the first to speak and he said, "Sir, Madam, Serena and Clement and several other former friends of mine betrayed me and wanted me to give up my dream of becoming a Pokemon Master." "What, my Clement, impossible," said Meyer as he placed Bonnie on the ground, who said, "It's true Daddy, he betrayed Ash." "And, my Serena too?" asked Grace. John nodded his head and he said, "Yes, Serena too, they both betrayed Ash and wanted to give up his dream, but Bonnie stood by Ash, Mr. Williams, she's a true friend." John then noticed that Meyer and Grace were wearing matching rings and asked, "What's with the rings?" not to change the subject, but what is with the rings? Grace and Meyer realized that the jig was up, and Meyer rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Well, you see, Grace and I are kinda getting married." Bonnie's eyes began watering up with tears of joy and she ran to give her future step-mother a hug. I put the step and stepmother in, because Bonnie would just call her mom, not Grace. John smiled and said, "Congratulations you two." "Thank you, John," said Grace, as she stood up from giving her future daughter a hug. "Now back to the topic about Clement and Serena betraying you." John nodded his head and said, "I agree, we don't know their reasons for betraying Ash, they just did, I'm sorry to have to tell you that." Grace held up her hand and said, "It's alright, I'm glad you told me about Serena. That goes double for me about Clement," said Meyer. "Now we just need to find Greninja and Shauna," said John. Ash agreed with him and Professor Sycamore said, "Why, Greninja is at my lab, helping my lab assistants watch the place while I was here." "Can we go there now to get him?" asked Ash. Professor Sycamore chuckled before he said, "Of course, I'll call the lab from and tell them that you're all going to show up there." "Thank you, Professor Sycamore, let's go guys," said Ash, as he started to run towards Professor Sycamore's lab. The others had to run to catch up to him. Meanwhile back in Kanto, Misty and the other traitors arrived at Oak's lab only to realize that all of Ash's Pokémon were already gone. "My grandson and I already got them to Ash, so you couldn't turn them against him," said Professor Oak, who was tied up. Brock was the first traitor to speak, and he said, "Professor Oak, Ash is weak, we would have been better trainers for his Pokémon." Professor Oak then said, "Ash caught all those Pokémon by himself, you didn't catch them." "He did." Tracy then punched Oak in the stomach and said, "Shut it, old man." "Tracy, I am disappointed in you, I'm disappointed in all of you. You all traveled with Ash while on his journey, through all the rough times, you all stuck with him up until he left the region he was in. And now you betray him. He saved the world countless times, gave his life so others could live on." "I said shut it, old man," said Tracy, while punching Oak in the stomach again. Oak then began to cough up blood. Delia ran up to Oak to patch him up and she said, "Tracy, you need to stop punching Professor Oak in the stomach, he's starting to cough up blood." "I know, Delia, that's what I want," said Tracy in an evil way. Back with Ash and his friends, they just arrived at Professor Sycamore's lab. As Ash opened the door, he got jumped on by a Pokémon. "Hi, Ash," said the Pokémon that jumped on him. Ash smiled and said, "Hey Greninja, how have you been?" Greninja said that he was doing fine and said, "Professor Sycamore called and told his assistants to expect you and the others, but where are Serena and Clement?" Unfortunately, Greninja, they betrayed Ash, along with some of his friends, were the only people who stood by him when the others tried to make him give up his dream of becoming a Pokémon master," said John. Greninja could not believe it and said, "Even their Pokémon?" Ash smiled, shook his head and said, "All but one from both of those traitors, but before I call out the Pokémon, what happened with Squishy and the evil root?" Greninja told everyone that understood him that Squishy said that he could have a break and visit Professor Sycamore. Ash and Bonnie smiled, and Ash said, "Now to get you reacquainted. Come on out, Braixen," as he threw Braixen's Pokeball. When it opened and Braixen came out, she opened her eyes and saw Greninja standing in front of her. "Greninja!" shouted Braixen as she jumped into Greninja's arms. Greninja was happy that Braixen was still on Ash's side. "Greninja, Braixen choose to join me since you're my Pokémon. Would you like to rejoin our team?" Greninja nodded his head and said, "You bet, I want to get back at those traitors." John, Ash, and Bonnie all smiled and Ash said, "Welcome back to the team, Greninja." "Hey, Ash," said a voice. Ash, John, Bonnie, Sawyer, and Alan all recognized the voice, and when they all turned towards the direction the voice came from, they saw Shauna standing just a few feet away. "Hi, Shauna," replied Ash. Shauna then walked over to John and said, "You didn't call ahead." "Sorry babe, I forgot that my phone was in my bag," replied John. Ash and the others had looks of surprise on their faces and Ash said, "Hold on, you mean to tell me that you already told her that you love her?" John smiled and said, "Yup, we actually went on a couple of dates already." "Then why didn't you tell us?" Ash asked John with his face beginning to steam. "Wanted to surprise you on your birthday, dude, but the betrayal of Clement, Serena, and the others kind of stopped that." "Wait, what do you mean betrayal?" asked Shauna. John told Shauna everything that happened in the past few hours. Shauna was shocked to hear that her fellow performer and best friend, Serena, betrayed Ash and tried to make him give up his dream of becoming a Pokémon master. "Ash, I'm sorry to hear all of that," said Shauna with sympathy in her voice. Ash said that it was alright. "Now that we told people here, where to next," said John. The group was confused about where to go to next until Paul said, "How about the Otron region?" "I heard of the Otron region, it has great beaches and is sunny most of the year," said John. Paul then said, It's all so far from the 7 core regions. You could create new strategies, Ash," said May. "Don't forget about the traitors. The farther away we are from them, the safer they will be," said Greninja. "True, we would be farther away from the traitors, Greninja, but going to the Otron region could be the perfect way to get our revenge against the traitors," replied John. Ash smiled at the fact of revenge and said, "Revenge, sounds good to me. Alright, to the Otron region we go." All of Ash's friends cheered and they started to make their way to the airport until Bonnie stopped them and said, "Wait, what about Squishy?" "What about me?" said a voice that Bonnie recognized. When she turned towards the location of the voice, she saw Squishy and ran to him. "Squishy!" Bonnie shouted, as Squishy jumped into her arms and he said, "Hello Bonnie, it is good to see you all." John walked over to Bonnie and Squishy and said, "It's good to see you too, Squishy. I'm sure you heard everything we told Greninja." Squishy nodded his head and said, "Yes I did, so I can't see any other reason not to allow Greninja to rejoin Ash's team, and before you ask, don't worry about us and the root problem, we can find them, it will just take longer. I hope you make those BSTRDS pay for hurting Ash." Everyone tried to hold back the laughter after hearing Squishy curse. John then said, "Don't you worry Squishy, we will make them pay, every single one of them." "Then, I must be off, my brother and I counted up that we still have a few dozen or roots left to destroy. Good luck my friends," said Squishy before he hopped away to deal with the root problem. "Bye Squishy, until we meet again," said Bonnie waving goodbye to Squishy. Ash then said, "Alright, next stop, the Otron region." Everyone raised their fist in the air and they all got on a plane bound for the Otron region. 10 years later, Ash, the reigning Otron Regional Champion for 8 years, the first 2 years of them all moving to the Otron region had John as the champion, but he lost to Ash in the third and decided to become an Elite 4 member. Also, Talark, if I want to put author's notes in the middle of a story, I can do that. That is the one thing I will not change, was enjoying a lovely afternoon at his house by the sea with his wife May. The Otron region was a lovely place, great beaches to go to in the spring and summer, and during the fall and winter, it was always the right temperature. Ash and May had a house for the summer and a house for the winter. As the years went by, May gave birth to a girl they named Aubrey a year into them arriving in the Otron region, about 9 months after Ash and May got married. Not having to deal with Dawn about her hair, and Scylla rants, even Clement's inventions constantly blowing up has been a blessing in disguise for me," said Ash in his mind. Without any distractions, besides his friends and family, Ash could focus more on increasing his own strength. With from John, he unlocked more uses for his aura, like to heal injured Pokémon, and use Aura Sphere. John also helped Bonnie reach her full potential of being an aura user and she unlocked an ability long thought to be forgotten. Using her aura, Bonnie can make herself and others around her fly to a location she is thinking of. However, doing that drains a lot of aura from her and she gets tired. Several Pokémon Ash released returned to him over the years, like Pidgeot, Lapras, and Butterfree, after they all heard that most of Ash's friends betrayed him. Ash even caught Lugia, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, Mutwo, and Entei. But instead of keeping them in their Pokeballs, Ash let them stay in their natural homes and called on them if he needed any of them. Ash's Pokémon all got to the strongest level they could be, in turn, caused Bulbasaur, Snivy, Scraggy, Totodile, and Pignite to their final evolutions. Braixen finally evolved into Delphox and Chasepin fully evolved into Chestnut. Ash also found Heracrossite for his Heracross. All of Ash's friends were doing well as well. Ash helped Paul treat his Pokémon more than just tools to win a battle, and within the first 2 months, Paul treated his Pokémon like friends, like his family. Sawyer found another Sceptolite for Ash's Sceptile and he had his Sceptile teach Ash's on how to control the power of Mega Evolution. Sawyer also found a Mega Stone for his Salamence. Gary found a Mega Stone for his Blastoise and his Scizor. Trip caught himself a Pinsir and found Pincerite. Alan didn't catch many Pokemon since getting to the Otron region other than a shiny Gengar that for some unknown reason, could Mega Evolve without Gengarite. Paul, John, Trip, and Alan were the Elite Four for Ash, and they arranged themselves with Paul first, Trip second, John third, and Alan last, but nobody ever got past Paul. Squishy eventually returned to Bonnie and is now her strongest Pokemon, besides Deden. Bonnie also caught a Pancham, her own EV, who evolved into a Jolteon. May's Skitty evolved into Delcatty, and she caught a Chansey to help her deal with Aubrey. Ash traded some of his Tauros. Ash has 30 freaking Tauros, so naturally he trades a few. For a Panzage, a Tentacruel, a Metacam with Medicamite, his own Steelix, a Vanillish, a Mawile, a Glacian, and a Druddigon. As for Charizard, while Ash and Alan were training, they found a special Charizardite that had half Charizardite X and Charizardite Y. When Ash's Charizard first Mega Evolved with the Charizardite, he looked like Charizard Y but had the color scheme of Charizard X. Impressive, a Mega Stone like this has never been seen. I think we should call it Charizardite. XY, said Alan. Ash was on board with the idea. Charizard was also on board. Charizard was now the only one of his kind with Charizardite XY, and he started a little rivalry with Infernape to claim the title of Ash's strongest Fire-type Pokemon. Pikachu was still Pikachu because he felt that he was more useful to Ash as a Pikachu rather than a Raichu. When she was old enough, Emma caught herself a Pidgey who fully evolved, a Larvitar, a Lampet who evolved, and her starter Pokemon was her brother's Totodile who evolved into Feraligatr. Since the legal age to become a trainer in Otron is 8, Aubrey got her first Pokemon as a shiny female Fennekin, who was the adopted child of Greninja and Delphox. The Fennekin was a very special case cause a female Fennekin is extremely rare, especially if it's a shiny Pokemon. But life wasn't always relaxing for the full 10 years. Within the first year of being in the Otron region, a spy for Ash and John reported that Professor Oak was found dead in his laboratory and Tracy was to be his successor and placed a warrant out for his arrest. The cause for the warrant was the murder of Professor and stealing Pokemon. There was also a reward for Ash at a heaping price of 10,000 Pokedollars. John held a press conference for everyone in Otron to hear and said that the Ash Ketchum did not kill anyone, nor did he steal Pokemon. Now that he is the regional champion, Ash could not be touched. As the years went by, however, people trying to claim the reward searched high and low for Ash but could never find him, but Ash paid them no attention. "What do you think, Ash?" asked May as she showed him a one-piece swimsuit. It had a solid blue color with red and white stars all over the side. Ash smiled and said, "I think it looks great on you, May. But then again, anything would look great on you, May." "Ah, thank you, Ashy-poo," replied May, blushing and smiling. "SCK up," said Greninja, who was standing behind Ash next to John and Delphox, causing him to jump. Ash adjusted his cap and said, "Greninja, I thought I told you not to sneak up on me." "Well, we told you to make sure to check your surroundings," replied John. Ash rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, Greninja, get Charizard, Infernape, Torterra, Pikachu, and Blastoise together and start training." "You got it, Ash," said Greninja before he left to get the Pokemon Ash listed to begin training. Just then, Paul and Shauna walked up to them. "Hey baby," John told Shauna got close enough to him that he could pull her into a kiss. When they parted, Shauna said, "Hey handsome. Get a room you two," Paul told the married couple. John looked at Paul and said, "Put a sock in it, Paul," causing Paul to roll his eyes. "By the way, Ash, have you thought of our way to get revenge against the traitors?" asked Paul. Ash nodded his head and said, "I have, I'll explain it to everyone at dinner." Suddenly, they heard a voice shout, "Daddy." When they all looked where the voice came from, they all saw Aubrey running towards them with Bonnie and Emma walking behind her. Ash knelt to catch his daughter, and when she ran into her arms, he picked her up and said, "Hey Aubrey, how was the Sunday bar?" "It was Gudra," replied Aubrey, causing John to snicker, and Ash looked at him and said, "Remind me never to have you spend time with Aubrey for a good while." Aw, come on Ash, I can't help it if she picks things up when she spends weekends with me, replied John. Aubrey looked at her dad with big eyes and said, Daddy, please don't be mad. I'm not mad, oh alright, I take back what I said, said Ash, which made Aubrey cheer in Ash's arms. After he walked up to Ash and Aubrey, John said, Okay Aubrey, since tomorrow is your 9th birthday, and your parents are here already, I've decided to give you your present right now. Ash placed Aubrey down before he said, John, what did you get her? John gave Ash a smirk before pulling out a pokeball. John then knelt to look Aubrey in the eye and said, This pokeball has your present inside it. Aubrey took the pokeball and threw it while she said, I choose you. When the pokeball opened and the Pokemon popped out, it looked like a Vulpix, but it was white. John then said, This Pokemon is a Vulpix from Alola, it's an ice type. Aubrey's eyes began to water up with joy. Then she walked over to the Vulpix and the Vulpix said, Hello, An. Being the daughter of Ash Ketchum, Aubrey is an Aura user, just that all Aura users understand Pokemon once their powers are unlocked. Aubrey shrieked with joy and gave Vulpix a great big hug. Just then, one of the security guards for Ash came running up to him and said, Sir, we need to show you and the Elite Four members something. Of course, Sasha, lead the way, replied Ash. Sasha then led Ash, John, and Paul to what she wanted to them. When the four of them arrived at the location, another of Ash's security guards was standing there, along with Alan and Trip and Sawyer already there. It also looked like a crater. When Ash got to them, he asked, What is the thing that needed to be shown to me? This, said the other security guard as he and Alan moved to the side so Ash could see what was so important. In the crater was, to his surprise, a Pokemon lying on its side. When he got to the edge of the crater and saw the Pokemon, John was the first to drop into the crater and picked the Pokemon and said, This Pokemon needs immediate attention. Right, let's get it to a Pokemon Center, said Ash, as he and John ran to the local Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, back in Kanto, Misty was finishing up a battle with a trainer she defeated. Misty then said, Now that you lost, I get to pick the Pokemon I want. This isn't fair, why do gym leaders have to be so cruel, asked the trainer, to which Misty just laughed and said, It's a new rule kid, winning trainers get the loser strongest Pokemon. The young trainer then handed Misty a Pokeball and ran out of the gym, tears in his eyes. I love my job, thought Misty. As she walked back to her side of the Cerulean gym, Ash's spy crept out of the shadows and exited the gym. The spy then called out a Pidgeot, note a note down, tied the note to the Pidgeot's leg and said, Get this message to Ash Ketchum, quickly. The Pidgeot nodded its head and flapped its wings and began the long journey to the Otron region. Back with John and Ash, they just arrived at the Pokemon Center and Nurse Joy took the Pokemon to the back to try and help it. As Ash and John waited, the Pidgeot that the spy sent over and Ash saw the note, took it off Pidgeot and read the note aloud. The note read, The Traitors got a new law passed when someone loses a Pokemon battle, they have to give the winner one of their Pokemon, I will report again soon, SPEON. Ash then quickly crumpled up the note and said, There's still JRKS. Now will you tell me who this spy of yours is? Asked John, to which Ash shook his head and said, Unfortunately I can't, who knows who is with the Traitors. Just then, the light for the center's back room went off and Nurse Joy walked out with Blissey pushing a cart with the Pokemon on it, fast asleep. John and Ash walked over to Nurse Joy and Ash asked, How is the Pokemon Nurse Joy? The Pokemon is doing fine, and I expect that it should make a full recovery quickly, replied Nurse Joy. John smiled while Ash knelt to look at the injured Pokemon. Ash then pulled out his Pokédex and had it scan the Pokemon to identify it. The Pokédex then found the entry and it read, Stuffle, the flailing Pokemon. Despite its adorable appearance, when it gets angry and flails about, its arms and legs could knock a pro wrestler sprawling. This Pokemon's native region is the Alola region. What's a Pokemon from the Alola region doing here in the Otron region? Asked John. Ash looked at his friend and said, I don't know John, I just don't know. Ash asked the Stuffle, "What happened to you, Stuffle?" Stuffle looked at Ash and John and weakly said, "I got hit by an attack on and sent flying through the sky until I landed in the crater I can assume you found me in." "Where did you get hit by the attack?" asked John as he knelt as well. Stuffle said that he was on a walk on his home island of Akala Island. John and Ash were surprised, and Nurse Joy was confused by their faces, and asked them, "What did it say?" John stood up and said, "Stuffle, the Pokemon, was attacked by a Pokemon move and that sent it flying from Akala Island in the Alola region all the way here." Nurse Joy then had a surprised look on her face. Then Ash stood up and said, "We'll take it back to my place, so it can finish healing." Nurse Joy smiled and said, "I think that would be splendid." Ash then picked up Stuffle and said, "Come Stuffle, let's help you get your strength back." Stuffle smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." That made Ash and John smile and they took Stuffle to Ash's house. After they exited the Pokemon Center, John said that he forgot something in the Pokemon Center and he went back to get it. When he returned, he and Ash continued on the way back to Ash's house. A little while later, Ash and John arrived at Ash's house. May, Aubrey, and Shauna were waiting outside for them, along with Paul, Sawyer, Alan, and Trip. "How's the Pokemon?" asked Trip. John looked at him and said, "Well, why don't you look for yourself?" John then took a step to the side to show Ash holding Stuffle in his arms. Aubrey ran what to Ash and said, "Ah, is it all right?" "He's fine Aubrey, he just needs a few days rest here," replied Ash. That made Aubrey smile. Then John said, "Come on everyone, let's get inside, looks like a storm is." Everyone then went inside before the rain started. When they got inside, John's stomach grumbled because it was almost dinner time. "So, Ash, what is your plan to get revenge on the traitors?" asked Paul while everyone ate their dinner and the Pokemon ate their poke food. Ash swallowed the food in his mouth before he said, "My plan is to host a tournament, we'll host it in 3 months, so make sure your Pokemon are ready for the battles." "Alright, but have you thought of the format for the rounds?" asked John. Ash placed his hand over his chin to cup it and was in deep thought until he said, "The first 2 rounds will be the preliminary rounds with 1v1 with 3 Pokemon on both sides, eliminating all but 64 trainers, then until the final round, it will be a Pokemon tag battle with each trainer using 4 Pokemon but with 2 Pokemon on the field for each trainer, a double tag battle, and at the end in the final round, the final 2 trainers will face each other in a full 6-on-6 battle and the winner gets to face me in a 1v1 battle." That sounds like a good idea. It gives the trainers a chance to learn how to work best with a partner trainer and their partner's Pokemon, not just their own Pokemon," said Alan. Everyone agreed with Alan. Ash then said, "Well, looks like we're all in agreement." "Hey Daddy, can I enter the tournament?" asked Aubrey. Ash was concerned that she could get hurt, but John said, "If she does enter, you can have her partner up with me, I'll keep her safe." Ash smiled and said, "Very well, you may enter the tournament." "Yippe," shouted the young girl. May looked at Ash and said, "Are you sure she's ready?" "You need to relax May, Aubrey's going to be fine," said John, as he cut into some steak. Ash then said, "Besides May, we have been encouraging her to begin her journey, why not have her start it with the tournament?" May remembered that and said, "Very well, Aubrey, you can enter the tournament." Why, Daddy, can I use Hawlucha and Gudra in the beginning tournament? I'm going to use my Vulpix as well," asked Aubrey, to which Ash replied, "I don't see why not, and after the preliminary rounds are over, you can use any of Mom's and my Pokemon." Aubrey nodded her head and said, "Okay." Ash then got up and said, "Well, I'm going to write the letters for the tournament, I'll see you in a couple of hours." Ash then went to his bedroom and sat down at the table in it and started to write the invites for the tournament. He decided to write the traitors first, starting with his traitorous brother-in-law. 12/22/2027. Dear Max Kurtman, I am pleased to invite you to the first ever annual Otron Region Battle Tournament. It will begin with 2 rounds of 3v3 Pokemon battles as preliminary rounds, after which the 64 trainers remaining will be paired up and will compete in a double tag battle, a battle where 2 trainers can use up to 4 Pokemon and have 2 Pokemon on the battlefield. The tournament would take place 3 months from the date on this invite, so be sure you arrive on time. Your double tag battle partner will change during every round of the tournament until the end of the tournament, where the final team will face off in a full 6-on-6 Pokemon battle. The winner of the tournament will have a chance to beat me in a full 6-on-6 Pokemon battle and become the champion. You may also bring one person with you as a guest, because after the preliminary rounds there will be a feast to congratulate the 100 trainers remaining. I have provided a map with directions to get to the Otron region. The region is very secluded from the 7 core regions. I hope you accept this invitation and will battle with all your power. Sincerely. Red Satoshi, champion of the Otron region. Ash signed with an alias so that way none of the traitors would recognize him until he made his reveal at the beginning of the tournament. Ash wrote hundreds of letters to trainers from Kanto to Alola, even the traitors. Ash then placed all the letters in a box and called out his Pidgeot and tied the box around her leg and said, "You know what to do, Pidgeot. Don't worry, Ash, I'll get these invitations delivered," said Pidgeot before Ash opened a window wide enough for Pidgeot could spread her wings and fly away to deliver the invitations. As Ash watched his Pidgeot fly away, Pikachu hopped onto the windowsill and said, "Now we wait." "You bet, Pikachu, soon our revenge will commence, and we will be ready," said Ash, petting Pikachu on his head. "How could you not tell me?" said a voice from behind Ash. When Ash turned around and saw John standing in the door. Ash then asked John, "What are you talking about? How could you not tell me that Max Kurtman was your spy?" John said with anger in his voice as he said the end of the sentence. "I have no idea what you're talking about, John. Max is not Espeon," said Ash in his defense. John reached into his pocket to pull out a piece of paper. Ash recognized the piece of paper, it was the note from his spy. "When I told you that I had to go back into the Pokemon Center to get something, I grabbed the note you rumpled up. After I got done dinner, I read the note, and saw that the handwriting looked familiar to me. When I looked through the letters I got from the traitors before they betrayed you, I found that the handwriting on a letter from Max and the handwriting from the note were the same. That was when I came here to confront you. So, I will ask again, Ash Ketchum. Why the hell would you not tell me that Max Kurtman was your spy?" This would have been a good place to end the chapter. Ash knew that the jig was up, so he explained everything to John. "Max has been gathering intel for me about the traitors for months since he first contacted me. The first note was for me and May to meet him in Petalburg and to wear disguises that he knew it was us. That's why you told me that you and May were going to be gone for a few months," said John. Ash nodded his head and continued, "Yes, we went to Petalburg City and waited, until Max came along in front of us and stopped. He then told the two of us to follow him, he said our names, so he knew who we were, and when we got out of sight of anyone else, I grabbed him and pinned him down." Flashback to Petalburg City, many months ago. "Can you get off me, Ash, you're kind of hurting my arm," Max said to me. Then I said, "Why should I let a traitor like you go?" Max then said, "Because I'm not a traitor, I'm on your side." That statement caused me and May to get confused. I unpinned him, but I kept a strong grip on his shirt. I then asked him, "What do you mean, everyone who's on my side are in the region I had to flee to?" Max replied, "I know, but I pretended to be a traitor, so I can give you information about the traitors and what they do." May then asked her brother, "Why didn't you tell us the day we left?" Max told me and May that if he was seen with us by any of the true traitors, that he would have been kidnapped and questioned for where we were going. John interrupted him by saying, "So he pretended to join the traitors just to get information." Back to the present. Yes, so far he's provided some good information. He's the one who told me about the murder of Professor Oak and the warrant for my arrest," replied Ash. Who else knows about Max?" asked John. Ash told John, "Right now, only you, May, Aubrey, and myself. Yes, we told Aubrey about Max because she needed to know who her uncle was. I see, no one else knows. Said John. Ash shook his head and said, no one else. John then said, all right, now I feel bad for yelling at you. It's all right, John, besides, it's my fault for not telling you. I should have told you. Replied Ash. John then said, well, I better get some sleep, we're going to be doing a lot of training to prepare for the coming tournament. We all do, good luck, John. Replied Ash. John smiled and said before he left, good luck to you as well, Ash. After John left, Ash looked out the window and thought to himself, our revenge will be sweet. They will feel the full force of our wrath. Just then, May walked in and said, Ash, you okay? Ash looked at his wife and said, yeah, I'm fine. They were both silent for a couple of minutes. John knows about Max, doesn't he? Asked May, which caught Ash off guard. But Ash nodded his head and said, I guess he got tired of being in the dark. May nodded her head as well and agreed with Ash. The two of them then got changed into their bed attire and went to bed. Meanwhile, John was walking down the hallway of Ash's house when he heard a noise coming from a storage room he passed. He called out his alakazam and had him use flash inside the storage room, blinding whoever was in there so they could be easily taken down. John opened the door and said, now alakazam. Alakazam obeyed his trainer and used flash. When John heard someone say, ah, my eyes. John then ran in and tackled the person in the room. The commotion attracted Ash, May, Gary, and Paul. When Ash turned on the light, they saw John and he was pinning someone down. They then heard John say, how did you find this place? When Ash turned on the light, they saw John and he was pinning someone down. They then heard John say, how did you find this place? Who is it, John? Asked Ash. John got up while keeping the person he had in his grip and showed her to Ash and the others. It was Georgia the Dragon Buster. Ash took several steps until he was in punching distance of Georgia. Ash asked Georgia, what are you doing here, Georgia? I'm here to collect that bounty on your head, Ash Ketchum. Professor Oak was a good man, how could you kill him? Said Georgia. Ash then said, first of all, Professor Oak was on my side. He and Gary gathered all my Pokemon together, told them what was happening all those years ago and gave them to me. Sure, she told me you would try to lie to make me think you're innocent. John kept a strong grip on Georgia while he walked around her to face and asked, who is this she, is it Iris? Georgia looked at John and said, yeah, what's it to ya? Iris was one of Ash's friends that betrayed him, he is innocent. Said May. Iris also told me that he trained all of you to side with him, especially you, you were. Replied Georgia, causing Ash to punch her in the gut, and as she fell to the ground, Ash said, never call my wife a were. As Georgia rose, John grabbed her again and tied her hands together with zip ties and said, Georgia Langley, you're under arrest for breaking and entering, falsely accusing a champion of murder, and insulting the champion's wife. Do you have anything left to say to the champion before you get hauled off to jail? I have only one question, why should I believe you and not Iris? Said Georgia. Ash looked her in the eyes and said, Iris has dragon-type Pokemon, you're a dragon buster, shouldn't you be on the side against Iris? Also, I gave my life several times, at least once for every region at most. Hell, I even gave my life for the entire world. Why would I do so much good, only to murder Professor Oak and steal Pokemon? Well, I guess that does make sense. Why would I take the word of a dragon master, I'm sorry. Replied Georgia. Ash forgave her and said, now I'm going to give you two options, the first is you go to jail for about 10 years. The second option is John lets you go, I'll drop the charges, but you have to help us get revenge against the traitors. Georgia thought long and hard until she said, all right. I'll join you guys and help get revenge on the traitors. Ash smiled, and John pulled out his combat knife and cut the zip ties. John then said, there, but if you try anything, I'm going to arrest you so fast, I'll get a speeding ticket. Alright, cool your jets. I get the gist. Replied Georgia. Ash then offered her a place to spend the night, to which Georgia said, I appreciate the offer, but I have reservations at a nearby hotel, thank you anyway. Paul then showed Georgia the door, and after the two of them left, John said, we're taking a big risk trusting her after she broke in. Sometimes John, you just need to operate on faith. Replied Ash. John then said, alright, but I'm keeping my eyes on her, if I see her doing something suspicious, I'm going to find out. Ash chuckled at John, knowing how protective he was of his friends and his family. Meanwhile back in Kanto, Pidgeot just dropped off Brock's invitation and Scyllane's too. Scyllane was visiting Brock for a few days so they could share gym tips and cooking strategies. Brock and Scyllane looked at the invitations and Brock said, this handwriting looks familiar. I agree, the writing style gives off an aroma of familiarity. Replied Scyllane. Brock placed the invitation down and saw a letter that he thought he burned. When he picked it up he was shocked, the writing was identical. Brock then said, Scyllane, this is John's handwriting. He's the Otron Champion. John, the same John that left that loser Ketchum and we haven't seen for 10 years, said Scyllane, to which Brock nodded his head and said, if we catch him, we can make Ash appear from wherever he is and finally take him out, once and for all. The next morning, Brock and Scyllane got all the traitors, and Max, together and told them their plan. Dawn asked Brock and Scyllane, what makes you think that Ash will come out of hiding, even with the Otron Region Champion as our prisoner? I have a plan, and it will work. Said Scyllane before he explained the plan. Back with Ash and his friends, they all just sat down to eat breakfast. As Ash ate, John said, has Pidgeot returned yet? Ash replied and said that Pidgeot returned just as Ash and May woke up. Ash then said, she also said that she overheard Brock say that he thinks you're current Otron Region Champion. Well, he's half right. Replied John, inferring that he was the Otron Region Champion. May then said, well, what are we going to do if they try to kill John? John swallowed the food in his mouth and said, they more than likely would want to kidnap me, so they can use me to lure Ash out of hiding so they can kill him. Ash raised an eyebrow and looked at John, which caused John to smile and say, what, they wanted you to give up your dream, and with them taking trainers' Pokemon, they might just kill you if they see you. True, but how will they try to kill me, let alone kidnap you, said Ash. John then said, I don't know, but wait until they find out that you're the champion and I'm not. That statement caused everyone to laugh and they all finished their breakfast and began training for the tournament. As the 3 months went by, Ash, John, Paul, Trip, Alan, Sawyer, Gary, Shauna, Aubrey, Bonnie, and May got ready for the tournament. Ash had all the legendaries he caught arrive in Otron Region, just to make the traitor nervous. Finally, after weeks of training, the day of the tournament had arrived. As the start of the tournament drew ever closer, ships and planes from the 7 core regions had trainers and their guests arriving by the hour. John watched from Ash's office as the ships pulled into Sunhill Harbor. Ash was sitting down in a chair when he asked John, have any ships from Kanto arrived? Only a few, and the traitors arrived on the first one. Replied John. Ash just let out a loud humph and said, well, it's a good thing we told the Nurse Joys not to announce that the trainers are arriving because we can see them coming into the harbor and airport. John nodded his head and said, well, it's almost time for the tournament to begin, let's get going, Ash. I agree, but we need to wait for someone. Replied Ash. When John asked who he was waiting for, Ash's secretary buzzed in and said, Mr. Ketchum, a Mr. Max Kurtman is here to see you. John's eyes widened when he heard Ash say, thank you, Kelly, send him in. Then when you're done what you're doing, take the rest of the day off. Of course sir, thank you, sir. Replied Kelly before she hung up to let Max into Ash's office. Max saw that John was in the room and thought he still didn't know about him and said, I'm surprised Ketchum, I never thought you could finally achieve your dream of becoming a Pokemon master, let alone the champion of a region. Ash smiled as John clapped his hands and said, I have to say, Max, that was pretty good acting, but next time don't act. Max was confused, until Ash said, Max, he knows you're a spy for me. I thought we agreed not to tell him and the others. Max shouted. John then said, he didn't tell me. I compared the writing of a note you sent Ash that he crumpled up and threw away, of which I grabbed, to all the letters of the traitors, their families, even my own family, until I found a letter you wrote to me and the handwriting style on the note was identical to the letter you wrote, so I confronted Ash about it. Oh, well, it was my idea to keep it a secret from you and the others. Replied Max. John then said, well, I'm glad that you're on our side. Now can we get to the tournament? Everyone is waiting for us downstairs. John, Ash, and Max all left Ash's office to meet up with Ash's other friends. When they did arrive, only May and Aubrey greeted the three of them with happiness. Everyone just looked at Max, and Greninja and Pikachu looked like they were going to use Water Shuriken and Thunderbolt until John said, relax guys, Max is on our side. Apparently he's been on our side the whole time. Max then explained everything, about how he was getting information from the traitors for Ash and how he couldn't leave with Ash and the others because that way, they would have never found out about the warrant for Ash's arrest. Okay, but if you try anything against my brother, I will personally hunt you down and tear you a new one, said Emma, threatening Max with her clenched fist being a mere few centimeters of Max's nose. Max sweat dropped and said, Dee-doo, don't worry, I am on your side. Ash held back any laughter, while John couldn't help but laugh. John then heard the announcer say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever annual Otron Regional Tournament. Now before we have the Elite Four and our champion come out, let's introduce the woman who will introduce them to you all, Shauna Bertrand. Ash and the others heard the crowd cheer in the tournament. That's my cue, wish me luck guys, said Shauna, before she walked into view of the crowd and called out Venusaur, AN. Shauna's Ivysaur evolved while in Otron. She also caught a Sylveon, you'll see where it's from later in the chapter, Sylveon, and Flababy. Shauna then said, Venusaur used Solar Beam, Sylveon used Swift, and Flababy used Moon Blast, hit in the dead center of the stadium. All her Pokemon obeyed her and used the move they were told to use, and the three moves hit dead center above the stadium, creating a sparkling entrance for Shauna and her Pokemon. Shauna then rode Venusaur like she was a puppet on strings, and she danced all through the sparkles before she landed back on her feet and received the microphone from the announcer. Shauna then said, thank you, Will, like he said, welcome everyone, to the first ever annual Otron Regional Tournament. I hoped you enjoy the little show we did. We like to give a performance to entertain the crowd. But this day and the days to follow aren't for performances, they're for trainers to battle. So, to all competing in the tournament, I wish the best of luck to you all, and the lucky trainer who wins it all does his or her best in battling our champion. But now, let's introduce you all to the Elite Four. The first Elite Four member is Paul Barrett. Paul then rode his Honchkrow in and jumped off while his Torterra used Rock Climb to catch Paul and carried him down to the stage Shauna stood on and took his place next to her. Shauna then said, our second Elite Four member is Trip Durham. Trip came out with all his Pokemon out, Superior, Tranquil, Frillish, Lampent, Vanillux, the sight of which sent chills up Iris's spine, and Conkeldurr. Trip didn't have his Pokemon do anything special, just the sight of them can show how strong they are. Trip then took his spot next to Paul. Our third Elite Four member is my husband, John Bertrand, said Shauna. As John came out of the tunnel, Misty and the other traitors looked at Sylvan and Brock. Brock then said, that can't be right, the writing on the invite was identical to a letter he wrote me, how is he not the champion? John then had his Blastoise use Hydro Pump to launch him into the air. When John reached the height of the launch, he had his Scizor catch him and flew him around the stadium. As John got close to the traitors, he told his Scizor to let him go, to which Scizor did, and John did a roll and ran past the traitors while slapping Misty. John then leaped off the wall, and before he hit the ground, his Pidgeot caught him by her talons and flew towards Shauna, Paul, and Trip. Like he did with Scizor, John told his Pidgeot to let him go, to which she did, and John did a roll and stood up on the other side of Shauna and did a TADA pose, which caused the crowd to make an uproar in applause. Paul looked at John and said, you just had to top me off, didn't you? Sorry Paul, I have pizzazz. Replied John. Shauna rolled her eyes and said, our fourth and final Elite Four member for the Otron region is Alan Crawford. Alan rode his Charizard in from outside the stadium and landed on his feet next to John and slowly rose up, then his Charizard landed next to him. Shauna then said, and now, it's my pleasure to introduce to you, the Otron Region's champion. The one and only, Ash Ketchum. Ash then appeared out of the tunnel and walked to Shauna and the others, with all his Pokémon accompanying him. As they walked towards the center, the Traitors realized that the Pokémon they obtained from battles weren't going to be enough to take out Ash's Pokémon. Ash then took the microphone from Shauna and said, thank you, Shauna, for introducing us all. As you all know, my name is Ash Ketchum, champion of the Otron region. The people standing up here are my friends and my family. Now I know I explained the rules and the invitations, but I'm going to explain the rules one more time. The first 2 rounds will be preliminary rounds, with 2 trainers battling against each other in a 3v3 Pokémon battle. Out of the 360 people here now, only 100 of you will move on after the second preliminary round. After which we will have a banquet, and from the 3rd round on, it will a Pokémon double tag battle, which is when a team of 2 trainers can use up to 4 Pokémon in their party and have 2 Pokémon out for each trainer on the battle, so there must be 4 Pokémon out on each side. Now before the first set of battles of the first preliminary round begins, we will have an exhibition match between me and a family member, but first, I would like to take this time to address the Don fan in the room. I was accused of killing Professor Samuel Oak of Kanto as well as stealing several Pokémon. Before that, I was betrayed by my own mother and my own friends. They wanted me to quit being a trainer. Ash then said, today, I am here to tell you that these claims are false, lies told by those who hurt me. I don't know what they have done this to me, I don't know why they betrayed me, but I can tell you this, I know they are here, all of them, and I know that Kanto's newest professor, the one who put the bounty on my head, is here as well. I promise you traitors one thing, I promise that by the end of the competition you will regret your betrayal, one by one I will reveal you to the world. That last part made the traitors' blood boil. Ash then said, I am also aware that the League has passed a recently passed law where a winner of a Pokémon battle can take one of the loser's Pokémon. I am not sure why this rule was passed, but shame on the League for tolerating this horrible rule. Lance and Mr. Goodshow were in the stands and they looked down in sadness, know that they were allowing such a thing to happen, but they had no choice, it was a majority voted yes. Ash then said, let me just say this, that rule does not apply in this tournament. The Otron region never allows that kind of battle to take place. I know for a fact that the Pokémon League has taken a huge blow due to this rule being enforced. There are less and less trainers battling in gyms. New trainers only go to get their starters, catch Pokémon, but never to partake in gym battles. They battle wild Pokémon to level up, and even if they do go to a gym, they could still lose and lose their strongest Pokémon. Regardless, this isn't new to the League. They've been slammed massively for this new rule, and trainers started dropping just to keep their Pokémon, for many risking your Pokémon for a badge wasn't worth it. Now, before we begin the exhibition match, I know that there will be some that will try and claim this reward. I welcome anyone that wishes to try and arrest me for crimes I never committed," said Ash. After which all his Pokémon roared and shot moves into the sky. Clement set his pants in fear, Dawn almost did, but the others looked on in jealousy. Those Pokémon should be theirs. Ash then said, but if my family of Pokémon isn't enough for you, then maybe you would like to have a go at these Pokémon. One by one, the legendary Pokémon Ash caught over the years appeared, and any attempt to try and take Ash was quickly wiped away, except from the traitors. Nobody was brave enough to step up aside from stupid traitors that think this is all fake, but even they are living in a delusion. 6 legendarily just as equally powerful as the small army Ash has, legends only allow themselves to be caught by trainers with good hearts. A killer would never be able to capture them. Whatever chance they had about making Ash quit was rapidly melting away. Now that this is out of the way, let's start the exhibition match. Kick off the best tournament to ever be held, and to help me with this, I would like to introduce my brother-in-law, Max Kurtman, said Ash. Max then ran out to stand next to Ash in the stadium. Ash then said, our battle will be a 1v1 Pokemon battle, no substitutions, and it'll be over when the Pokemon on either side is unable to continue battling. Ash then handed John the mic so he and Max could go to opposite sides of the battlefield. When they got to their sides, they called out their Pokemon. Max threw a Pokeball while he said, Galade, let's go. Galade then appeared from his Pokeball and took his place on the battlefield. Ash then looked at Pikachu and said, Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu then leaped from Ash's shoulder and landed on the battlefield. John then said, alright, you all heard Ash explain it, so, battle begin. Max started the battle by saying, Galade, use close combat. Galade obeyed Max and ran towards Pikachu, in which Ash said, Pikachu, dodge it with agility. Pikachu followed Ash's command and used agility to dodge Galade's attack. Meanwhile, in the stands close to the Traitors, Delia watched her son battle. She then thought to herself, my how he's grown, but I know for a fact that he will never forgive me. I just hope that he and his friends beat the crap out of his former friends. Delia then heard Ash command Pikachu to use Thunderbolt. Pikachu used Thunderbolt and it was a direct hit on Galade. As Galade slowly rose up, signs of paralysis began showing. Max knew that he was in trouble, but he also knew that he gave it his best. Ash knew it too, but he paused the battle and began walking over to Galade. What's he doing? Asked several people in the stands, but everyone near the battlefield knew what he was doing. When Ash got to Galade, he pulled out a paralysis heal and used it on Galade. Ash looked at Max and said, I want to fight fair, fighting a Pokemon who is paralyzed isn't a fair fight. Before Max could even respond, they all heard Misty shout, why in the world would you heal your opponent's Pokemon? That's against the rules of the Pokemon League. Here in the Otron region, Misty, if trainers want to heal the opposing Pokemon, they can. Said John, calling Misty out of the entire crowd. John then said, now, the battle may continue. Max took that gladly and said, Galade, use close combat. Galade followed the command and charged Pikachu and used close combat, sending Pikachu flying back and rolling towards Ash and stopped in the middle of the battlefield. As Galade took another fighting stance, it showed signs of being paralyzed again. A smile appeared on Max's face and he then said, alright Galade, now use Facade. Galade charged Pikachu and scored a direct hit, and a huge cloud of smoke covered Galade and Pikachu. After the smoke cleared, Galade was left standing and Pikachu was on the ground. John then said, Pikachu is unable to continue, Galade is the winner, which means Max Kurtman wins the exhibition round. Ash walked over to Pikachu, picked him up and said, you did good buddy. Thanks, Ash, now can we go to a Pokemon Center? Replied Pikachu. Ash nodded his head and he took Pikachu to the Pokemon Center. John then walked over to Max and said into the microphone, so Max, how does it feel to know that you defeated Ash Ketchum? All Max said in response was, and everyone except the Traitors knew what he meant by it, to be honest, I'm glad I defeated him. John smiled and said, but with that battle over, we can now begin the first preliminary round of the tournament. The first set of battle will begin momentarily. Until then, feel free to socialize and create great strategies. After he got speaking, John handed the microphone to Will Lester. Then John, the people loyal to Ash, and Ash's Pokemon all left to see how Pikachu was doing. A few minutes later, John and the others found Ash at the Pokemon Center. Ash saw them all enter, stood up and said, that went better than I planned it. May then asked Ash what he meant. Max then said, Ash threw the match to trick the Traitors. John then said, I was wondering how Pikachu went down in only 2 direct hits. Yeah, I talked to Max before I went out there and we agreed to rig the match. I told him to tell Nurse Joy about the match and have her send it to all the trainers except the Traitors, because when the trainers of the tournament entered, they gave Nurse Joy their contact information. So, Nurse Joy told all the trainers except the Traitors about our plan, and she gave them the pictures of the Traitors so that way, they could keep an eye on them and report anything that we can bust them with if they broke any of the rules. Stated Ash. Just then, Nurse Joy came up with Pikachu and she said, "Your Pikachu has been restored to full health." Pikachu then leaped from the cart and onto Ash's shoulder. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," replied Ash. Just then, a young kid ran into the Pokemon Center and up to Ash. The boy then said, "Champion Ketchum, I need your help." When Ash asked the boy what was wrong, the boy said, "Someone challenged me to a battle and when I lost, 2 other people grabbed me by the arms and the person who beat me took my Pokemon's Pokeball." "Who did the person who battled with you look like?" Ash asked the young boy, who said, "She had orange hair, and it was in a ponytail. She was hanging around 2 guys." But he was stopped by Ash putting his hand up and Ash said, "Say no more, I know who that is." Ash then pulled out a photo of Misty and showed it to the boy. Ash carries around pictures of all the traitors so that way, if he suspects one of them, he can pull out a picture and he will show it to the victim. The boy looked at the picture and said, "Yup, that's her." Ash then looked at John, who nodded his head and left the Pokemon Center. Ash then told the boy, "Don't you worry, we'll get your Pokemon back. What Pokemon did they take from you?" "They took my Rattata, it was my only Pokemon," replied the young boy. Ash then said, "Well, don't you worry, we'll catch the people who stole your Pokemon, they will pay a heavy fine, and you will get your Pokemon back." The young boy smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, do you want a snack?" Ash said to the young boy, to which, the boy nodded his head. Ash then looked at Shauna and said, "Can you take him to the center's cafe to get him a snack?" Shauna nodded her head and said to the young boy, "Come on." Shauna and the young boy then went to the cafe. Ash then left the Pokemon Center and saw John walking towards him with a woman. When the 2 of them got to Ash, John said, "Is the boy still inside the center?" Ash nodded his head and asked, "Why, did you find Misty?" John shook his head and said, "No, but I found the boy's mother." The woman then said, "Hello Champion Ketchum, my name is Kelly Coomer, my son is a big fan of yours and wants to become a Pokemon Master." "Alright, what's wrong with that?" asked Ash. John got his attention and said, "The boy's name is Andy, apparently he never caught a Rattata, the only Pokemon he ever caught was a Piku and his mother confiscated it from him about a few hours ago." Mrs. Coomer then reached into her purse and pulled out a picture of her and Andy and his Piku. He was using his Piku to threaten kids not to mess with him and give him whatever he wants. "Tells people that you gave him the idea," she said. Ash got a good look at the picture and said, "Well madam, I truly am sorry if I caused any trouble for you, I would never use Pokemon to get things I do not deserve. My Pokemon worked hard to get where we are now, and I do apologize again." "Oh, it's alright, I'm sure you weren't aware of that, I hope he hasn't caused any trouble for you or your family," said Kelly C. Ash then told her everything that her son told him and his family and friends. Kelly C. was shocked to hear what Andy did. She then said, "He told you that the people who betrayed you all those years ago challenged him to a battle and took a Rattata. Oh my, now I'm sorry for my son's actions. And like you said, it's alright. Now let's go get him." As Kelly C. walked towards the center, John pulled Ash aside and said, "Ash, I need to leave." "Why?" asked Ash. John said that he had important business to take care of and he would be back before the tournament would be over. Ash knew that he couldn't change John's mind and told John to be careful. John smiled, and said, "Aren't I always?" Ash just rolled his eyes and they shook hands and parted. After Ash walked into the Pokemon Center, John called out his Salamence and hopped onto him and said, "Alright Salamence, take off towards Kanto." Salamence obeyed his trainer's command and started the long trip to Kanto. Back to Ash in the Pokemon Center, Kelly C was scolding Andy for lying to Ash while Shauna and the others watched. Ash then walked over to Kelly and asked, "I take it he learned his lesson about lying?" Kelly C nodded her head and asked Andy, "What do you have to say to Mr. Ketchum?" "I'm sorry I lied, I didn't mean to lie, I just wanted to help you get the traitors." Ash knelt to look at Andy, face to face, and he said, "I know you did Andy, but lying about things can only get you into bigger trouble. But I am in a forgiving mood, except for the traitors. A smile appeared on Andy's face and thanked Ash for forgiving him, to which Ash said, "You're welcome, just don't go lying to us again, okay?" Andy nodded his head and Kelly said, "What do you plan to do about the traitors?" Ash looked at her and said, "Don't worry Mrs. Coomer, we have a good plan." Later that same day, Ash received a visit from Mr. Goodshow and Lance. When Ash saw Lance and Mr. Goodshow, he had Pikachu and Greninja ready. Lance was the first to speak and he said, "Hello Ash, it has been a while." "Yes, it has been a while, what do the two of you want?" replied Ash. Mr. Goodshow then said, "The way you're speaking towards us is well founded since we passed a law in the Pokemon League that allows the winner of a Pokemon battle to take one Pokemon from the loser. But you must know that the law has severely crippled the league, not many trainers are participating now than back then." "I know, but what I don't know is why hasn't that law been repealed yet?" said Ash. Lance told Ash, "We have tried to get that law repealed every year since a year after it became a law, but a majority vote from the professors said to keep it a law." Ash was surprised to hear that, and he said, "Why would most of the professors vote to keep the law?" Lance shrugged his shoulders and said, "We don't know, but we do know that you would have never killed Professor Oak, we still don't believe it." "We are on your side Ash, we've been trying to contact you, but we could never find you," said Mr. Goodshow. Ash used his aura to sense if Mr. Goodshow and Lance were lying to him or not, but they weren't lying. Ash smiled and said, "I believe you since I can use my aura to tell if people are lying to me or not and you two are telling the truth. I'm glad I still have friends in Kanto." Ash then had Pikachu and Greninja stand down. "Lance, do any of the other champions believe I didn't kill Oak?" Ash asked Lance, to which Lance said, "Steven does, along with Cynthia, the others believe Professor Tracy and the professors that are on his side." Ash then said that he would deal with Tracy later. "Would you two like to come over to my place for dinner?" Ash asked Lance and Mr. Goodshow, to which they nodded their heads and the three of them began walking towards Ash's house. As the tournament progressed, battle after battle, Ash's friends, and the traitors moved up the bar until they were in the 100 trainers left to battle. The night of the dinner, Ash saw that all his friends and his former friends made past the 2 preliminary rounds. Ash then said, "Greetings, you have proven to be the greatest trainers of those invited here to participate in the tournament. But tonight, isn't about the tournament, this night is to celebrate your accomplishments up to now. We have snacks and food over on the right, and in a little while there will be a surprise once everyone has eaten, so enjoy yourselves and don't cause any trouble." As the guests ate the food they grabbed, Ash and his friends ate at a table on an upper floor of the hall the dinner was held in. Just then, a man walked up to the table and said, "Champion Ketchum, Mr. Bertrand has arrived and wishes to speak with you." Ash placed his fork down and said, "Very well, lead me to him." The man bowed and after Ash told his friends that he would be back, the man then led him to where John was. When Ash saw John, he had begun to grow a beard. When John saw Ash, he said, "Hey Ash, like the beard?" Ash got a good look at it and said, "Well, it's a good look on you, but I don't think Shauna will like it." John chuckled at the thought of Shauna seeing him in his new look. Ash then said, "Hey John, did you ever finish that business you needed to take care of?" John smiled, and he nodded his head. "Yeah, had to make sure my family was alright since I haven't seen them in 10 years. Said, John. He then said, "Also, I found us an ally." When Ash asked who the ally was, he heard a familiar voice say, "Hello Ash, it has been a long time since we last spoke." Ash turned around to see Professor Oak being supported by 2 security guards. Ash was overcome with joy and he said, "Professor Oak, you're alive." "Yes, my boy, I am alive," replied Oak. Ash then looked at John and said, "Tell me, how, when, and where did you find the professor?" Ash said to John, to which replied, "It's a long story." Flashback to Pewter City, many months ago. John started off by saying, "After I made sure my family was alright, I searched all over Sinnoh, Johto, and Hoenn. I couldn't find Oak. I was in Pewter City Park, thinking about giving up when I heard a voice ask me, "What's the matter, human?" When I turned to where the voice was, it was a Pidgey, and I said, "I'm getting tired, I'm looking for someone and I just can't seem to find him." The Pidgey then asked me who was I looking for, and I said, "An old friend of mine. I just can't seem to find him." The Pidgey then asked me, "What does your friend look like?" So, I showed the Pidgey the picture of Oak, figuring it wouldn't hurt, and the Pidgey was surprised and it said, "I've seen him before." I quickly turned my eyes towards the Pidgey and asked where, and the Pidgey led me to Oak's ranch and a picture of Oak on the wall next to the tree. I then said, "That's not him, that's just a picture. I thought you saw him in real life." The Pidgey then said, "I did see him in real life and I saw him in here, just move the picture." The thought of me moving the picture made no sense because I thought there was nothing behind him, and I was wrong. When I moved the picture, there was a hole in the wall behind it, and in the hole was a lever. The Pidgey flew in and pulled the lever. Just then, a bookshelf behind us slid to the side to reveal a secret entrance. The Pidgey then said, "I saw two people in aqua blue suits take the man in the photo you showed me and in that picture in your hands, down those stairs." I smiled and thanked the Pidgey and told him to flee in case he was spotted through the windows. The Pidgey flew away and I went down the steps and the bookcase closed behind me. When I got to the bottom, there were 3 doors with staircases going down one of them. I said to myself, I have to be inside a secret base. So, if I'm going to find Oak, I'll need to search all the floors. But first, a change of clothes. Just then, a guy in the clothes that the Pidgey described and choked him unconscious and took off his clothes and put them on me, and they were a perfect fit and comfy as an Altaria wings. So, floor after floor, I searched the base, even found out who was in control of the base, a new criminal organization called Team Comet. The grunts get treated badly by squad leaders, and the squad leaders get treated better than the grunts by the admins, who never really appear except when it's necessary. But when I got to the final room on the 3rd floor, I found Oak, tied up, gagged, and knocked out. I got him up and placed him in a wheelchair. As I tried to get him out, a squad leader stopped me and asked me where I was taking the prisoner, meaning Oak. I told him I was ordered to bring him to the leader. The squad leader then proceeded to tell me that the leader was away attending a tournament in the Otron region. Ash interrupted John by saying, "So the leader and possibly the admins of Team Comet are participating in the tournament?" John nodded his head and continued his story. I then said, "Well, our leader said that he was going to use the prisoner as leverage against his enemies." The squad leader then said, "I should have been informed of such a task, I'll need to contact admin Meteor about this." Just then, a voice came over the radio saying that someone was impersonating a grunt and to keep an eye on Oak. The squad leader looked at me and I started running with Oak in the wheelchair I had him in. Sirens blaring along the halls, and I knew that the base was on alert. I needed a quick way to get out of there. Just then, we ran across a road, and where there was a road, there was an exit. I then pulled Oak back and 2 grunts passed me on a bike. I looked for an exit sign and finally found it, and just my luck, it was the direction the bike went, so I pushed Oak as hard as I could until we got outside. I then called out my Salamence and placed Oak on him and told my Salamence to hover under the cliff a few feet, so I could jump off after I changed. Just as I was about to jump, I was told to freeze by a Team Comet squad leader and a squad of grunts. They had a Houndoom, a Skuntank, a Sableye, an Absol, a Crawdaunt, and a Crobat. The squad leader then said to me, "If you surrender without a fight, I promise that your death will be painless." Knowing my Salamence was behind me, I said, "I hate both door number 1 and door number 2, so I'm going with door number 3, bye." Sunhill City, Otron Region, present time. I then jumped off the cliff and onto Salamence and told him, "To Otron, quickly." Following my command, my Salamence got here as fast as he could, and since he knew the way, I got to treating Oak's injuries as best as I could, and when we landed in front of your house, I realized that you weren't home. That's when I remembered the dinner party and I knew just where you were having it, so we came straight here and I had Tommy get you. Ash was happy that Oak was alive. He then said, "Well, Professor, after the tournament is over, we'll get you back to Kanto." "Thank you, Ash, I'm glad you're safe," replied Oak. John then said, "Well Ash, I'll meet you at the house." When Ash asked him why, John said, "Simple, I couldn't participate in the preliminary rounds, it wouldn't be fair that I enter without having to do the preliminary rounds. Besides, I'm pretty sure I'm not dressed for the occasion." "Way ahead of you John," said a voice from behind Ash and John. When they turned, they saw Paul, Gary, and Shauna, who ran up to her husband and gave him the biggest hug that she had ever given him. Gary did the same thing, but his grandpa. Both were overcome with joy to see their respective family member back. John looked back at Paul, who held a suit for him to put on. Paul then said, "Everyone should be here, including you." Knowing that he would not be able to talk himself out of it, so John said, "Fine, just give me a few minutes to change and get rid of the beard." "Ah, but I like the beard," replied Shauna. John then said, "Told you she would like the beard." Ash looked at his friend and said, "I know." John then took the suit Paul had in his hand and went into the bathroom to change. Gary said that he was going to take the professor to get him checked out. Ash nodded his head and the two Oaks left the dining hall. Just then, Serena walked up to the group and said, "Hi Ash." "Hello Serena, what do you want?" replied Ash with disgust. Serena answered his question by saying, "All I want is to know this, why did you kiss me, then marry May, you two have nothing in common. But you and I go all the way back to Oak Summer Camp. Actually, he and I do have things in common," said May from behind Serena, and as she walked up to stand next to her husband, she slapped Serena in the back of the head. Ash then said, "First of all, you kissed me, not the other way around. Second, May and I both love Pokemon. Third, how dare you say Professor Oak's name, you're not fit to say it. And from what I heard from Bonnie, you tried everything to get Ash to notice you. You even tried to get him to give up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master, just so you can try to get Ash for yourself, but that plan backfired big time," said May. Paul then said, "Betraying Ash just so you can have him as a boyfriend, pathetic." As John came out of the restroom, he saw Serena and asked, "What's she doing here?" Ash looked at John and said, "She was just leaving, good day madam." As Ash turned to walk away, Serena turned him around and pulled him into a kiss, that got a lot of people ticked, May most of all. After they parted, Serena said, "I'm not leaving until you divorce that beach and marry me." Just then, two fists came from beside Ash and hit Serena in the face, sending her flying back a few inches. The punches belonged to Joe and May, John for hearing Serena call May a beach and May for Serena kissing Ash and calling her a beach. John then called for security guards to escort Serena off the area, but not before Ash stopped them, stepped in front of Serena, and punched her in the stomach. Ash then said, "Get her out of here." "Wait," said Shauna. Shauna then walked over to Serena and called out Sylvian. Shauna then said, "Recognize this Sylvian." When Serena shook her head, Shauna said, "That's too bad because it's your old Sylvian." Serena was shocked to hear that Shauna's Sylvian was her Sylvian. Serena's Sylvian destroyed her Pokeball and ran off before she could recatch it. The security guards that took the newly stunned Serena out of the dining hall reception area and off the area. John smiled and said, "Good job showing Sylvian to Serena." "Yeah, about time too, I wanted her to see how much better I'm doing without her as my trainer," said Sylvian. John chuckled and told Sylvian, "I bet she was pretty surprised." Ash agreed and suggested, "Shall we get back to the dinner?" Everyone agreed and they all walked back to the dinner. Back in the dining hall, everyone saw Ash and the others walk back up to where they were eating, and John was with them. After the dinner, Misty approached Ash. Misty then said, "Where's Serena? I know she was talking to you so, where is she?" Ash told Misty, she was escorted out of the building because she was a nuisance. She also kissed Ash in front of May and myself, called May a were, and wanted Ash to divorce May and marry her. In response to all that, May and I punched Serena in the face. Ash then, like he told you, had two security officers take Serena out of the building. She has also been banned from ever entering this building again. said John. Misty's anger boiled, and she shouted, as weak as you are to lose to a pathetic kid like Max, this is a new low. Ash and his friends busted out laughing, causing Misty to get even madder, and she said, what's so funny? Ash managed to get some air, so he could say, did you really think I lost to Max on purpose? Yeah, Misty, that's stupid of you to think that, said Max, as he walked. Misty was confused until Ash said, Max was on our side since that day. Misty then shouted with all her might, what? Max then said, I only pretended to be on your side, Misty, so I can get information, but since you only had conversations with the others and you didn't invite me to meetings, I wasn't able to get as much information as I could from you and the other traitors. Misty was speechless until she said, impossible. Misty then said, alright Ketchum, you and me 1v1 Pokemon battle, no substitutions. Ash smiled and said, alright, I accept, let's head to the battlefield. A little while later, Ash and Misty were on the battlefield with Max as the referee. Max said, the 1v1 Pokemon battle between Misty Waterflower and Ash Ketchum will now begin, trainers, please call out your Pokemon. Misty smiled and pulled out a Pokeball and said, I hope you like this Pokemon, let's go Venusaur. When the Pokeball opened and the Pokemon came out, it was in fact, a Venusaur. Ash smiled and pulled out a Pokeball while looking at Pikachu and said, sorry buddy, but I have a special Pokemon for this battle, come on out Delphox. Delphox came out and was ready to fight. Misty got a look of concern on her face and she said, hang on, Venusaur wasn't my Pokemon, let me change it. No, the Pokemon you sent out is the Pokemon, you even said yourself, no substitutions. Said John. John then said, alright, battle begin. Ash was the first to make a move and he said, Delphox, use Fire Blast. Delphox was all too happy to finally be battling one of the traitors, but she was hoping it would be Serena, but she used Fire Blast and hit Venusaur in the face. Venusaur was strong, but he held on. Misty then said, Razor Leaf. Venusaur used Razor Leaf, but Ash had Delphox use Flamethrower to stop the Razor Leaf and the Flamethrower also hit Venusaur, striking the final blow, defeating Venusaur and ending the battle. After seeing Venusaur beaten, John said, Venusaur is unable to continue, Delphox is the winner, which means the battle goes to Ash Ketchum. Everyone that was loyal to Ash clapped and cheered to see that he won the battle. John smiled, but his smile turned to concern when he saw two Team Comet grunts sneak behind some bushes, but he kept this fact to himself. Misty then said, no fair, you cheated. Coming from the girl who wanted to switch because Ash had a type advantage. Replied May. Misty then said, he cheated because I wanted to fight Pikachu, not Delphox. Ash then said, next time, be more specific, good day. Ash and his friends then left the battlefield and Misty standing there in her spot. Misty then said to herself, I'm going to kill that loser, him and his daughter. Back at Ash's house, Ash and John were coming up with the brackets of who was going to be paired with who and which teams will battle each other. John was the first to speak, I think we should have everyone that has been loyal to you be paired with either a random trainer or another loyal friend and have the traitors be paired up with traitors. Ash liked the idea and they began to do the first round of Pokemon double tag battles. After hours of going through the final 100 trainers, the brackets were ready, and the first round battles could begin after breakfast. The next day, Ash appeared on all the TVs in and around the stadium and said, attention all trainers competing in the first ever annual Otron Regional Tournament, we have created the bracket of who will compete with who and their opponents and here is the bracket for round 1. Ash then pressed a button that showed the bracket of the first round. Ash then said, like I said at the beginning of the tournament, your partner for each round will change as the tournament goes on. So, the partner for the third round might be your opponent for the next round. The first few battles will begin in a half hour, and the first battle will be the team of Will Lyles and Georgia Langley against the team of Daisy and Violet Waterflower. The second first battle will be the team of my sister Emma and my daughter Aubrey Ketchum against the team of Dawn Berlitz and Barry McGonigal. Finally, the third first round will be the team of Jade and Simon against the team of Misty Waterflower and Brock Harrison. Ash went on down the list until he got to final battle, after which he said, the first few rounds will begin in a couple of minutes. So, trainers, be ready for the battles and I will reinforce the rule where I said at the beginning of the tournament, the league law where the winner takes a Pokemon from the loser will not be tolerated, anyone caught violating this tournament rule will be arrested, the Pokemon returned and the person committing the crime will be tried and face the fullest extent of Otron law. If you suspect that there is a law being broken, inform the authorities immediately. Thank you and good battling. After Ash was done speaking, the traitors know that some of them were paired up with the people who sided with Ash on purpose. Misty and Brock were confident in their ability to carry their team past the first round. Dawn, on the other hand, wasn't so confident, because her partner was Barry. Barry barely made it past the preliminary rounds with only one Pokemon managing to win the rounds. Dawn then said, "This is going to end badly for me." The time for the first battle arrived. Will Lyles and Georgia Langley waited on the platform that was to raise them up to the battlefield. Will decided to create some small talk. Will started the conversation by saying, "So, do you know Champion Ketchum well?" Georgia looked at her teammate and said, "Yeah, I do, I once called him an enemy. I now call him a friend. At the time I called him an enemy, I thought he killed Professor Oak. Champion Ketchum would never do something like that, he saved my hometown of Goldcrest City from a swarm of termivore, native to the Otron region if you didn't know," replied Will. Georgia asked Will if he could show her a picture of termivore. Will pulled out his Pokédex and looked up termivore. When he found it, he showed it to Georgia and the Pokédex entry read, "Termivore, the worm Pokemon and the evolved form of grabworm, as it burrows through the ground, it uses its scales to sense vibrations of its prey. Termivore is a ground and fire type." Georgia smiled and said, "Wow, he's still doing the hero bit." Will was confused until Georgia said, "Ash has saved my home region of Unova on more than one occasion." Will smiled to hear that the champion he knew for almost 9 years was a hero before he came to the Otron region. Just then, the platform began to rise, and the two trainers heard someone say, "Welcome all, to the first round of Pokemon double tag battles. In the red corner, we have the team of Will Lyles and Georgia Langley. In the blue corner, we have the team of Daisy and Violet Waterflower. The battlefield has been adjusted to accommodate Pokemon in the sea and on the land. And now, I am proud to introduce to you, the champion of the Otron region, Ash Ketchum." The crowd clapped and cheered with applause as Ash took the mic from the announcer and they quieted down so they could hear Ash speak. Ash said, "Thank you Jack," like he said welcome all, to the first round of Pokemon double tag battles. "I hope both teams follow the rules and battle fairly. If you do cheat, I'll know because I'll be watching all the battles, so have fun and battle fairly." Ash then handed the microphone back to Jack and he walked off the announcer's platform and through some doors under the bleachers. Will smiled while Georgia looked straight ahead at Daisy and Violet Waterflower. Daisy and Violet were dressed like they were on a show, that didn't matter to her. Daisy then shouted across the battlefield, "I hope you two are going to give it your all because we sure will." Georgia then said, "Coming from a woman who likes showing off herself, I doubt you have a lot of battling experience." Will snickered at Georgia's comment, but Georgia's comment made Daisy and Violet angry and Violet said, "Well, at least we didn't listen to one of Ash's former friends and try to collect the bounty on Ash's head. Yeah, Ash is a good person, there's no way that he killed Professor Oak," Violet added on. Ash heard that and was confused, Georgia and the other loyal friends too, but Georgia shook off and said, "Enough talk, let's go Ninetales. You too Sylveon." The Pokemon that Georgia called out was a Ninetales, but the color of its fur was different. It was a white color at the end of the tails and became bluer towards the body, and a Sylveon. Will then pulled out 2 Pokeballs and tossed them while he said, "Salamence and Gengar, let's go." Just then, a Salamence appeared and it roared with a ferocity that a Salamence would give in a Gengar. Daisy called out a Dugong and a Gyarados. Violet called out a Seadra and a Seaking. Jack then said, "Alright everyone, battle begin." Will started the fight by saying, "Salamence, use Hyper Beam on Dugong." Jengar, use hypnosis on Sea King. Georgia then said, Ninetales, use Ice Beam on Seadra and Sylveon use Fairy Wind on Gyarados. The Pokémon followed their commands and Salamence used Hyper Beam, Jengar used Hypnosis while Ninetales used Ice Beam and Sylveon used Fairy Wind. Daisy then said, Dugong, use Protect, while Gyarados you use Hydro Pump on Salamence. Violet then said, Seadra, you use Protect as well and Sea King, you use Horn Drill on Jengar. Dugong and Seadra used Protect and blocked the attacks that were targeting them and Gyarados used Hydro Pump on Salamence, before taking a direct hit from Sylveon and Sea King used Horn Drill on Jengar. Dugong and Seadra used Protect and the moves that were aimed at them bounced off the Protects, while Sea King's Horn Drill attack went straight through Jengar, but got Sea King close enough for Hypnosis to be a direct hit, causing Sea King to fall asleep. After Gyarados took the hit from Fairy Wind, it was hurt bad. But as Daisy tried to recall Gyarados, he shook his head and insisted to continue battling until he couldn't continue. Daisy smiled and said, Alright Gyarados, use Water Pulse on Sylveon. Dugong, you use Aqua Jet on Salamence. Then, Violet said, Seadra use Aqua Jet on Ninetales. Violet couldn't do anything with Sea King until it woke up. Will took advantage of Sea King sleeping and said, Jengar, use Dream Eater on Sea King. Salamence, you dodge Dugong and use Dragon Breath on Dugong. Georgia then said, Ninetales, Ice Beam on Seadra, freeze it in the Aqua Jet, then Sylveon, use Swift on Gyarados. The Pokémon followed their trainer's commands and all the moves met in the center of the field. When the smoke cleared, only 2 Pokémon were unable to continue, Seadra was also frozen in ice. Sea King and Gyarados are unable to continue, while their trainers return the Pokémon and send out a new one. Daisy and Violet called back their Pokémon and Daisy called out an Abomasnow. Violet called out a Walrein. Georgia knew that Violet's Walrein knew Iron Tail, so she recalled Sylveon and called out her third Pokémon, Torterra, let's crush them. Just then, her Torterra appeared and when it hit the ground, the entire battlefield shook like it just got hit by a small earthquake. Georgia then said, Alright, Torterra, let's start your entrance with an Energy Ball on Dugong. Torterra followed Georgia's command and used Energy Ball. Daisy ordered Dugong to use Protect again, but it failed, and Dugong got hit by the Energy Ball, sending Dugong flying towards the wall. When the dust cleared, Dugong was motionless, the referee got a good look and said, Dugong is unable to continue, Trainer Daisy, please call out your final Pokémon. Daisy recalled Dugong and said, You did good darling, take a long rest. Now, I chose you, Nidoking. Said Daisy as she threw a Pokeball. The Pokémon that appeared was indeed a Nidoking. Daisy then said, Nidoking, use Horn Drill to break Seadra out of the ice. Nidoking obeyed Daisy and used Horn Drill and freed Seadra. Then Will said, Salamence, use Dragon Claw on Nidoking to stop it. Salamence obeyed Will and moved with all the speed it had and used Dragon Claw on Nidoking, but not before Nidoking successfully freed Seadra. Nidoking went flying until it stopped, and it slowly rose up, ready to continue battling. Jengar, Salamence, use Drago Claw on Seadra. That made Georgia confused until she saw Jengar get on Salamance's back and watch Salamence fly up into the air and dive down to gain enough speed and Salamence used Dragon Claw while Jengar used Shadow Claw and when the attacks hit Seadra, Seadra was sent flying until like Dugong, it hit the wall behind Daisy and Violet and when the dust settled, the referee got a good look at Seadra and said, Seadra is unable to continue, will the trainer call out her final Pokémon? Violet called Seadra back into its Pokeball and pulled out her final Pokémon and she said, Alright, you're my last one, let's go, when the Pokeball opened and an Aggron. Ash looked on as the battle continued from the champion's booth. Just then, he heard a knocking on the door. What is it, John? Asked Ash. The door then opened to reveal John with a look of surprise. Now I know I didn't teach you that, how do you do that? Replied John. Ash looked at John and said, I picked up a few things here and there. John just rolled his eyes and looked at the ongoing battle. John then said, I heard through the grapevine that Daisy and Violet are on your side. Ash nodded his head and said, they said that right before the battle began. Do you trust them? John asked Ash with concern, to which Ash said, their aura says that they are telling the truth. But I don't know if they are on my side. How did they get the Nidoking and Agron? John looked at the battle and said, it might be possible that they caught the Nidoking and Agron themselves. Ash looked at the battlefield and said, we'll need to talk to them, figure out where their loyalties is, with their sister, or with us. John nodded his head and watched Will's Salamence go down. Salamence is unable to continue, please choose a replacement Pokemon, said the referee. Will recalled Salamence and chose a new Pokemon. Will threw the Pokeball he chose and said, come on out, Swampert. Swampert appeared after the light that made up the shape of Swampert dissipated. Will then said, Swampert, let's take it to the next level, we are one in the heart and one in the spirit, Mega Evolve. In a bright purple light, Swampert Mega Evolved into Mega Swampert. Jack, who stayed silent through the whole battle, finally said, amazing, after his Salamence went down and he called out his third Pokemon, Will Lyles has intensified the battle by Mega Evolving his Swampert. What will the Waterflower sisters do to this is anybody's guess. Violet then said, well, if you're going to kick it up a notch, so will I, Agron Mega Evolve now. Agron then got surrounded by the same purple light and formed a sphere, and when the sphere exploded, Agron was now Mega Evolved as well. Jack then said, incredible, Violet just Mega Evolved her Agron in the response of Will Lyles Mega Evolving his Swampert. Does Abomasnow have that same ability? Now, use Hydro Pump on Nidoking. Swampert used a fully powered Hydro Pump on Nidoking, sending Nidoking flying. Georgia then said, Torterra, use Frenzy Plant on Walrein and Ninetales, you use Ice Beam on Agron. Torterra and Ninetales followed Georgia's instructions and used Frenzy Plant on Walrein and Ice Beam on Agron, both were direct hits, causing smoke to cover the battlefield. After the smoke cleared, two Pokemon were unable to continue, Walrein and Nidoking. Agron was frozen solid. Walrein and Nidoking were out cold. Daisy and Violet recalled the fainted Pokemon and only Abomasnow and Agron remained. Georgia then recalled Ninetales and sent out a Magmortar and said, Magmortar, use Fire Blast on Abomasnow, finish it off. Magmortar followed Georgia's command and used Fire Blast on Abomasnow, which was a direct hit, exploding on impact and sending Abomasnow flying. As the smoke cleared around Abomasnow, it showed that Abomasnow was unable to continue. Daisy recalled Abomasnow and sighed. Agron finally managed to break free of the ice and was ready to fight. Georgia looked at Will and saw that he was eager to win and said, hey ref. I'm going to let my partner finish the battle, for on one doesn't seem like it's a fair fight. I agree with her ref, said Daisy. The ref looked up at Ash's booth and saw Ash looking down. John was also looking down and speaking with Ash. Ash looked at John, then picked up a phone and called the ref. When the ref answered it, the people saw Ash say things to the ref, who nodded his head and hung up. The referee then said, by the approval of the champion, the trainer Georgia Langley's request to let her partner finish it has been approved. Will smiled and looked at Georgia, who turned to him and said, go get her kid. Will gave a smile of determination and nodded his head. Georgia then recalled her Pokemon, after which Jack said, amazing, the champion is allowing Georgia Langley to recall her Pokemon, so the odds for Agron are better, what could she be thinking? Will Lyles then said, alright Gengar, use Scary Face. Then Swampert, you use Hammer Arm, let's end this battle. Gengar and Swampert followed Will's commands and attacked Agron. Agron, use Iron Head on Gengar, then dodge Hammer Arm and use Solar Beam, shouted Violet. Agron obeyed and used Iron Head on Gengar but couldn't move fast enough before Swampert hit it with Hammer Arm, causing a small explosion, sending Swampert and Agron sliding back from the impact site. Agron looked like it was on its last legs. Will then said, Gengar, final attack, use Shadow Claw, maximum power. Gengar looked at Will with a look of concern but followed Will's instructions and charged up for a powerful Shadow Claw. Use Protect Agron, said Violet. Agron obeyed Violet and used Protect. Gengar then charged Agron, and when the Shadow Claw struck, the protection barrier didn't block the attack. Gengar's Shadow Claw broke the Protect and hit Agron, causing a huge explosion and smoke to cover the battlefield. The explosion caused Ash and John to run out of Ash's booth and to the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, it was apparent that Gengar did take some damage, Swampert too. As for Agron, it was on the ground, the Mega evolved, and it wasn't moving an inch. But before the ref could say that Agron was unable to continue, Ash passed him and ran onto the battlefield and to Agron. John stopped at the ref and he telepathically asked Ash, "How is Agron, Ash?" Ash replied telepathically, "Not good, he'll need medical attention. That Shadow Claw shouldn't have broken the protection barrier." "I know, Ash, and I'm going to find out how it was possible," replied John telepathically while looking at Will Lyles, who had a look of fear on his face, Georgia included. Ash then said, "Agron is unable to continue, and we need to get him to a Pokemon Center, immediately." Violet was shocked and tried to recall Agron, but Ash said, "No Pokeballs, he'll need to be carried there, John." John nodded his head, pulled out a Pokeball and threw it while he said, "Demiceros, let's go." The Pokeball opened and out came a human-like Pokemon, with red stripes running horizontally along what resembled a karate uniform. John then said, "Demiceros, go help, Ash." Demiceros nodded its head and went onto the battlefield until it stopped at Ash. "Help me get Agron to the Pokemon Center in the stadium," said Ash. Demiceros nodded its head again and picked up Agron and rushed it to the Pokemon Center. John then nudged the ref and the ref said, "Oh right, since Agron was unable to continue battling, Gengar and Swampert are the winners, which means the victory goes to Will Lyles and Georgia Langley." The crowd would have cheered if it wasn't in awe and shock at what transpired. After the ref finished speaking, Swampert went back to normal and Will recalled his Pokemon. Georgia still had the look of fear on her face. The platforms then lowered the trainers down to where they entered. A little while later, at the Pokemon Center in the stadium, Ash was waiting for Agron when Will Lyles, Georgia Langley, John, and Violet Waterflower walked in. Violet then asked Ash, "How is Agron?" "Nurse Joy just took Agron back. She said that Agron looked severely injured," replied Ash. Violet, who was angry, then grabbed Will by the shirt and pinned him against a pillar. As Ash, John, and Georgia struggled to free Will, Violet said, "Why did you do it, huh, why? If I knew Gengar couldn't handle Shadow Claw at full power, would have never told him to do it." Violet, still angry, released Will and Georgia kept her back while Ash and John checked on Will Lyles. Ash asked Will Lilies, "What do you mean?" "Gengar has been using Shadow Claw at a fraction of its full power," replied Will Lyles. Ash then asked Will where he caught Gengar, and Will Lyles replied, "I caught Gengar while on my way to Mid-Beach City, along route I saw it battling a wild Rhinodos." John then pulled out his Pokédex to look up Rhinodos. When he found it, the entry read, "Rhinodos, the Rhino Pokemon, a ground and steel type. When Rhinodos gets angered, it will continually ram things with its head. It is very territorial and will attack anyone who trespasses on it." "Maybe that's why they were battling, Gengar trespassed into Rhinodos's territory," John stated. Ash agreed with John and asked Will to continue. Will then said, "As the battle went on, I saw Gengar use Shadow Claw, but when Shadow Claw hit Rhinodos, it sent Rhinodos flying off the edge of the cliff they were on and into the river below. Gengar looked over the cliff and began to walk away, but he fell to the ground. I then ran over to Gengar and got it to the Pokemon Center in Mid-Beach City. I stayed with him the whole time it was recovering. When the day it was fully fit to go back into the woods, it did without hesitation. But, as I made my way out of Mid-Beach City along the same route, Gengar appeared and its face looked like it wanted a battle, so I chose my Swampert back when it was a Marshtomp. We battled for almost an hour, but I finally managed to beat it and I caught Gengar. It was a good day for Gengar and myself. Well, now all we have to talk to is Jengar, said Ash. John nodded his head and Ash then said, may we see Jengar's Pokeball, we will give it right back. Will nodded his head and gave Jengar's Pokeball to Ash. Ash then said, Jengar, let's go, as he threw the Pokeball. Jengar then appeared and Ash said, hello Jengar, we need to talk. Meanwhile, at John and Shauna's house, Shauna wasn't feeling well, and May was taking care of her while Ash and John watched the battle. Suddenly, Shauna rushed to the bathroom and threw up in the toilet. May then said, do you think you caught something? Shauna shook her head and said, never in my life have I gotten sick, so this is scaring me. May then thought about when she went through the whole ordeal and went to get her purse. May, what are you doing? Asked Shauna. May answered Shauna when she said, I'm getting something I never thought I would need to have for someone other than me. When Shauna asked May what she meant, she got her answer when May returned and showed Shauna a PRGNNCY test device. Back with Ash, John, and the others. Ash just asked Jengar to tell him and John the story about his Shadow Claw attack. I learned Shadow Claw when I still a hunter. Back then, I could use it at full power. After I got caught, before Will, I was unstoppable. It was only after I evolved that people and Pokemon feared me. I was battling an Ursaring in a Pokemon battle with my old trainer Brad against a trainer named Marcus. The first move my trainer told me to use was Shadow Claw but Ursaring was told to use Protect. I thought that the Shadow Claw would bounce off, but I was wrong. It did the exact same thing that happened in the stadium. When the smoke cleared, Ursaring was dead and Marcus was on the ground. Brad recalled me, and we ran for our lives. After the heat on Brad died down, he released me. Brad said, and I quote, I don't want a Pokemon who can kill on my team, I would get arrested. This is better for me. Good luck freak. Brad then left me where I was standing. Me, a Jengar that could kill with Shadow Claw, no one would want me. Days turned into months, I was hated by everyone and every Pokemon. Then the day came where I met Willy. I was walking along the cliff when the Rhinodos jumped out at me, said I was in his territory. As I tried to leave, Rhinodos charged me and sent me flying into a tree. So, I had no choice but to battle it. I tried scaring it away, tired lowering its health down to where it passed out, but nothing worked. Ash interrupted Jengar by saying, well, Rhinodos have a high defense, you could have been doing damage, but it just barely dented it. Oh, well, as the battle went on, I was about to pass out, so figured use the rest of my energy into one final attack. I used Shadow Claw and sent the Rhinodos flying into the river below. I walked over to the edge to make sure it wasn't going to come back and as I was walking away, I blacked out. Next thing I knew, I was in a room with a mask over my mouth and a Chansey wearing a hat was working at a computer. When I asked her where I was, she told me that I was in the Mid-Beach Pokemon Center. That a human brought me in. She then said, the human must really care for you, you would have died if your injuries weren't treated. A human cared for me, I haven't been cared for since Brad abandoned me. That really grinds my gears. Pokemon being abandoned by their trainers. Said Ash. John and Will nodded their heads when John got a call from his wife. When John answered it, he said, hey beautiful. Ash then heard someone shouting from John's phone but couldn't make out who was shouting, then he heard John say, okay, but couldn't you call him on his cell? John then said, one moment. Hey Ash, do you have your phone with you? Asked John. Ash searched his pockets, then he shook his head. John then said into his phone, nope, he doesn't have it on him. Yeah I know it's Ash. Anyway, what did you want to tell him, May, you can trust me, look I just heard that a Jengar killed an Ursaring that used Protect, I'm pretty sure that nothing can surprise me after that. Okay, put her on. Hey Shauna, how are you feeling? You're what? But I thought you couldn't. Really, it's positive. I'll be home right away, I want to see it myself, bye babe, hugs, and kisses. John then hung up the phone and told Ash, "I got to go." When Ash asked why, John told him, "My wife has a bun in the oven." Ash was confused by John's reply until it hit him right in the face. "Shauna's pregnant?" Ash said with surprise, to which John nodded his head and said, "After 3 years, she's finally pregnant." "Well then, congratulations John," said Ash. John smiled, and the two shook hands and John thanked Ash and ran to his car, so he could get to his wife. Ash then asked Will, "Would you mind if I help your Jengar control his Shadow Claw attack?" Will nodded his head and said, "It would be an honor to have you help me and Jengar." "I agree. It would be an honor," said Jengar. Ash smiled and said, "All right, after the battles are done for today, we will begin training. For the next few chapters, I'll be doing the battles and the time before and after the battles. I also plan to do that for every battle in the tournament. I know most writers write a Pokemon using one of its moves and the move either hits or misses the target, but I wanted my readers experience the battle like they were in the stadium watching the battle. Now I know that this would be a good ending to the chapter, but I'm going to add one more thing to this chapter." Just then, Nurse Joy came out with Chansey. Violet ran up to her and asked, "How is Agron?" "Agron is fine. I'm expecting that it will make a full recovery." Violet sighed a sigh of relief. Nurse Joy then said, "However, Agron will have scars, both physically and possibly mentally." Violet was shocked to hear that her Agron will any mental scars. Will then walked over to Violet and he said, "I'm sorry. It's alright, I'm just happy that Agron's going to make it. But I'm sorry for being angry, if I lost Agron in the same week I caught him." "What do you mean the same week you caught him?" Ash asked Violet, to which Violet said, "A few days ago before today, I caught Agron and registered him because there was a call for any new registrations before the battles were to begin. The person said that a messenger was sent by you to tell the person who said the announcement." "Strange, I don't recall ever saying that. I guess that messenger was paid by the Traitors to say that," replied Ash. Just then, a security guard came up to Ash and the others and said, "Champion Ketchum, there's been an accident. Mr. Bertrand's vehicle was involved in it." After hearing that John was in an accident, Ash drove as fast as he could to the hospital to await his friend's status. When he arrived at the hospital and went in, Ash saw his wife May, and John's wife Shauna. "May, Shauna," said Ash to get their attention. May Kay saw and ran to her husband and hugged him. Ash then asked about, to which May Kay said, "They took him back about an hour ago. Ash, he was hurt badly when he got here, but the accident wasn't his fault. The man that struck his car was drinking." Officer Jenny found 10 broken Poke bottles in the back of his car. Just then, a doctor came out and asked for Shauna. Shauna stood up and walked over to the doctor. Ash and May Kay walked over with her. Shauna then asked the doctor, "How is my husband?" The doctor took off his mask and said, "Your husband's a fighter, Mrs. Bertrand. He's stable, but he has a broken arm and a fractured bone in his leg. It was a good thing that your husband was wearing his seatbelt when the other vehicle struck his car. But besides the broken arm and fractured leg, he's going to be fine." Shauna breathed a sigh of relief and asked the doctor if May Kay, Ash, and herself could see John. The doctor said, "Of course, please follow me." The doctor then led Ash, May Kay, and Shauna to the room John was resting in. When they arrived at the room, Officer Jenny just exited the room. "Greetings Officer Jenny, what are you doing here?" asked Ash. Officer Jenny replied, "Champion Ketchum, I was just getting Mr. Bertrand's statement about the accident. Along with several witnesses, Mr. Bertrand's story about him having the right-of-way was correct. Now I just need to talk to the man in the other car." The doctor then told Officer Jenny that the man didn't make it, died of alcohol poisoning, to which Officer Jenny said, "I see, well then, thank you for your time." Officer Jenny saluted, and she left the hallway. The doctor then opened the door to the room to let Ash, May Kay, and Shauna enter. When they saw John, his leg was suspended in the air by a sling and his arm was in a cast. John saw his wife, and his friends and said, "Hey guys. "John Bertrand, what am I going to do with you?" said Shauna as she walked over to stand next to John's bed. John smiled and said, "You can love me more." Shauna just rolled her eyes and she kissed John. Ash and I then walked over to John and stood on the other side of John's hospital bed. Ash then said, "How are you feeling, John?" John looked at Ash and said, "Like I got hit by a vehicle." Ash chuckled and said, "Well, you get some rest, you'll need your strength to help me to get revenge." John smiled and said, "I would hate myself if I couldn't help you." Ash then asked John if he could heal his leg and arm with his aura, to which John said, "Unfortunately, when one arm is injured, I have limited access to my aura, and the part of my aura I use to heal people and Pokemon if the arm that's broken." Ash then said, "I take it that I can't heal your arm for you." "Unfortunately, no, even if you could, the doctor said to let it heal naturally," replied John. Meanwhile, at Ash's house, Emma and Aubrey were looking over the Pokemon when Annette came out and grabbed all the Pokemon. Emma and Aubrey were in shock when a hot air balloon in the shape of a Marill appeared. Two Team Comet grunts appeared in the basket and said, "Thanks for the free Pokemon, losers." Aubrey used her aura to tell her father, "Daddy, two Team Comet grunts captured the Pokemon, Auntie Emma and I need your help." When Ash got what Aubrey sent, he told Shauna to stay with John and May Kay, to hold his hand. May grabbed Ash's hand and he teleported her and himself to where Aubrey and Emma were at. When Ash saw the hot air balloon, he said, "Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the balloon." "You got it, Ash," replied Pikachu. Pikachu then jumped off Ash's shoulder and his tail turned a metallic color and spun around so his tail impacted the hot air balloon and popped it, sending the basket falling to the ground, and releasing all the Pokemon. Ash then asked, "Alright, what's the meaning of this?" "A question like that is a question indeed," said the female Team Comet grunt. "The answers will come as we feel the need," said the male Team Comet grunt. "Bringing destruction at a lightspeed pace," said the female Team Comet grunt. "Eliminating hope, in no matter the space," said the male Team Comet grunt. "A planet, by anything, just as sweet," said the female Team Comet grunt. "When everything's worse, our work is complete," said the male Team Comet grunt. "The fiery destroyer, Rachel," said the female Team Comet grunt. "With devoted determination, I am Jack," said the male Team Comet grunt. Jack and Rachel then said, "Cower in fear, under the flag of Team Comet." Ash's fury began to boil inside him, Pikachu too. Ash then said, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Pikachu was more than happy and used Thunderbolt. Jack then said, "Saw that coming, Golem, use Stone Edge." Golem obeyed and used Stone Edge and blocked the Thunderbolt. May Kay then said, "Blaziken, on stage and use Flamethrower on Golem." Blaziken obeyed May's command and used Flamethrower. "Oh no you don't, Seadra use Hydro Pump," said Rachel. Seadra obeyed Rachel and used Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump and Flamethrower collided and created a giant cloud over the battle. When the cloud dissipated, Jack and Rachel were gone, and all the Pokemon were all accounted for. Ash was glad to see all the Pokemon were safe and sound. May walked over to Aubrey and pulled her into her arms. May Kay then asked Aubrey if she was alright, to which Aubrey said, "I'm alright mommy, they were just talking when you and Daddy arrived." Just then, Ash received a call on his cell phone and when he answered it, he heard a voice that he thought that he would never hear again. Dad," said Ash. What Ash said got Aubrey's attention and she whispered, "How did Dad get his phone number?" Back with Ash, his dad said, "Yes son, it's me." Ash then asked his father where he was for the past 19 years of his life, to which his father said, "I will explain everything when I see you son, I'm coming to Otron, see you soon son." Before Ash could even say anything else, his father hung up. Just then, a car pulled up and Ash saw John sitting in the front passenger seat. Ash started to walk over to the car as John unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door of the car. Shauna turned off the car and stepped out. John then asked Ash, "What happened here, Ash?" Team Comet attacked Aubrey and Emma and captured the Pokemon, but I had Pikachu use Iron Tail and we got the Pokemon back. There were two of them, names were Rachel and Jack. They knew what Pokemon to use to counter the Pokemon I chose, and May chose, and they got away. John then said, Team Comet has gotten bolder, this was their first direct attack on you, meaning that the Team Comet leaders might have a grudge against you. Ash nodded his head and said, I agree, I just hope that the Officer Jennies can catch them. After making sure that all the Pokemon were truly safe and sound, Ash had Shauna take John and follow him back to Ash's house to celebrate John's and Shauna's upcoming baby. As the party went on, John was stuck in a wheelchair, watching everyone dancing and having a good time, and as John watched, Shauna walked up from behind and sat down next to him and asked John if he was okay, to which John said, I'm fine Shauna, I guess I was in too big of a rush to get to you, even though the accident wasn't my fault, I needed to think before I chose the way I needed to go. I should have gone my normal route. Shauna rubbed John's arm and said, Tell you what, since I'm not in the tournament, let's take a vacation, just you and me. Meanwhile, Jack and Rachel were in their Otron base of operations. Well, that plan failed horribly, said Rachel. Jack nodded his head and said, Yeah, that plan of yours was horrible. Rachel quickly turned her head to look at Jack and said, My plan? The plan was your plan. Before Jack could even respond, the doors to their base opened, surprising Jack and Rachel. When three shadows appeared, Jack and Rachel went straight to attention. One figure said, The plan was a joint concocted plan made by the two of you, you both failed. Another figure said, We brought you two here from Hoenn and Sinnoh, so we can get more Pokemon to battle the champion's Pokemon. Rachel then asked, Then why don't we just catch those Pokemon? Those Pokemon are legendary Pokemon, people have tried to catch those Pokemon for generations, no one has succeeded in catching them, only the purest of heart can control them. Jack then said, Well, bosses, what do you suppose we do? One of the figures said, We know catch 'em, and we have a plan. Back at Ash's house, Shauna and John told Ash and May Kay that they were going on a cruise for 6 months. May Kay was on board with the idea. Ash was concerned that the Traitors or even Team Comet might find out about John's and Shauna's vacation and attack them. But John told Ash, Don't worry Ash, we'll be fine, besides, I'm leaving Sizer with you, along with Alakazam, Bisharp, and Gyarados. Well, alright, be careful John, you to Shauna, replied Ash. John and Shauna nodded their heads and said, We will. John and Shauna then left Ash's and May's house to go to their house to go pack for their vacation. The next day, Ash broadcasted from his office, live, and told the whole world that John was alright and that the tournament may continue. As Dawn and Barry waited to beat Emma and Aubrey, a security guard watched them to make sure that they weren't going to cheat. Over with Aubrey and Emma, Ash was over there with them and he wished them the best of luck. We won't need it, Dawn and Barry will though, said Emma. Ash chuckled, and he said, I know, but I don't want to wish them luck. Aubrey and Emma laughed as May came over and said, Ash we need to go, they'll be raising Aubrey and Emma to the battlefield. Ash nodded his head and told Emma and Aubrey, Kick their butts you too. Emma and Aubrey nodded their heads and said, Oh we will. After Ash got off the platform, it started to rise and take Aubrey and Emma to the battlefield. Back with Dawn and Barry, Dawn told Barry to use everything he had. Don't worry babe, I plan on it, replied Barry. Dawn smiled but didn't like the fact that Barry called her his babe. Dawn then said, Don't call me babe, okay? Barry sighed and said, Alright. Just then, Dawn and Barry came into view of the whole stadium, including Emma and Aubrey. The announcer then said, Welcome one and all to the second battle of the first round of the double tag battles. In the blue corner, we have the team of Emma Ketchum and her niece, the daughter of champion himself, Aubrey Delia Ketchum. And in the red corner, we have the team of Dawn Berlitz and Barry McGonigal. Trainers, please send out your first 2 Pokemon. Dawn called out Mamoswine and Lopunny while Barry sent out Heracross and Empoleon. Jade and Aubrey weren't surprised to see those Pokémon, after hearing about Ash's journey throughout Sinnoh. Aubrey pulled out 2 Pokeballs and said, Infernape and Hawlucha, let's go. Emma did the same thing and said, Feraligatr and Pidgeot, I choose you. All 4 Pokémon battling for Emma and Aubrey came out of their Pokeballs and were ready to battle. The referee then said, Okay trainers, battle begin. Mamoswine, Ice Shard on Hawlucha, and Lopunny, you use Low Sweep on Feraligatr. Said Dawn, then Barry said, Heracross use Horn Attack on Infernape, and Empoleon you use Hydro Pump on Infernape too. All 4 Pokémon obeyed their trainers and attack. Emma had her Pokémon counter by saying, Pidgeot use Brave Bird on Lopunny, and Feraligatr, dodge the Low Sweep and use Ice Beam on Empoleon. While Aubrey said, Infernape, use Flame Wheel on the Ice Shard and break through to Mamoswine, and Hawlucha, you use Brick Break on Heracross. Emma and Aubrey's Pokémon obeyed and charged. Feraligatr used its tail to bounce and dodged Lopunny's Low Sweep, and distracted Lopunny enough for Pidgeot to score a direct hit with Brave Bird. Lopunny got sent flying towards Dawn and Barry, accidentally hitting Heracross in the process. As Lopunny and Heracross got up, Hawlucha used Brick Break on both since he was going for Heracross anyway. When Brick Break landed, it caused Lopunny to faint and Heracross to be badly hurt. Feraligatr used Ice Beam and it hit Empoleon, causing Empoleon to be frozen. Infernape, using Flame Wheel, broke through the Ice Shard and impacted Mamoswine. Mamoswine, being as big as it was sent screeching backwards, taking severe damage. The referee then said, Lopunny is unable to continue, Hawlucha wins. Will Trainer Dawn please send out her 3rd Pokémon? Dawn recalled Lopunny and sent out Togekiss. Before Dawn could even say a command, Aubrey used her aura to communicate with Togekiss. Hello Togekiss, how are you doing? Aubrey asked Togekiss, to which she said, I'm not doing so good, my left wing is hurting because I battled with Dawn in the preliminary rounds and I got hurt, she didn't even take me to get healed. Aubrey was shocked to hear it and shouted across the field, Hey stupid girl with the stupid hat. Dawn replied, What do you want brat? It's wrong not to take your Pokémon to get healed after a battle. Aubrey told Dawn. Dawn then said that Aubrey should mind her own business and told Mamoswine to use Takedown on Feraligatr. Aubrey then said to Togekiss, You don't have to be with her Togekiss, join me and my family will care for you. Togekiss thought about it, she wasn't cared for since the battle. Mamoswine was about to hit Feraligatr when an air slash stuck him on the side and air slash stuck Togekiss's Pokeball. The air slash came from Togekiss herself and she went over to Aubrey and Emma. The referee then said, Togekiss is refusing to battle, will Trainer Dawn send out her final Pokémon? Dawn could not believe what she saw, her own Pokémon abandoning her and joined Ash's brat on her side of the battlefield. Dawn's fury grew and called out her Piplup. Barry then told Heracross to use Horn Attack on Pidgeot while Empoleon used Drill Peck on Hawlucha. Dawn then said, Piplup, you use Drill Peck as well on Infernape. Infernape, use Dig to dodge Drill Peck and strike Mamoswine with a combination attack of Dig and Flamethrower. Hawlucha, dodge Empoleon's attack and use Flying Press on Heracross. Hawlucha and Infernape dodged the attacks, but Empoleon didn't stop and was heading towards Aubrey, but Togekiss used Aura Sphere to strike Empoleon. Barry then said, Hey ref, that Pokémon attack from outside the battlefield, those 2 should be disqualified. True, it did attack from outside the battlefield. Said the referee, which made Barry and Dawn smile, but the referee then said, however, Empoleon didn't stop and was going to hit the champion's daughter, so for that, the attack was in self-defense of a trainer and the team will not be disqualified, the battle may continue. Barry and Dawn were angry that the referee let that attack slide. Barry then recalled Empoleon and sent out Staraptor. Meanwhile, Heracross was distracted when it saw Staraptor and Barry told him to focus, but it was too late. Heracross got hit by Hawlucha's Flying Press and fainting. Heracross is unable to continue, Trainer Barry please send out your final Pokémon. said the referee. Barry recalled Heracross and sent out his final Pokemon, Hitmonlee. Barry then told Staraptor to pick Hitmonlee up by the arms and fly into the sky. Staraptor did as Barry said and picked up Hitmonlee by the arms and flew high up. Barry then said, Staraptor, release Hitmonlee and Hitmonlee use high jump kick on Hawlucha. Staraptor released Hitmonlee and as Hitmonlee fell, Mamoswine was hit by Dig and Flamethrower because Dawn was distracted. Mamoswine then fell on his side and the referee said, Mamoswine is unable to continue, will his trainer please recall him? Dawn recalled Mamoswine and said, Piplup, use Bubble on Infernape and kill that F-monkey. Piplup looked at Dawn as if she was crazy, but Dawn repeated herself and told Piplup to use Bubble Beam on Infernape and kill him. Infernape then walked up to Piplup and asked, What are you waiting for, Piplup? Piplup wasn't sure what to do. Infernape then said, You follow Dawn's command, do what SHE wants to do, don't you ever want to do what you want to do? Piplup pointed his head to the ground and said, Yes, but for the past 10 years, Dawn has changed, she's become more like Mars from when we fought Team Galactic. I don't think I have a choice in the matter anymore. You don't have a choice as long as you let Dawn make your choices for you, you are her last choice, do what Togekiss did and destroy your Pokeball with Drill Peck. Piplup realized that Dawn couldn't control him outside of it and turned and ran to Dawn and used Drill Peck on his Pokeball. Dawn was shocked to see that her first and longest Pokemon destroy the Pokeball that Piplup would go into when Piplup was unable to continue and walk away from her. Infernape smiled and said, Good choice, Piplup. Thank you, Infernape, I also need to talk to Ash when we get the chance. Infernape nodded his head and before heading over to Aubrey and Emma, Dawn used Bubble Beam at Dawn's feet. The referee then said, Piplup is refusing to continue, Dawn is now out of Pokemon and eliminated. Dawn got angry, and forgetting the rules at that moment, she sent out a new Pokemon to her team, a Machamp. Dawn then said, Machamp, use Karate Chop on Piplup and kill that traitor. Machamp obeyed and before Karate Chop hit Piplup, Machamp was hit by Infernape's Mach Punch and the referee said, Trainer Dawn, recall Machamp or your team will be eliminated. Dawn then said, with my teammate, we're going to get eliminated anyway, I just want those two traitors gone. Machamp, use Takedown on Togekiss. Pidgeot, quickly, grab Hitmonlee by the arms. Said Emma. Pidgeot obeyed and stopped Hitmonlee by his arms and Emma said, now throw Hitmonlee into Machamp. Pidgeot spun around a few times before releasing Hitmonlee and before Machamp impacted Togekiss, Hitmonlee slammed into Machamp and the takedown missed Togekiss. The referee then called security to get Dawn and Barry out of the field. As Dawn and Barry were restrained by two security guard, another recalled Hitmonlee, Machamp, and Staraptor. As they were escorted out of the arena, Barry said, you're all going to be getting a huge fine from. Barry got interrupted by Dawn saying, shut the F up, Barry. Since Dawn refused to listen to the rules, the team of Dawn and Barry have been eliminated, meaning that the winners are Emma and her niece Aubrey. Said the referee. The announcer then said, I hope you all enjoyed that battle, because I sure did. That fiery battle was very intense. The third battle will begin right after lunch, so trainers, get your Pokemon ready and your spirits fueled because the tournament continues right after lunch. After everyone left the stadium, Ash and May met up with Aubrey, Emma, Piplup, and Togekiss. Along the way to where they were going to eat lunch, they stopped in the Pokemon Center to get Togekiss healed up. After Togekiss came out and they continued making their way to the restaurant, Piplup told Ash, not all the Pokemon that the Traitors had were on their side. Kalava spoke out and refused to go along with their plan, but Brock had his Steelix crush Kalava until all of Kalava's bones broke and he was squished like an oranberry. Ash, Pikachu, and Emma were shocked to hear that Dawn's Kalava was gone. Togekiss then said, it's true, and Dawn told us if any of us spoke out, we were going to end up like Kalava, it still haunts me. Ash then said, well, that explains why she had a Machamp. Poor Kalava, but didn't Dawn ask Brock to stop his Steelix to stop? Said Pikachu. Togekiss and Piplup both shook their heads and Piplup said, she's the one who asked Brock to do it. Ash, Pikachu, and Emma were shocked to hear that Dawn asked Brock to do it. Ash then said, "Well, you two, you're safe with us, you won't have to worry about getting killed." Piplup and Togekiss smiled and the group arrived at the restaurant. When they entered, the waiter at the counter saw them and said, "Welcome back, Champion Ketchum, your usual table, I assume." Ash nodded his head and the waiter grabbed 4 menus and said, "Right this way." The waiter then led Ash, May Kay, Aubrey, Emma, Piplup and Togekiss to their usual table. After they all sat down, the waiter asked, "Would you like your usual drinks?" All 4 of them nodded their heads and the waiter wrote while he said, 2 coffees and 2 soft drinks. "Alright, I'll be back out with your drinks and I can take your food order." The waiter then walked off to get their drinks. "Wow, you guys are really popular here," said Piplup. Pikachu nodded his head and said, "You bet, being the champion of the region and his family have given us some perks, like food here is at the discount price of 99.99% off." Piplup and Togekiss were in awe. Ash then said, "I told them that they didn't need to give us the discount, but they insisted." Just then, the waiter came back with the manager and the manager said, "Welcome back, Mr. Ketchum, I hope that the tournament is going well." Ash nodded his head as he placed 2 sugars, 2 creamer packs and the small amount of milk he gets into his coffee cup and stirs it all together. Ash then said, "The tournament is going well, only one incident with the Traitors." "Ah yes, the Traitors, we know them well here, they tried to get in here, but we refused to serve them," replied the manager. Ash smiled and said, "I'm glad you didn't. Ever since becoming the champion, the people of the Otron region have treated me with respect and trust." The manager then said, "Yes, of course, everyone in the Otron region from Sunhill City to the far-off towns near Rainbow Valley, we are behind you 100%. If we need to go to war to defend your name, so be it." Ash nodded his head, knowing that there was a small army of Pokemon and trainers, a navy, Marine Corps, a National Guard, and an Air Force willing to fight for him and his family. All he had to do was say the word and the Otron region would be at war. Ash then asked the waiter and manager, "Are the 2 of you in the army?" To which both the manager and the waiter nodded their heads and the waiter then said, "He's my squad leader." Ash smiled and said, "Well, I thank you both for your service and when the time comes, we will need you. We're behind you all the way, Champion Ketchum," replied the manager. The waiter then pulled out his notepad and pencil and said, "I assume you want your usual food?" All 4 of them nodded their heads and the waiter wrote on his notepad and said, "All right, I'll be back with your meals." The waiter and the manager then walked off to get Ash's family's food. Ash then asked Piplup and Togekiss, "Were there any other Pokemon that didn't want to betray me?" "Not a whole lot that we know of, but Axew, Bunnelby, Psyduck who is now a Golduck, Fortress, and Panzage," replied Togekiss. Ash wasn't surprised to see so little Pokemon on his side that the Traitors caught, but he was surprised to hear about Axew, Psyduck, and Panzage. Just then, the waiter returned, and he brought the food and they all enjoyed it. After leaving the restaurant and arriving at Ash's house, Ash asked Piplup and Togekiss who they wanted to catch them. Togekiss said Aubrey while Piplup said, "I want May to catch me." Before anyone could even say anything, there was a knock on the door and when Ash answered, it was a Heracross, badly hurt. The Heracross then fell forward causing Ash to catch it and May and Aubrey to run over to help. Ash then used his aura to heal Heracross. When Heracross awoke, he was on a bed and the door opened and Ash walked in with Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash then said, "Ah, you're awake, I'm glad to see that you're up, do you have a trainer?" "I did have a trainer, but he abandoned me because I wasn't paying attention when a Hawlucha hit me with a flying press," replied the Heracross. Pikachu and Ash both knew only one Heracross that got hit by a flying press, Barry's Heracross. Pikachu then jumped off and landed next to Barry's old Heracross and said, "Don't worry Heracross, Barry gave up a good Pokemon." Not according to him, he said that I was a pathetic Pokemon and he needed a Pokemon that could withstand more than just 2 hits, and he walked away after that," said Heracross. Ash then walked over to the bed, sat down, and said, "Well Heracross, why don't you join my family, you get to choose who you want to catch you, I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Barry's Heracross was shocked to hear that his former trainer's former friend was offering him a place to stay and he got to choose who he wants to catch him, so Barry's Heracross nodded his head and said, I accept, and I know the girl I want to catch me. Later in Ash's study, Heracross and Ash waited for Aubrey to come, and when she did, she said, You wanted to see me, Daddy? Ash nodded his head and motioned Aubrey to come to him and Heracross, and he said, Heracross would like you to catch him. Aubrey looked at Heracross and said, You really want me to catch you, after we battled in the tournament? Heracross nodded his head, knowing that Aubrey already knew who his old trainer was, and said, Yes, I want you to catch me so the next time we see Barry, I can use horn attack on him. Aubrey smiled and said, Alright, go Pokeball. Aubrey then threw a Pokeball, and when it hit Heracross, he went inside, and after 3 shakes and a ding, Aubrey picked up the Pokeball and said, Alright, I caught a Heracross. Ash smiled and congratulated his daughter. Aubrey then asked her father if she could go outside and play, and Ash said, Alright, but just for a little bit, you'll never know if any of the people who hate us are watching us. Alright, Daddy, replied Aubrey, and she went outside to play with Heracross, Vulpix, and Fennekin, while Sizer watched over the backyard. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder and said, Were you being serious about one of the traitors might be watching us? Ash nodded his head and said, Yes, you'll never know who's watching the house. Ash then made a call to John and Shauna to check up on them. Ash, you saw us off from Sunhill Harbor yesterday. I told you that we would be fine, so what is with the call? John stated. Ash replied, I'm just doing a check-up on you, I can't worry for my friends. John rolled his eyes and said, Anyway, how did the second battle go? Ash then went on to explain the battle that happened and its outcome. Ash then said, After everyone left the stadium, May, Aubrey, Emma and myself went out to eat at our usual restaurant to celebrate Emma's and Aubrey's victory. John then stated, Technically, Emma and Aubrey won by default. Ash rolled his eyes and said, Anyway, Piplup and Togekiss told us that there were Pokemon that didn't want their trainers to betray me, but Kalava was the first and only one of those Pokemon to speak out. Because of that, Dawn had Brock use his Steelix to kill Kalava. John was shocked to hear that Dawn asked for one of her Pokemon to be killed. Ash then said, Togekiss then said that the only Pokemon that thought like Piplup and herself were Axew, Bunnelby, Psyduck, who is now a Golduck, Fortress, and Panzage. When we got back home, I asked Piplup and Togekiss who they wanted to catch them. Togekiss said that she wanted Aubrey to catch her, and Piplup said that he wanted May to catch him. But before anyone said anything else, we heard a knock on the door, and when I answered it, it was Barry's Heracross. Barry's Heracross collapsed into my arms and I healed him with my aura. This morning, he woke up and told me and Pikachu that Barry released him because of the outcome of the second battle and called Heracross a weak Pokemon. John's anger grew as Ash went on, but calmed down when Ash said, I offered him a place with us and he accepted and requested that Aubrey caught him, which she did a few minutes ago. John smiled and said, It's good to see that Pokemon are more trustworthy than their trainers. Ash nodded his head. Just then, Shauna came into view and said, John, honey, we need to go, it's almost time for dinner. John looked at Shauna and said, All right dear, I'll be right there. Shauna smiled and walked out of view. John then turned to face Ash and said, Well, I'll better get going or else Shauna is going to will me away. See you later, Ash. Alright, see you later, John, replied Ash. John then ended the call and Ash hung up on his end. Greninja then walked in with Delphox and he said, Was that John you were talking to? Ash looked at the frog ninja Pokemon and said, Yeah, I just told him about the second battle of the tournament's first round and the Pokemon from Dawn and Barry that joined us. Meanwhile with Dawn and Barry, they just met up with Misty and Brock, who were very upset. Misty was the first to speak and, she said, How could the two of you lose to those two brats? Your Pokemon should have been able to stomp them and get farther in the tournament. Dawn was next to speak, and she said, In my defense, they gave me a bad person to have a partner. Hey now, I tried my best, replied Barry. Brock then said, It doesn't matter who did their best, you both failed. We need to get to the final round so one of us can battle Ash Ketchum and finally get rid of him. Once he's gone, we can commence Operation Shadow. Misty, Dawn, and Barry nodded, know that Operation Shadow could be their greatest plan ever conceived, only second to their plan to create Team Comet, AN. Yes, the Traitors formed a criminal organization. If it gave a lot of you some questions, ask them as a review and I will respond as quickly as I can. Brock then said, for now, we need to think of a way to get at least 3 legendary Pokemon. I agree, and I know which 3 to get, Ho-Oh, Suicune, and Raikou. Said Misty. Brock smiled and said, I see, Lugia's partner and Entei's brother and sister. With those 3 under our control, Lugia and Entei will refuse to fight. Dawn and Barry were more than on board with the idea and figured it would work. Misty then contacted the Team Comet headquarters in Kanto and Johto and told all the personnel to look for the 3 legendary Pokemon that they agreed to capture. Unbeknownst to Brock and the other Traitors, there was a certain legendary Pokemon that heard their whole conversation and went to alert Ash. Back with Ash, he and Greninja were training when the Pokemon that overheard the Traitors appeared and said, Hello Ash. Celebi, what are you doing here? Said Ash. Celebi then went on to tell Ash about what the Traitors had planned. Ash then said, well, I should have guessed that the Traitors formed Team Comet, which means that anyone can go bad. Greninja, get me Entei and Lugia. Greninja nodded his head and went to get the 2 legendary Pokemon Ash asked him to get. Ash then asked Celebi, will you join me now? I only ask this, so I can protect you from the Traitors. I understand your request Ash Ketchum, and I believe that you would protect me well, but I stand by my choice of remaining among the neutral legendary Pokemon that don't want any part of your revenge plan. Replied Celebi. Ash couldn't force her to join him, so he said, understood, but if you change your mind, you probably won't, but still, I have a Pokeball set aside for you. Celebi slowly her head and raised just as slow and she said, I appreciate it that you understand my stance and won't force me to do anything that I don't want to do. I also appreciate that you have set aside a Pokeball for me to use to catch me if I do ever change my mind. I must take my leave, goodbye Ash Ketchum. Ash said goodbye back and Celebi left him. A few minutes later, Lugia landed next to Ash as Greninja and Entei arrived. Ash thanked Greninja about getting Lugia and Entei. Lugia then asked, what is wrong Ash? I'm afraid to say this, but the Traitors are going to go after Ho-Oh, Raikou, and Suicune. Replied Ash. Lugia and Entei were surprised to hear what Ash just said. It was complete silence until Entei said, my brother and sister, are you positive? Ash nodded his head and said, yes, and Ho-Oh as well, they are going to try and capture them and use them to keep you 2 from attacking. Lugia then said, a bold strategy, and very clever. Ash then said, I agree, but we need to create a plan to get Ho-Oh, Raikou, and Suicune. Lugia and Entei nodded their heads and agreed with Ash and the 3 of them began to concoct a plan to get Ho-Oh, Raikou, and Suicune to the Otron region. Meanwhile, Max and Bonnie finished eating lunch together in a restaurant. On the way back to Ash's house, Bonnie was the first to speak and she said, you know Max, you've been a lot of help to Ash and the rest of us. Max nodded his head and said, well, when I heard that Brock and Misty were going to betray Ash, I needed to help him in some way, then I thought if I tricked the Traitors and gather information, I could get it to Ash and he could use it to his advantage. But alas, I didn't get as much information as I hoped for. Bonnie felt sorry for Max and placed her hand on his shoulder and she said, well, now you can help Ash by battling the Traitors alongside us. Max smiled and said, you know Bonnie, you've been nice to me since I joined you guys in the fight against the Traitors. The others took longer than you did to trust me, why were you so trusting of me when others were still untrusting of me? Bonnie was silent for a few minutes to gather her thoughts and she said, well. As you know, I am an aura user and I can read your aura and well, I know that you like me, more than just a friend I mean. Max's face turned a magmar red of embarrassment, he then said, why, you know that. Bonnie nodded her head and said, yes, I do. Before Max could even respond to the fact Bonnie knew he loved her, Bonnie pulled him and collided her lips with his. Max was surprised but returned the kiss and wrapped his arms around Bonnie. After they parted from their kiss, Bonnie said, "I love you, Max Kurtman." Max smiled, and said, "I love you too, Bonnie Williams." A tear of happiness formed in Bonnie's left eye, but Max wiped it away so they could kiss again. Back at Ash's house, Max and Bonnie walked in, holding hands. Ash saw this and asked them, "What's with you two? You look like you just got together." Max and Bonnie blushed, and Bonnie said, "To be completely honest, Ash, we did." Ash was shocked to hear Bonnie say that, but he smiled, and said, "Well, congratulations you two." Max and Bonnie smiled, and when May came and asked, "What's going here?" "Max and Bonnie here have started dating," replied Ash. May squealed with joy and hugged both Bonnie and Max and congratulated them as well. May winked her right eye, then said, "I'll start planning the wedding." Max and Bonnie sweat dropped, and Bonnie said, "May, isn't that planning too far ahead?" May laughed and said, "Yeah, but I like planning for the future." Max and Bonnie sweat dropped again, and Max said, "Sometimes you like planning too far ahead." May smiled, but before she said anything, all four of them heard a scream coming from outside. When they got outside, they saw a giant metal robot that looked like a magmortar. Ash then saw Aubrey and the Pokémon in nets. "Aubrey!" shouted Ash. Aubrey saw her father and mother and said, "Mommy! Daddy! Help!" Ash then had Greninja use Water Shuriken on the robot. Greninja obeyed and used Water Shuriken on the robot, and the robot stumbled backwards a few feet. Ash told Greninja to use Water Shuriken again and Pikachu to use Iron Tail. When both Pokémon used the move they were told to use, the robot broke apart, the nets got loose, and Aubrey and the Pokémon got free and ran to Ash and the others, and Aubrey ran into her mother's arms. Just then, two people came out of the damaged robot, and it was revealed that the people were Jack and Rachel. Ash then said, well, I should have known that Team Comet was going to get bolder with their attacks." Jack then said, "Yeah, you should have been more careful. Too bad we couldn't get those Pokémon, or your daughter." "I agree, holding her hostage would have been invaluable to Team Comet," replied Rachel. Ash then said, "Well, this time, you're not getting away." Ash then had Pikachu and Greninja ready to battle. May called out Blaziken and Delcatty, Max sent out Galade and Swampert, while Bonnie sent out Chestnut and Squishy. Jack sent out Golem, Nidoking, Agron, and Tentacruel. Rachel sent out Nidoqueen, Skuntank, Crobat, and Fiero. Ash then said, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Fiero, and Greninja use Water Pulse on Nidoking." Then May K said, "Blaziken, use Flamethrower on Agron, Delcatty use Blizzard on Tentacruel." Then Max said, "Galade use Close Combat on Skuntank, and Swampert use Ice Beam on Crobat." Finally, Bonnie said, "Chestnut use Grass Knot on Golem, and Squishy, use Dragon Pulse on Nidoqueen." The Pokémon followed their commands. Jack then said, "Nidoking, dodge and use Sucker Punch on Galade, Golem use Rock Blast on Pikachu, Agron, you use Flash Cannon on Swampert, and Tentacruel, use Poison Sting on Chestnut." Rachel then said, "Nidoqueen, use Aqua Tail on Blaziken, Skuntank you use Shadow Claw on Greninja, Crobat use Air Cutter on Zygarde, and Fiero use Drill Peck on Delcatty." Jack's and Rachel's Pokémon obeyed and attacked their opponents. Moves were dodged, Pokémon were hit, and smoke covered the battleground. When the smoke cleared, Golem, Nidoking and Nidoqueen, Agron, and Aubrey were on the ground. May ran over to her daughter and felt their forehead, and she told Ash with tears forming in her eyes, "Ash, she has a high fever, she might have gotten hit by the poison sting." Chestnut then said, "I thought my wood hammer attack got them all, I'm sorry Ash." "It's alright Chestnut. May, take Aubrey inside, we'll finish here," said Ash. May nodded her head and she picked up Aubrey and ran into the house to use an antidote on Aubrey. Ash then had all the Pokémon continually attack Jack and Rachel's Pokémon, and if the attacks missed, keep going until they made a hit on the Pokémon they were targeting. After a few minutes, all Jack and Rachel's Pokémon were unable to continue, and before they got away, Greninja used his fribble to keep Jack and Rachel in place until Officer Jenny came and arrested them for assault, attempted pokenapping, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder of a relative to the champion. As Officer Jenny took Jack and Rachel away, Ash went inside his house to check on Aubrey. In Aubrey's bedroom, May Kay was at her side when Ash walked in and asked, "How is she, May?" May looked at her husband and said, "She's asleep, we got the antidote to her in time." Ash sighed a sigh of relief and walked over to sit next to May and looked at his sleeping daughter. When Aubrey woke up, Ash asked his daughter, "How are you feeling, sweetie?" Aubrey smiled and said, "Better. Who won the battle?" "We did, sweetie. Jack and Rachel were arrested and Officer Jenny is going to keep us informed if either one of those two goons talk, but don't worry, sweetie, you're safe," replied Ash. Aubrey smiled and said, "Thank you, Daddy." The next day, the battle between the team of Jade and Simon against the team of Misty Waterflower and Brock Harrison came and went with Misty and Brock not losing a single Pokemon. Ash and his security guards walked over to Misty and Brock and he said, "Congratulations you two, I'm impressed that you didn't use any new Pokemon." Brock then said, "We don't need your thanks, as for our Pokemon, we're saving our best ones for you and your friends." Ash then said, "Well then, I feel honored to have the admins creators of Team Comet saving their best Pokemon for me and my friends." Misty and Brock were shocked to hear that Ash knew about that they formed Team Comet, but they played it off and Brock said, "We don't know what you're talking about, we don't work for Team Comet, let alone created it, we never even heard of Team Comet." Ash didn't believe him, but he played along and said, "Alright, have a good day you two." Ash then walked away, but in ear's range, he heard Misty said, "How did he find out about us forming Team Comet and us being the admins of it?" As Ash was walking to his house, Violet and Daisy approached him and Violet said, "Hey Ash, what are you planning to do to Misty and the others that betrayed you?" Ash smiled and said, "I'm working on it now, the tournament is my revenge, I plan on using the tournament to get revenge on every single person who betrayed me, I already got Dawn and Barry when their Pokemon left them, and they were in jail for attempted murder, but their bail was posted, possibly by Tracy or any of the other traitors." Violet then said, "Well, is there anything we can help you with?" Ash thought for a few minutes before he said, "Actually, there is something you can do to help me." Meanwhile, at Ash's and May's house, May Kay had Aubrey in their bedroom watching TV. May then came in with a bowl of hot soup on a tray for Aubrey to eat. Aubrey sat up, so May can place the tray on her lap. As Aubrey ate, Ash came him and asked, "How are my two favorite ladies?" Aubrey smiled, and May laughed and said, "We're fine, I just gave Aubrey some soup." Ash smiled and walked over to the other side of Aubrey and asked her, "How are you feeling now, sweetie?" "Tired, who knew almost dying of poison can take a lot out of you?" replied Aubrey. Ash chuckled and pulled his little girl into a hug. May Kay smiled and thought, "Ash is definitely a kind and loving man who cares for his friends and family, I guess that's how I fell in love with him. But if anyone tries to hurt him in any way, they will feel my wrath, John's wrath too I bet." May then asked Ash, "Have you talked to John or Shauna recently?" "No, I've tried calling the ship, but no response, I'm starting to get worried for them," replied Ash. Just then, Ash and May heard a knocking on their door and Ash went to answer the door. When Ash answered the door, he was greeted by Officer Jenny and a man standing next to her and Officer Jenny said, "Champion Ketchum, we just received word that the cruise ship Mr. Bertrand was on was attacked by terrorist ships and all the passengers on board are being held hostage. The captain here requests that a SEAL team go on board and rescue the hostages." The man took a step forward and said, "Greetings Champion Ketchum, I am Captain Jake Thompson of SEAL Team 19, we can get on board the cruise ship without the terrorists knowing that we're there and take control of the bridge and bring it to Otron waters so our Navy assist in the evacuation." Ash knew that John and Shauna wouldn't be safe and approved the rescue mission. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, John, Shauna, and the rest of the hostages were in the dining hall with armed guards. John told Shauna, "I'm not going to hear the end of this from Ash when we get out of this predicament." Shauna looked at her husband and said, "Yeah, he told us to be careful, and we got careless and now we're hostages." A few dozen meters away from the cruise ship, 6 Baronubs with a person on each one. One of the people was Captain Jake Thompson. Captain Thompson then said into his radio, "All right people, listen up, former champion Bertrand and his wife are on the cruise ship, Alice and Kale, head to the bridge and get us moving back towards Otron. Scott, take Peter to the engine room to make sure that they didn't sabotage anything. Amy, you and I are going to find the hostages and possibly the person in command of the hijacking and take him into custody and get some answers. Does everyone understand what they need to do?" The 5 over people all said, "Yes sir." Jake then said, "Good, lock and load people, we're here." The Baronubs came to a stop and SEAL Team 19 had the Baronub use physic to get them on board the cruise ship. Captain Thompson thanks the Baronub and told them to leave before they were discovered. After the Baronub left, Captain Thompson told his squad, "Get to the bridge and engine room and radio in if one of you find out where the hostages are." "Right," said Alice, Kale, Scott, and Peter. Then the 3 teams went off in different directions to go to their designated locations, as Jake and Amy took out many terrorist gunmen until Alice called in on her radio and she said, "Captain, we know where the hostages are, they're in the dining hall." Jake said into his radio, "Roger that, moving there now." Jake and Amy began moving towards the dining hall to rescue the hostages. Meanwhile, in the engine room, Scott and Peter just killed off the last of the terrorists in the engine room and Scott radioed into Jake and told him that the engine room was secured. "Copy that Scott, keep the engine room secured and send Peter to my current location, we're at the door to the dining hall," replied Jake. Scott copied Jake and sent Peter to the dining hall. Back with Alice and Kale, they just breached the bridge and captured the terrorist leader. Alice then radioed into Jake again and said, "Captain, bridge is secured, and we have the terrorist leader." Jake radioed back and said, "Copy that, good job Alice, get us moving back towards Otron." Alice then said, "Roger." The terrorist leader began laughing and when Kale asked him, "What's so funny?" the terrorist leader said, "This ship was already heading to Otron, we were going to blow up the Otron Region's naval yard, and the Navy along with it." Alice then asked the terrorist leader, "Why do you want the Otron Region Navy gone? Our true leaders wanted to meet little resistance when they bring our armada here to invade the Otron Region and gather the resources that Otron has to offer," said the terrorist leader. Alice then removed the vest to reveal a shirt with the letter C surrounded by fire that made the C look like a comet. Alice then said, "You're Team Comet." The man then said, "That's right, my name is Luke Lawrence and I am a squad leader of Team Comet." Alice then radioed Jake who just breached the dining hall and with the help of Amy and Peter, took out the guards surrounding the hostages. Alice then said, "Jake, we have a problem, come to the bridge immediately." Jake replied, "Roger that, I'll be right there." Jake told Amy and Peter to tend to any wounded. Amy and Peter nodded their heads and Jake went to the bridge to see what the problem was on the bridge. When he arrived on the bridge, Jake asked Rachel what the problem was, to which Rachel directed him to Luke, who was tied up and on the floor. Jake then knelt and said, well, Team Comet, I should have known you goons were behind this, but what was the problem?" Alice then said, "Team Comet was going to use this ship to blow up the Otron Region Naval Yard and Navy, so their armada can bombard Otron and pave the way to a full-scale amphibious invasion. I tried to make him tell me where the bomb, but he hasn't spilled it yet." Jake looked at Luke and said, "Look, this plan Team Comet had, this was a one-way trip for you and your men, who are all dead, so just tell us where the bomb is and how to disarm it." Luke chuckled and said, "I'll tell you where it is, but I don't know how to disarm a nuclear bomb." "You brought a nuke on board this ship?" Jake said. Luke nodded his head and said, "Yes, a nuclear bomb is in the cargo hold on a countdown, it was to go off after we arrived in the naval yard, but since you stopped me, we won't even be able to get to the port on time, we'll only have time to get close to the Otron region so the fallout from the blast will kill hundreds of people and Pokemon, unless of course one of you have Rayquaza on speed dial." Before Jake, Alice, or even Kale could respond, the mighty Rayquaza circled around the cruise ship. Luke looked at Rayquaza and said, "How ironic." Jake then asked, how did Rayquaza get here? I called Rayquaza here, said a voice behind Jake, Alice, and Kale. When Jake, Alice, and Kale looked behind them, they saw John in a wheelchair and Shauna pushing him with Peter behind them. John then said, I called Rayquaza with my aura because I figured that these terrorists were part of a bigger plot, just never knew that Team Comet was behind all of this and we have a nuclear bomb on board. John then had Shauna wheel him over to Luke and John said, I will have to thank you for telling us about the nuke. Once all the passengers and our rescuers are safely off, I'll let Rayquaza fling the whole ship into space. Let's go everyone. As everyone left the bridge, Luke got John's attention by saying, Hey, what about me? You, unless you want to help us by being a mole in Team Comet, you're staying here, replied John. Luke then said, Me, betray my leaders, never. John shrugged his shoulders and said, Oh well, have fun in space, you'll be dead first before the nuke goes off. Before John was wheeled out, Luke said, Alert, alright, I'll be a mole. John smiled and had Jake get Luke and take him out of the bridge. John then told the captain to get everyone to the lifeboats, but Luke said, There's no time, by the time you get the lifeboats down onto the water, the bomb will go off and kill us all. John then called for 2 nearby Wylords to come and they got the passengers off that way. After the last person was off, John asked Rayquaza to lift the cruise ship and throw it into space. Rayquaza nodded and used all its power to lift the cruise ship up into the air, spun it around a couple dozen times, and threw it into space. As the cruise ship floated in space, the nuclear bomb counted down to 0 and detonated in space. Back in Otron, Misty and Brock were looking at a computer when a signal for something went off. Misty then said, The bomb's gone, but shouldn't we have heard the explosion or at least heard about it? Brock then turned on the news and the news reporter said, Breaking news, the hijacked cruise ship that we have been getting reports on was sent hurling into space by Rayquaza and exploded when it was discovered that a nuclear bomb was in the cargo hold, but all passengers and the rescuers are safe, sound, and all accounted for. For more on the story we go live to the Otron Region Naval Yard with Chuck where the 2 Wylords that brought the people from the cruise ship are letting them off. Chuck, what is the status of the terrorists that took over the ship? Well Jill, all but one of the terrorists were killed when a team of Otron Region Navy SEALs got on board and regained control of the ship. It was only then when the nuclear bomb was discovered. I am standing here waiting for former champion of the Otron Region, John Bertrand, to come over and answer a few questions, replied Chuck. Chuck then turned around and saw John approaching him with Shauna. Chuck then said, Mr. Bertrand, I heard from a passenger from the cruise ship that it was Team Comet that was behind the hijacking and that the only survivor of the hijackers has decided to be a mole for you and Ash. Can you confirm or deny it? John then said, Well, I don't know who told you that, but I can definitely say it was not Team Comet. I can also deny that the surviving terrorist has become a mole for me and Ash. We are, however, going to take him to a secure location to interrogate him to get valuable information from him and prevent any further terrorist attacks. Chuck then said, But how did Rayquaza get to the cruise ship? John then said, That's a simple answer Chuck, I used my aura to call Rayquaza to help me and the passengers. Chuck then said, Amazing, how does one access their aura? John told Chuck that only aura users could access their aura, and that only a few people were aura users. John then sensed Ash and May pulling up in their can and John said, Now if you excuse me Chuck, Ash just rolled up and I want to talk to him. John then signaled Shauna to take him over to Ash and May. After Ash got out of the car, he and May walked over to John and Shauna. Ash then said, We'll be fine, you said, no need to worry, you said. Well, now there's a need to worry. John's face, looks like this, straight face, because I don't know how to describe that. John then said, Yeah, rub it in Ash, you were right, and I was wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you didn't have a calm time since we left on that cruise. Ash sweat dropped and said, You got me there. The time since you 2 went on the cruise hasn't been calm for me either. Jack and Rachel, 2 Team Comet grunts attacked my house, captured all the Pokemon and Aubrey before we freed them, and poisoning Aubrey. John was shocked to hear that his goddaughter was almost killed but he said, What about the tournament? Ash told John that Misty and Brock won their battle and denied being two leaders of Team Comet. Misty and Brock didn't lose a single Pokemon, but with us changing the teams every round, it is very unlikely that they will have the same success in the second round, said Ash. John nodded his head and said, "Anyway, I have news to tell you." Ash told John to tell him on the way back to Ash's house. They all then got in the car, and after Shauna put the wheelchair in the back of the car, they drove off towards Ash's house, with May-Kay driving. On the way back, John told Ash about Team Comet's plan of destroying the naval yards with the fleet in port. Ash rubbed his chin and said, looks like Team Comet is getting close to declaring war on Otron. John nodded his head and said, "Agreed, and I think we need to act now." Ash shook his head and said, "No, if we declare war against Team Comet, which includes all 7 regions, then it would look like we are the aggressors. We can't do that." John then said, "Ash, they're the aggressors. The attack on your home, the attack on the cruise ship, their plan to blow up the naval yard and the navy so they can launch an amphibious invasion, and almost killing your daughter, they've been attacking us first, we need to strike back." Ash again shook his head and said, "No, I stand by my statement and will not declare war on all 7 core regions. We must be patient, and if war is to come, I want Team Comet to fire the first shot." John knew he couldn't win the argument, so he stopped arguing. Ash smiled as the car pulled into Ash's driveway. As they all got out, the front door to Ash's house opened and Aubrey ran out with Max and Bonnie right behind her. Ash knelt to pick up his daughter and she ran into his arms. "Hey Aubrey, I have a surprise for you," said Ash. When Aubrey asked what her father meant, the back door opened, and Shauna came over with a wheelchair and John came out. When Aubrey saw John, she said, "Uncle John." Aubrey was then put down by Ash and ran over to John and gave him a hug. John then said, "Hey there Aubrey, how are you feeling?" "I'm Gudra," replied Aubrey. John and Ash chuckled, and Shauna said, "Hey Max, hey Bonnie, what's up with you two?" John looked at Max and Bonnie and saw that they had their arms wrapped around each other's waist, and John said, "Isn't it obvious, dear, Max and Bonnie are together and have started dating." John then had Shauna will him over to Max and Bonnie, and when they got to them, John said, "I was beginning to wonder if you two were ever going to get together, so who said those famous 3 words first, you Max, or you Bonnie?" Max and Bonnie blushed, and Max said, "To be honest, she used her aura to detect my true feelings." John smiled and said, "I know, she told me." Max turned to look at Bonnie and saw that she was nodding her head, and she said, "It's true, I talked to John because I didn't know what my aura was doing, and he told me that my aura was showing me that you liked me more than a friend. So, John asked me if I had feelings for you and I said yes. I then told her since you both have feelings for each other, that you two should get together," said John to finish Bonnie's statement. Max then said, "Well, I feel embarrassed, but John, I thought you and Shauna weren't coming back for 6 months. John rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Well, long story." Ash then said, "To make it a short one, Team Comet hijacked the cruise ship John and Shauna were on and were going to use it to blow up the naval yard and navy with a nuclear bomb, so they can send an armada to bombard us into SBMSN, so they can meet little resistance with an amphibious invasion, but SEAL Team 19 under the command of Captain Jake Thompson reached the cruise ship and take it back over." John then called Rayquaza, and after all the passengers were off the cruise ship, Rayquaza threw it into space where it detonated. Everyone was safe and sound. Max then said, "Wow, anyway everyone's here. Ash, need help getting dinner passed out?" Ash smiled and said, "Sure, let's get started." Meanwhile, with Clement and Serena, they were laying in a bed in the hotel room they share. Serena then said, "I still can't believe that Dawn and Barry lost." Clement nodded their heads and said, "I agree, especially to Ash's sister and daughter." Serena then rolled onto Clement's stomach and said, "In the second round, I really hope I get paired with you." Clement smiled and said, "You're not the only one." Serena and Clement then kissed, unbeknownst to the two of them that Serena's other and Clement's father married 5 years ago and now have a 3-year-old son named Billy. Back with Ash and his loyal friends, they just sat down to eat dinner. Paul then said, "So, how was the cruise?" John and Shauna looked at each other and back at Paul, and John said, "Brief, that's all that needs to be said." Paul knew about the hijacking but didn't press the issue. Ash then said, "But thanks to a captured hijacker, we found out that Team Comet and the Traitors are starting to become desperate, John, and I think that they are getting close into declaring war against us. All 7 core regions against us, we definitely won't last long," said Sawyer. John then said, "Which is why we're going to start rebellions that are for our side in 4 of the 7 core regions, regions that are anti-Team Comet, if war is to inevitably come." Sawyer nodded his head, along with Shauna, Max, Bonnie, Paul, and Gary. After dinner ended and everyone went to bed, Ash walked up to John, who was sitting by the fireplace, and said, "When did we decide to start rebellions in 4 of the 7 core regions?" John looked at Ash and said, "Ash, I know you're the champion, but I didn't run the idea of starting rebellions in Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos by you for a reason. You're too focused on the here and now, we need to look at the bigger picture." Ash then said, "I am not just focusing on the here and now, I am looking at the bigger picture." John slowly shook his head and said, No, you're not, Ash. I know you've waited 10 years to finally get your revenge, we all have been waiting that long, but right now we need to look at the bigger picture together." Ash then said, "Listen here, John, you had." John stopped Ash's sentence by saying, "I had every right. On the cruise ship, I overheard 2 Team Comet grunts talking about Team Comet declaring war after the tournament is over. At the rate things are going, that's not far away. We need to be ready for it when the time comes. Why didn't you tell me that in the car?" Ash asked John, to which John said, "I thought if you knew that, you would wait until closer till the tournament's end to get the military ready. I'm sorry, Ash." Ash then said, "I understand, it's alright, I probably wouldn't tell myself either. If anything, you're right, if the Otron region is to survive, we must be ready, I'll get the beach defenses ready." John shook his head and said, "No, not yet, if the traitors see that the beaches are closed then they'll know that we know about their plan, we need to be patient about this." Ash said, "Alright," and helped John to his and Shauna's room. The next few days went by quickly, all of Ash's friends kept winning their battles and the traitors as well. John discovered a new power that he could teach Ash, Bonnie, and Aubrey. He called it instant mending, and his arm and leg were healed instantly. After the final battle of the first round and he and John made the second round bracket, Ash went on TV and said, "Now that the first round is done, here are the second round matchups. The first battle is the team of Paul and Gary against the team of Colin and Frank. The second battle is the team of Max and Bonnie against the team of Tierno and Stefan. The third battle is the team of Will and Burgundy against the team of Iris and Scylla. The fourth battle is the team of Chili and Cress against the team of Steven and Lance." After saying a few more matches, Ash said, "The eighth battle is the team of Misty and Zoe against the team of Cynthia and Flannery." Ash then went through the rest of the matchups. Ash then said, "The first battle will take place tomorrow after breakfast, so trainers, get ready, because this round will definitely be more dynamic than the last. Thank you and have a good day to all trainers." After Ash got off the television, he was approached by 2 men. One man said, "Greetings, Mr. Ketchum, I'm sure you know who we are." Ash nodded his head and said, "You two are Colin and Frank, you'll be going up against my brother-in-law and his girlfriend." Frank nodded his head and said, "Well, sir, we just wanted to let you know that we support you all the way. If you need us to take the fall in our battle, let us know." Ash smiled and said, "I thank you for your support and I don't want you two to lose the battle on purpose, I want you two to give the battle your all." Frank and Colin nodded their heads and Colin said, "We will, sir." Ash then said, "I'm glad that you will give it your all. Now if you excuse me, I have a meeting to go to with the King of Otron." Colin and Frank nodded their heads and let Ash go to his meeting with the king. After driving for a half hour, Ash pulled up to the castle's front gate. After getting through security, Ash was escorted to the throne room. There he met the King of Otron, King Armin I. Ash bowed and said, King Armin, I appreciate you meeting me. Champion Ketchum, I assume you have a good reason for arranging this meeting, you already have complete control of my military. Replied Armin. Ash then said, I know your majesty, I just needed to tell you that there is a new criminal organization called Team Comet and it was created by the people who betray me. King Armin's face had a face of shock as if hearing a long-lost name. Ash was confused and asked the king, what's wrong your highness? King Armin shook off the shock and said, nothing, it's nothing, I need to go, I have much to think about, please see your way out. King Armin then left the throne room and left Ash with more questions than answers, but he didn't want to disobey the king, so he left the castle and drove back to his house. Back with King Armin, he was in the royal library looking for a book when his son, Prince Armin II came in and said, what are you looking for, father? I am looking for the ancient book of prophecies. It has to be here somewhere. Replied Armin I. Armin II began helping his father look for the ancient book. As the king and his son searched for the ancient book of prophecies, Ash was at his house reading in his study when his wife came in. May then said, what you reading, Ash? Ash told May K, I'm just reading a book, and thinking about my meeting with King Armin. When May asked Ash what he meant, Ash replied, my meeting with King Armin was very short, once I mentioned Team Comet to him, he got a look of shock on his face, as if he knew who I was talking about. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me that he needed to go because he had much to talk about. We never even got to the topic of preparing the inner defenses around the castle and on Mount Chakra. May crossed her arms and said, wow, that was short and strange of him to do. Ash nodded his head when there was a knock on the door. When Ash opened the door, it was Paul, with his left hand on his right arm, scuff marks all over indicating he was in a fight. Can I come in before I'm spotted? Ash nodded his head and let Paul in and led him into his study where May saw him and said, I'll get some bandages. After May K walked off to get some bandages, Ash had Paul lay down on the couch. Ash then asked Paul, what happened, Paul? Paul replied, I was on my way to the stadium's battle arena when I got jumped by a group of people wanting to actually try and claim the bounty that was placed on your head by Tracy. May then returned with gauze and ointment-covered bandages and started to wrap Paul's arm as he continued talking. They dragged me off and demanded that I tell them where you were, so they could jump you and claim the reward. I told them that I wasn't going to tell them anything when suddenly, one of my pokeballs opened and my Torterra came out and used Earthquake, that shook them up, long enough for me and Torterra to make a run for it, but since Torterra is a very heavy Pokemon, it moved slow and the people who captured me tried to capture me again. I fended them off of Torterra, getting bruises, some cuts from the tree on my Torterra and the spikes, but Officer Jenny saw what was going on and came to the rescue. She took them all off to the station and offered me a ride to the hospital, but I declined and had my Torterra bring me here. I wasn't sure if the group were the only people, so that's why I asked if I could come in here before I was spotted. May then began to wrap Paul's head as Ash said, well, I'm glad you told me this. I thought that the sight of my Pokemon and the legendary Pokemon were get rid of any plans to capture me and collect the bounty. Paul nodded his head, which made May mess up her wrapping and she said, don't move, Paul, I'm trying to help you here. Paul looked at May K and said, sorry. It's alright, Paul, just try not to move too much. Replied May K. Paul nodded his head a bit and let May finish up her wrapping. Meanwhile, Stefan was banging his head against the wall in his hotel room with Tierno watching. Tierno then asked, hey, what's wrong, Stefan? Stefan kept banging his head against the wall as he said, people not getting my name right. Tierno patted Stefan on his back and said, don't worry, bro, our battle's up first, so even if we win, I'm sure people will get your name right eventually. Stefan looked at Tierno and said, that's easy for you to say, Tierno, you got an easy name to remember. All the while, a blonde-haired girl was sitting on the edge of a bed and she just watched Stefan bang his head. The blonde-haired girl then said, well, maybe you really should change your name, you've said it before in Unova. Stefan looked at the girl and said, well, I didn't really mean it, Bianca. Bianca then said, I'm just saying that you said it a lot in Unova. Just then there was a knock at the hotel door and when Tierno answered it, a girl with purple hair was standing there. Tierno asked who the girl was, and when Bianca and Stefan saw the girl, they both said, "Burgundy, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to find Ash Ketchum and ask him if I can help him. He hates Scylla as much as I do now, and I want to offer my services to him." Stefan, Tierno, and Bianca looked at each other and all laughed, and when Burgundy asked what was so funny, Bianca said, "Ash Ketchum is a loser, the people hanging with him are losers, so why would you want to help him?" Burgundy then realized that Tierno, Stefan, and Bianca were on the side of the traitors and left the hotel to find Ash, all the while thinking to herself, Ash might have been a loser when he was traveling in Unova, but he's definitely not a loser now, he's a guy I want to help get revenge against Scylla. Meanwhile, Serena was walking about when she saw Bonnie with Max and she hid behind the corner. Serena then peeked around the corner and said to herself, "There's Bonnie and the traitor Max, looks like they got together. Wait until Bonnie finds out that I'm going to be her sister-in-law. I might tell her now, yeah, I'll do that." Serena then walked around the corner and towards Bonnie and Max. "Hey Bonnie," said Serena, getting Bonnie's attention and Max's too. Bonnie's and Max's faces showed hatred when Serena stopped a few feet away from them with a smile on her face. Bonnie then asked Serena, "What do you want, Serena?" Serena smiled some more before she said, "Oh, nothing, just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be your sister-in-law." Serena then showed Bonnie and Max her engagement ring that Clement got her. Bonnie's face had a mixture of expressions before she laughed. When Serena asked Bonnie what was so funny, Bonnie said, "You haven't been back to Kalos yet, have you?" Serena shook her head no, then Bonnie said, "Your mom married my dad 5 years ago and gave birth to a boy, our 3-year-old half-brother, Billy." Serena could not believe what she was hearing, her mom married her fiancé's father, that would make her and Clement step-siblings. Serena then ran off to find Clement. Max then said, "I don't think she liked that." Bonnie smiled and said, "I know." That made both Bonnie and Max laugh as they went into the ice cream shop. When Serena did find Clement, he was with Misty, Zoe, and Iris. Serena then said, "Clement, our parents got married to each other, and have a son named Billy." Clement could not believe what he was hearing, his father married his fiancé's mother. Clement and Serena then said, "This is going to be hard to explain." Misty, Zoe, and Iris rolled their eyes, knowing that their friends are in big trouble. The time of Paul and Gary's battle against Colin and Frank was just around the corner. Ash decided that it would be best that Gary and Paul train a little bit and decided to have Gary and Paul do a practice battle. Ash decided to make the practice battle a Pokemon Tag Double battle with only 2 Pokemon for each. Paul sent out his Torterra and Electriv and Gary sent out Blastoise and Umbreon, while Ash sent out Greninja and Pikachu and John sent out Scizor and Alakazam. May said that she would be the referee and she said, "Battle begin." Ash made the first moves and he said, "Greninja, use Water Shuriken on Umbreon and Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Blastoise." Then Paul said, "Torterra, use Rock Climb on Pikachu and Electriv use Thunder Punch on Greninja." John then said, "Scizor, use X-Scissor on Electriv, and Alakazam use Foresight on Torterra." Gary then said, "Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon on Alakazam, and Umbreon use Dark Pulse on Scizor." All 8 Pokemon obeyed and used the move that they were told to use, and all 8 moves collided in the middle of the practice field. When the smoke cleared, all 8 Pokemon were still standing. Ash told his Pokemon to keep attacking until you land a hit, John told his Pokemon the same thing, along with Gary and Paul. All the Pokemon kept using the move they used the first time until they got a direct hit. Within a few hours of beginning, only 4 Pokemon stood, Gary's Blastoise, Paul's Electriv, Ash's Greninja, and John's Scizor, but all 4 were badly hurt and exhausted. Ash then said, "Alright, that's enough to today, let's call it here." Gary and Paul nodded their heads, John as well, and they recalled their Pokemon and went to get them healed up. As the Pokemon Center, Ash, John, Gary, and Paul waited for their Pokemon to be healed, they were approached by Lance and Mr. Goodshow. John, Paul, and Gary's faces looked like they were about to call out Pokemon, but Ash raised his hand and said, "It's alright, they're on our side, how are you doing, Lance? I'm doing fine, Ash, replied Lance. John then walked up to Ash and said, Ash, why are you being nice to these guys? Ash replied, because like I said, they're on our side. John then said, okay, but why are they on our side? They passed a law that allows the winner of a Pokemon battle to take one of the loser's Pokemon. Ash then said, I know, unfortunately, they've tried to repeal that law, but most of the professors side with Tracy and say to keep it a law, and I used my aura to tell if they were telling the truth or not, and I were telling the truth. John then used his aura like Ash did at the beginning of the tournament, and he could tell that Mr. Goodshow and Lance were telling the truth. John then said, you're right, they are telling the truth, I'm sorry for being hostile to you too. Lance and Mr. Goodshow said that it was alright, and his hostility was well founded. Paul then said, are there any other champions that are on our side? Ash nodded his head and said, yes, Steven is on our side, along with Cynthia, the others believe have sided with Tracy. Professor Sycamore tried to talk to Dianthea, but she didn't want to hear it. Lance then said, Ash, there is something we need to discuss with you and the Elite Four members of the Otron region, it's a matter of security for all of us. Ash nodded his head and told John, get the others and meet us at my house. John nodded his head and said, I will, but I think we should meet up after Gary and Paul have their battle. Paul nodded his head and said, agreed, it will be starting soon, so Gary and I will need to get ready for that battle. Lance nodded his head and said, very well, we'll meet you at your house after their battle. Ash nodded his head and told Gary and Paul, good luck you two, don't hold anything back. Paul and Gary smiled and nodded their heads and made their way to the platform after retrieving their Pokemon. As Paul and Gary walked to their platform, they were stopped by Colin, who said, hey Gary and Paul. Gary and Paul looked at Colin. Gary smiled and said, hey, you're Colin, right? Colin nodded his head and said, yeah, I'm one of your opponents, just wanted to say good luck to you, and when you beat us, continue battling hard. Gary then said, now hold on Colin, there is the chance that you beat us and move on to the next round. Colin then said, no, we know for a fact that we won't win. Then Paul said, Gary has a point, if you use all your strength, you and Frank can beat us. That won't happen because Paul, you're an Elite Four member, and Gary, you're the strongest person that's not an Elite Four member, you two are going to at least take out our Pokemon in at least 2 hits, I bet, said Colin. Just then, a security guard came up and said, Gary, Paul, and Colin, get to your platforms, they'll be going up soon. All three of them nodded their heads and went to their separate platform. As the platforms began to rise, Colin, Frank, Gary, and Paul heard the announcer said, welcome everyone to the first round of the second round of the tournament. In the blue corner, we have the team of Paul and Gary. In the red corner, we have the team of Colin and Frank. We all know the rules, so trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Paul was the first to speak and he said, Torterra and Electriv, stand by for battle. Gary then said, Blastoise and Umbreon, let's go. All 4 Pokemon stood ready to battle. Colin and Frank then sent out their Pokemon. Colin sent out Meganium and Noctowl while Frank sent out Electrike and Solrock. The referee then said, Alight, battle begin. Paul made the first moves and he said, Torterra use Rock Climb on Electrike, while Electriv use Fire Punch on Meganium. Then Colin said, Meganium, Vine Whip on Blastoise, and Noctowl Brave Bird on Umbreon. Next to speak was Gary and he said, Blastoise, Hydro Cannon on Solrock, and Umbreon you use Psychic on Noctowl. Finally, Frank said, Electrike, use Thunderbolt on Torterra, and Solrock you use Shadow Ball on Electriv. All 8 Pokemon used the moves they were told to use. Torterra and Electrike both hit their target, sending Electrike flying off the giant mountain that Rock Climb made and Torterra sliding off the mountain. Hydro Cannon hit Solrock and sent Solrock flying backwards, and it slid to a halt in front of Frank, and Electrike landed next to Solrock. Solrock's Shadow Ball did hit Electriv, but after Electriv hit Meganium and Meganium's Vine Whip hit Blastoise, but it looked like it barely did any damage. Umbreon stopped Noctowl with Psychic and sent it to the ground. The referee then said, Electrike, Solrock, Meganium, and Electriv are unable to continue. Trainers, please send out our either third and fourth Pokemon. The announcer then said, Incredible, we're not even through the few 5 minutes and already one team has lost 75% of their starting Pokemon. What will Colin and Frank do now? Paul recalled Electriv and sent out Nidoking, Colin sent out a shiny Scizor, and Frank sent out Blaziken and Aggron. Colin and Frank looked at each other, nodded their heads, and they both said, it's time to kick it up a notch. While Colin said, with strong determination and a strong heart, Scizor, Mega Evolve. Frank said, we strong, hard, rock wreckers, Aggron, Mega Evolve. Just then, both Scizor and Aggron began to glow and after a few seconds, stopped glowing to show that they changed forms. The announcer then said, Incredible, what Colin and Frank have just answered my question by Mega Evolving one of their Pokemon. What do Gary and Paul to respond to this Mega Evolution situation? Colin then said across the field, You two and Champion Ketchum told us to give this battle our all, so we decided to give it our all, and go with Mega Evolution. Gary and Paul looked at each other, nodded their heads as well, and Paul recalled his Torterra and sent out Ursaring. Paul and Gary then said together, with strong hearts and stronger minds, G, Blastoise, P, Ursaring, Mega Evolve. Suddenly, Blastoise and Ursaring began to glow just like Aggron and Scizor, and when the light faded around Blastoise and Ursaring, then changed forms as well. Then the announcer said, Well, slap me hard and call me Giratina. Blastoise and Ursaring were Mega Evolved just like Scizor and Aggron. I wonder how this battle will play out. The referee then said, Alright, battle continue. Meanwhile, in Ash's booth, John entered and sat down next to Ash. John then asked Ash, What did I miss? Ash then told John, It wasn't even a few minutes in and 4 Pokemon were taken out. Paul's Electriv was knocked out in one hit and he sent out a Nidoking to replace it. Colin sent out a shiny Scizor after his Meganium was knocked out, while both of Frank's first Pokemon, an Electrike and Solrock, were both knocked out and he sent out his Blaziken and his Aggron. Just before the battle recommenced, Colin and Frank Mega Evolved Colin's Scizor and Frank's Aggron. Gary and Paul responded by Paul recalling his Torterra and sent out his Ursaring. Gary and Paul then Mega Evolved Paul's Ursaring and Gary's Blastoise. John was surprised and said, Wow, Colin and Frank lost almost half of their Pokemon, I hope that they have a plan to come back from this. I mean, I don't want Gary and Paul to lose, but I just want to see if Colin and Frank have a plan. Ash nodded his head in agreement and looked back at the battlefield. John then asked Ash if Lance or Mr. Goodshow told him anything in advance about what they needed to talk to them about, to which Ash shook his head and said, No, I guess that they will tell us when we're all together. John then said, Ash my friend, I believe you're right, but it's been bugging me about what they want to tell us, and it's going to bug me until they say it. Ash then nodded his head and said, I'm in the same boat as you my friend, maybe watching the battle will keep us distracted from it until they tell us. John nodded his head and the two of them turned to look at the battle as Gary told his Blastoise to use Hydro Cannon on Blaziken and Umbreon to use Dark Pulse on Noctowl. Ursaring, use Hyper Beam on Aggron, and Nidoking use Horn Attack on Scizor. Said Paul. Colin then said, Scizor, dodge Tri-Attack by using Double Team, and Noctowl use Air Cutter to cut the Dark Pulse in half. Then Frank said, Aggron use Stone Edge to block the Hyper Beam and Blaziken use Flamethrower to counter the Hydro Cannon. All the Pokemon obeyed their trainers and used the moves that they were told to use. Hydro Cannon and Flamethrower collided and created a thick cloud that covered the whole battlefield. The Hyper Beam and Stone Edge collided, but the Hyper Beam overpowered the Stone Edge and impacted Aggron, sending it sliding back towards Frank and Colin. Noctowl's Air Cutter did slice Umbreon's Dark Pulse in half, but one half impacted Blaziken and the other half hit the ground. Scizor used Double Team and successfully dodged the Horn Attack. Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon on Scizor this time, and Umbreon used Dark Pulse on Blaziken. Said Gary. Next person to speak was Paul and he said, Ursaring, grab Aggron and use Seismic Toss, and Nidoking use Ice Beam on Noctowl. Then Colin said, Scizor, use X-Scissor on Umbreon, and Noctowl used Drill Peck on Ursaring. Finally, Frank said, Agron, you use Hyper Beam on Blastoise and Blaziken use Fire Blast on Nidoking. As Ursaring grabbed Agron, Agron used Hyper Beam on Blastoise and when it hit, Blastoise's Hydro Cannon shot missed Scizor, but hit Noctowl, while Nidoking's Ice Beam hit and sent Noctowl falling to the ground, but Nidoking was hit by Blaziken's Fire Blast, who was hit by Dark Pulse from Umbreon, who got hit by Scizor's X-Scissor. Ursaring then threw Agron to the ground. The referee then said, Noctowl is unable to continue. Trainer, please send out your last Pokemon. Colin recalled Noctowl and sent out his final Pokemon, Typhlosion. Colin then said, Typhlosion, use Hyper Beam on Blastoise. Typhlosion obeyed and used Hyper Beam on Blastoise. As the Hyper Beam flew towards Blastoise, Gary said, Blastoise, counter with Hydro Cannon. Blastoise shouted, Blastoise. Hydro Cannon, and the Hydro Cannon impacted the Hyper Beam and as the two moves battled in the middle of the battlefield, Umbreon, Blaziken, Nidoking, Ursaring, Scizor, and Agron battled it on the sides. The announcer then said, Incredible, the battle is gaining in momentum, how will this battle end is anyone's guess. Meanwhile, at the Sunhill police station, Dawn and Barry were sneaking around the building to find Jack and Rachel. When they got to the cell Jack and Rachel were in. Barry boosted Dawn up to the window and said, Hey, psst, Jack, Rachel, up here. Jack and Rachel saw Dawn and Jack whispered, Admin Dawn, get us out of here. Dawn shook her head and said, Unfortunately, I'm not here to bust you out, I'm here to fire you too. Jack and Rachel were shocked to hear what Dawn just told them, and Rachel said, What do you mean? You two got stopped by that loser Ketchum's family and friend Bonnie. You had Pokemon that could easily beat them, and we heard how you almost killed Ketchum's daughter, but you even failed to do that. Team Comet has no need for people who fail 2 missions in a row. Replied Dawn. Dawn then signaled for Barry to lower her to the ground and as he did that, he and Dawn heard Jack say, You can't do this to us, you can't. Dawn and Barry then left the police station to head back to their hotel rooms. Back in the stadium, the Hyper Beam and Hydro Cannon were still deadlocked. Ursaring was able to take out Agron but was taken out Blaziken Sky Uppercut. Blaziken was then taken out by Nidoking using Water Pulse. Umbreon used Physic to throw Scizor around until it was unable to continue. Gary then had Umbreon use Rain Dance to help Blastoise to defeat Typhlosion. Nidoking used Water Pulse to help break Typhlosion's concentration and the Water Pulse hit Typhlosion and caused Typhlosion to lose concentration and the Hydro Cannon hit Typhlosion, sent it flying towards the wall behind Colin and Frank and when the dust settled, Typhlosion was lying on some rubble. The referee was about to say that Typhlosion was unable to continue, when everyone saw Typhlosion slowly get up and thought to himself, My trainer has come too far to lose now, I know Champion Ketchum is a good person, and I want to face his Charizard in its Mega Evolved form, that means I can't lose, not now. I just can't lose. After he stood up, Typhlosion cried and started to glow, everyone was shocked to see Typhlosion glow that they all knew. Ash and John were shocked to see that glow and John said, Is it doing what I think it's doing, Ash? Ash nodded his head and said, I don't know how it's possible, but Typhlosion is evolving. Typhlosion began to grow, the flames on its back got bigger, and things that looked like wings appeared on its back. When the glowing stopped, Colin's Typhlosion was no more, there stood a new Pokemon to the world. The Pokemon then made its cry and it was, Explosion, everyone was in awe, even the Pokemon. The announcer then said, Incredible. Colin's Typhlosion has evolved to a new Pokemon the world has never seen, and from its cry I suggest that it should be called Explosion. Colin pulled out his Pokédex and scanned Explosion and it said, No data available about Pokemon. Explosion then flapped its wings to fly back onto the field. Explosion looked at itself and said, DMN, I look good. Explosion then looked at Blastoise and used a move that no one has ever seen before. Explosion slammed its left fist against the floor and cracks that glowed red and those cracks made it all the way to Blastoise and fire shot straight up under Blastoise. 3 seconds later, the fire died down and Blastoise fell to the ground and demega-evolved, surprising Gary and everyone else, including Explosion. Gary and the referee ran out to Blastoise and check on it. Blastoise looked at Gary and gave him a thumb up and Gary said, "I'm glad you're okay Blastoise, now you need a long rest." Gary then returned Blastoise to his Pokeball and told the referee, "I'm not going to use my Blastoise anymore." The referee nodded his head, he and Gary went to their respective locations, and the referee said, "Blastoise is unable to continue, Explosion is the winner." Will the trainer Gary Oak send out his third Pokemon? Gary grabbed a Pokeball and said, "Venohail, let's go." When the Pokemon appeared in the water, it looked like a Wylord, but it was stubbier, and it was a darker blue with purple stripes. Gary then said, "Venohail, use Hydro Cannon." Venohail obeyed Gary and used Hydro Cannon and it made its way to Explosion. Before the Hydro Cannon hit Explosion, Frank shouted, "Explosion, dodge and use Hyper Beam on Nidoking." Explosion flapped its wings and dodged the Hydro Cannon, that surprised everyone, and Gary said, "Wow, it's fast now." Explosion then used Hyper Beam on Nidoking, sending it flying backwards and he hit the wall and fell to the ground. The referee then said, "Nidoking is unable to continue, the winner is Explosion." Paul then recalled his Nidoking, he was now down to his Torterra, who he sent out to replace Ursaring. The announcer then said, "Incredible, in one shot each, Explosion has taken out Gary's Mega-Evolved Blastoise, and Paul's Nidoking, leaving Paul's Torterra, Gary's Otron Region form of Wylord nicknamed Venohail and Gary's Umbreon, all the while Gary still has one more Pokemon we haven't seen yet. How this battle will play out is unclear at this current moment, but let's hope the battle stays this fired up." Colin then said, "Explosion, use that same move that you used to take out Blastoise on Umbreon." As Explosion went to the ground, Gary said, "Umbreon, jump onto Venohail and use Psychic on Explosion." Umbreon obeyed, jumped onto Venohail and tried to use Psychic, but the Explosion kept coming. Then Gary said, "What, it's not affected by Psychic." Explosion then scooped up Umbreon, dropped her on the ground, and was about to use the same move that took out Blastoise, but Gary said, "Venohail, use Water Pulse on Explosion." Venohail used Water Pulse and it hit Explosion, stopping the move and causing Explosion falling the rest of the way to the ground. Gary then said, "Venohail, use Hydro Cannon, finish this battle." Venohail obeyed Gary and used Hydro Cannon and the Hydro Cannon hit Explosion, sending it flying backwards and into the same spot that it impacted when it was a Typhlosion. After the dust settled, Explosion wasn't moving a muscle. The referee then said, "Explosion is unable to continue, the winner is Wylord, which means the victory goes to the team of Gary and Paul." The announcer then said, "Incredible, after a fierce battle and seeing a previously thought fully evolved Pokemon evolve to a new never-before-seen Pokemon, the battle has concluded with a victory for Paul and Gary. That was very intense. The next battle will take place after lunch, so everyone, go and enjoy yourselves and be safe." As people left the stadium, Misty and Brock looked at each other, smiled and Brock said, "That Pokemon is perfect for our ranks." Misty nodded her head and said, "We'll take it after we beat the kid in a Pokemon battle." Clement then said, "But Ash said." Brock and Misty looked at Clement and said, "F.A.S.H. Ketchum, and his rules." That statement made Clement and Serena jump back. Back with Ash and John, they just congratulated Gary and Paul on the win when Burgundy walked up and said, "Ash Ketchum, we need to talk." Ash and his friends looked at Burgundy and John said, "What you need to tell Ash, you can tell us." Ash nodded his head in agreement and Burgundy said, "I want to help you get revenge against Scyllin and the others." Ash looked at Burgundy with a look of surprise and said, "I thought you didn't like me." Burgundy then said, "I did, but we have a common foe, Scyllin. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Ash's face then turned to give a look of seriousness and said, "You willing to do what I say?" Burgundy nodded her head and said, "Anything to get revenge against Scyllin, Stefan, and Bianca." Ash then asked, "What do you mean by getting revenge against Stefan and Bianca?" Burgundy then went on to tell them about how Stefan and Bianca were on the side of the traitors. That made Ash angry. "Well then, welcome to our team, our family. said Ash as he extended his hand to Burgundy, who smiled and shook Ash's hand. She was now helping Ash get his revenge. As Ash and the others left the stadium, Colin ran up to them and said, "Champion Ketchum, Mr. Bertrand." John and Ash looked at who called their names and saw Colin. Ash then said, "Colin, how's Explosion?" Colin said that Explosion was doing fine and he was as healthy as ever. Ash smiled and said, "May we speak to him?" Colin grabbed Explosion's pokeball and said, "Of course, Explosion, let's go." Explosion came out of his pokeball, standing up and ready to battle. Ash then said, "Hello Explosion, how are you feeling?" Explosion replied, "I feel great, I've never felt stronger, and never thought I could get wings." Ash nodded his head and said, "Neither did anyone in the entire stadium, probably the whole world too." Ash then said, "The thing is that there were never any starter Pokemon to evolve past 2 evolutions. For example, Cyndaquil were only known to evolve to Typhlosion, but seeing you evolve into what you are, an Explosion, it's something that was world has never seen. It opens up new possibilities for the starters of Johto. Now it brings up the question about what other starter Pokemon can evolve 3 times," said Paul. Ash nodded his head and said, "I agree. My theory is that since Typhlosion evolved into Explosion, I believe that Meganium and Feraligatr evolved too." Gary, Paul, and John all nodded their heads in agreement. Ash then looked back at Colin and said, "Colin, make sure that no one takes your Explosion, especially the people who betrayed me." Colin nodded his head, returned Explosion to his pokeball, and said, "I won't let you down." Ash smiled and said, "Good, now you better get back to your family." Colin's face, that once gave off a vibe of happiness, now gave off a vibe of sadness, which made everyone confused. John then asked, "What's wrong Colin?" Colin told the group, "My family's dead, they were killed when they spoke out against the new law the Pokemon League passed." Ash clenched his fists and said, "When did that happen?" 5 years ago, sir. I was 5 years old when people in light blue outfits came to my house and shoot my dad as he opened the door. My mother told me forced me into the closet and hide me under some clothes and she told to only come out when I heard someone say police. My mom then closed the closet door. The next thing I heard were more gunshots. After about a half hour, I was still in my parents' closet when I heard someone say, "New Barktown Police, anyone here?" I unburied myself from the clothes my mother used to hide me, and I came out of the closet. I slowly walked to the door in case it was the bad people in the light blue uniforms trying to trick me, but it opened to reveal an Officer Jenny. I ran to her because I knew that she was the only thing that I thought could protect me. Officer Jenny took me downstairs in her arms and my head pressed into her shoulder to make sure I didn't see my mom and dad's dead bodies, and she took me to the police station to calm me down. After which I was put into an orphanage, then into a foster home. But when I saw you speak to the world about your defense, my foster parents said that you're a pathetic excuse for a trainer. I spoke out against them, told them that you were a great trainer. They then slapped me and locked me in my room. When I was 8 years old, I got my Cyndaquil and left my foster home, and got a one-way ticket straight here. Colin then said, "Since arriving here, I have felt more at home than at my foster parents' house." "There you are," said a voice from behind Colin. When he turned around, he saw 2 people who he hoped would never see again. Colin then said, "Oh no, not you too, I don't want to go back." Then man then said as he walked up and grabbed Colin by the arm, "Too bad, you're coming home now." Ash then said, "Now hold on there a moment sir. Colin, are these your foster parents?" Colin nodded his head. Ash then said, "I advise you to let the boy go, now." The woman then said, "Sorry Mr. Ketchum, but Colin was supposed to come back after he won the Pokemon League in Johto, which he never competed in. We have every right to take him back to Johto." Ash then asked for the man and woman's names, and the woman said, "My name is Janae, this is my husband Trevor." Paul then said, "Well now that we know your names, Trevor, listen to Ash and let the boy go." Trevor looked at Paul and said, "Like hell I will." Ash then punched Trevor across the face and as he fell, he released Colin, who ran behind Ash. Ash then said, "Colin is staying here, with me and my wife." Trevor then said, now hold on right there, I don't why the person before you let you become champion, but you're nothing but a pathetic trainer who should kill himself, and you people who hang with him should die as well. That was when John said, look buddy, he beat me fair and square, Ash Ketchum is the best trainer I have ever seen, and you have no right to come here and take Colin away from here. He lost the tournament, so he needs to come home with us, said Janae. Colin pecked from behind Ash and said, I don't want to go back to that Taurus sheet of a place you call a house. Ash then said, you two heard him, he wants to stay here, so leave now. Trevor and Janae took out a pokeball each and Trevor said, we're not leaving without that boy, Jengar, let's go. Janae said, Poliwrath, you too. Jengar and Poliwrath popped out. Ash then said, Pikachu, let's go. Pikachu nodded his head and hopped off Ash's shoulder and got into an attack stance. John took out a pokeball, and said as he threw it, Alakazam, we need your assistance. John's Alakazam popped out and stood next to Pikachu. Trevor then said, Jengar, Shadow Ball on that electric mouse. Jengar obeyed and used Shadow Ball. Alakazam, use Psychic to stop the Shadow Ball and send it back to Jengar, said John. Alakazam obeyed and used Psychic and it stopped the Shadow Ball and sent it back at Jengar, hitting Jengar and causing Jengar to slide back. Janae then said, Poliwrath, use Ice Beam on Alakazam. As Poliwrath got ready to use Ice Beam, Ash said, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Poliwrath. Pikachu obeyed and used Thunderbolt on Poliwrath, doing massive damage against Poliwrath. Janae then told Poliwrath to use Bulldoze on Pikachu, to which Poliwrath did and charged Pikachu, then John said, Alakazam, use Psychic on Poliwrath, stop it, then fling it at Jengar. Alakazam used Psychic and stopped Poliwrath in its track. Alakazam then flung Poliwrath at Jengar, sending them both into a wall. Trevor and Janae told them to get up, but they heard Colin say, Explosion, use Volcanic Fire Blast. Explosion came out and used the move that no one heard of before, but knew the move by sight. It was the same move Explosion used in the stadium. Explosion slammed his left fist onto the ground and red glowing cracks and it surrounded Jengar and Poliwrath, like it happened with Blastoise. Fire shot straight up under Jengar and Poliwrath, and when the fire died down, Poliwrath and Jengar were unable to continue. Trevor and Janae recalled their Pokemon and Trevor said, you haven't seen the last of us Ketchum, we'll be back, and with better Pokemon. Trevor and Janae then ran off. Colin recalled Explosion and Ash walked up to Colin and said, thanks for the assist Colin. Colin turned around and said, you're welcome Mr. Ketchum, and did you really mean what you said, before the battle, about letting me stay here with you and your wife? Of course, Colin, you are a smart kid, and you're quite talented when it comes to battling, replied Ash. John then said, hey Ash, why don't you adopt him? Ash looked at John and said, what did you think I meant by when he stays here with me in May? John then said, oh, and took a step backwards. Ash then looked back at Colin and said, I can't force to accept me as your father, but all I want to do is to make sure that you don't go back with them. Colin began to tear up in his eyes and gave Ash a hug and said, please, I don't want to go back there, please adopt me. Ash smiled and said, don't worry Colin, my wife and I will love you as if you were our own flesh and blood. John then said, let's get to your house Ash, Lance and Mr. Goodshow are expecting us. Ash nodded his head and they all made their way to Ash and May's house. A little while later, Ash, John, Paul, Gary, Burgundy, and Colin arrived at Ash's house. As they entered the front yard, the front door opened and I and Aubrey came out. Aubrey saw her father and ran to meet him. Ash knelt and picked up his daughter. When May got to the group, she said, Lance and Mr. Goodshow are inside, who are these two Ash? Ash knew she was talking about Burgundy and Colin and he said, the woman with violet hair is a new addition to our side, her name is Burgundy, and the young boy here is Colin, we just saved him from his abusive foster parents and I told him that we would take care of him. I hope you don't mind but I was kind of thinking of adopting him since his actual parents were killed by Team Comet members. May was shocked to hear that Colin's actual parents were killed by Team Comet, but she then smiled, knelt to look at Colin in his eyes and said, "Welcome to the family, Colin." Colin smiled, tears began to form in his eyes and he ran and hugged May. Colin then began to cry, and May picked him up and said, "It's all right son, it's okay, you're safe, let it all out." Colin cried even more when he heard May call him her son. Ash and John smiled, and Ash said, "Anyway, let's get inside, and find out what Lance and Mr. Goodshow have to tell us." Everyone nodded their head and they all went inside the house. When Ash, John, and Paul got to the study, Trip and Alan were already in there with Lance and Mr. Goodshow. Ash sat down in his seat and asked, "Now what was so important that you needed to tell all 5 of us together?" Lance replied by saying, one of the professors proposed that after the tournament that the 7 core regions declare war on the Otron region. Everyone wasn't surprised to hear that. John then said, "So that confirms what I heard on the cruise ship." Ash nodded his head and said, "I know." Mr. Goodshow and Lance were surprised at their reaction and Lance said, "You already know that the 7 core regions could declare war after the tournament." Ash nodded his head and said, "We knew that there was going to be war when the tournament was over, but it's not the 7 core regions, it's Team Comet." Lance and Mr. Goodshow were surprised to hear that, and Lance said, Seems like this Team Comet is highly organized." "They are, and they plan to use their strongest Pokémon against us," said Ash. Lance then said, "How do you know that?" Ash replied by saying, "They told us, the people who betrayed me are the admins, with whoever came up with the idea of betraying me as the boss." Lance and Mr. Goodshow were even more shocked to hear that little bit of news and Lance said, "That explains why most of the professors sided with Tracy, they were bribed." Ash nodded his head and said, "We came to the same conclusion." Lance then said, "Well, that was all we needed to tell you, we best be leaving, good day." Lance and Mr. Goodshow began to leave when Ash asked, "Why don't the 2 of you stay for lunch?" Lance looked back and said, "We have reservations with a restaurant." "Good day Ash." Lance and Mr. Goodshow then left Ash's house. As lunch went on, Ash and John were talking outside and John said, "We're going to need allies if we're going to beat all 7 core regions." Ash nodded his head and said, "True, which is why I'm going to send army commandos into all 7 regions to cause havoc as the form of rebels." John looked at Ash and said, "Have rebellions before the war between us and them even begins, taking my idea and putting it into effect, nice." Ash nodded his head and said, "We will be going to war with them eventually, figured that rebellions can help take most of the pressure off our forces." John then told Ash that even with the rebellions in the 7 core regions, their navy wasn't strong enough. Ash nodded his head and said, "I know, which is why I plan on contacting other regions, not of the 7 core regions and ask for their support." John smiled and said, "Nice, that should help turn battle in our favor." Ash nodded his head in agreement and said, "It should, let's just hope it does." John nodded his head in agreement. Ash and John then went back inside Ash's house to finish eating lunch. As lunch went on, Max took Bonnie out to lunch before their match. Max then said to his girlfriend, "So what did you think of lunch, Bonnie?" Bonnie said that she loved it. Just then, 2 people stepped out of the bushes and corner to block Bonnie and Max's path. Bonnie and Max recognized the 2 as 2 traitors, Misty and Brock. Bonnie then said, "What do you 2 traitors want?" Brock told Bonnie, "A simple favor really, forfeit the match you have against Steven and Tierno." Then Max said, "Why should we listen to the 2 filthy traitors like you?" Misty replied, "Because if you don't, we will find you and kill the 2 of you, we might even kill you too when you're on the battlefield, so if you value your lives and the lives of your Pokémon, forfeit the match." Misty and Brock then walked away, leaving Max and Bonnie stunned before they began running to the stadium to talk to Ash. Later, at the stadium, Max and Bonnie did find Ash and told him that they forfeit the match. Ash was confused and said, "Why do you 2 want to forfeit the match?" Max told Ash about their run-in with Misty and Brock and that they threatened to kill them and their Pokémon if they fought in the match. Ash got angry and said, "No one threatens my family, or my friends, you 2 need to participate in the match, we make security tighter. I'll even get John and Alan to go on the platform with you to watch for any problems, just in case. Max and Bonnie looked at each other, then back at Ash, and Max said, "Alright, we appreciate it." Ash nodded his head, pulled out his cell phone and texted both Alan and John to meet him at the platform for the blue corner. Ash then pulled out a radio as he, Bonnie, and Max walked to the blue corner platform and said, "I need security to be extremely vigilant and tight today. We might be getting someone with a gun that wants to come into the stadium." A voice over the radio replied, "Copy that, Champion Ketchum, we'll be on high alert." John then texted the referee about John and Alan being on the platform with Max and Bonnie. When Ash, Max, and Bonnie arrived at the blue platform, John and Alan arrived as well. "What's going on, Ash? Why did you need us here?" asked Alan. Ash then said, "I need you two to be on the platform with Max and Bonnie." John then asked, "Why, Ash? You know only 2 people are allowed on the platform." Ash nodded his head and went on to tell them about the threat Misty and Brock made to Max and Bonnie. John then jumped onto the blue platform and said, "Well, why didn't you say that before? Come on, Max and Bonnie, you got a battle to win." Max and Bonnie smiled as they and Alan walked onto the platform. Alan turned to face Ash and said, "We'll keep our eyes open for any suspicious characters." Ash smiled and said, "I know you will, good luck you two." Max and Bonnie knew Ash was talking to them and they said, "We will, Ash." Just then, the platform began to rise to the battlefield. As the platform went up, the 4 friends waited for to hear the announcer. They then heard the announcer say, "I hope you all had a good lunch, because it's time for the second round." In the blue corner, we have the team of Max and Bonnie, with them are 2 Elite 4 members, John and Alan. The reason they are down there is to protect Max and Bonnie from the people who betrayed our current champion, Ash Ketchum. In the red corner, we have the team of Tierno and Stefan. They all then heard Stefan say, "My name is Stefan." Max then said, "Yeah, he hates being called a different name." Bonnie grinned an evil grin and said to Stefan, "Good luck, Steven." Stefan shouted back, "That's not even my name, it's Stefan." Bonnie laughed and said, "I know, but since you sided with the traitors, I really don't care." Stefan then said, "Why, you little." Tierno stopped Stefan by saying, "Don't let her get to you, man, we need to win this battle." Stefan looked at Tierno and nodded his head. The referee then said, "Trainers, send out your Pokemon." Bonnie pulled out 2 Pokeballs and said, "Deden and Squishy, help us out." Deden and Zygarde 10% for me came out and were ready to battle. Max also pulled out 2 Pokeballs and said, "Galade and Sceptile, I choose you." Galade and Sceptile came out of their Pokeballs, ready to battle. Tierno sent out Blastoise and Raichu while Stefan sent out Emboar and Sawk. The referee then said, "Alright trainers, you know the rules, battle begin." Max made the first moves, and he said, "Galade, use Shadow Ball on Raichu, and Sceptile, use Bullet Seed on Blastoise." Then Bonnie said, "Deden, use Thunderbolt on Emboar, and Squishy, you use Dragon Pulse on Sawk." Tierno countered Max by saying, "Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon against the Bullet Seed, and Raichu, use Thunder on Galade." Stefan countered Bonnie by saying, "Sawk, dodge, then use Bulk Up, and Emboar, use Flamethrower on Deden." All the Pokemon obeyed and used the move they were told to use. All the moves collided in the middle and smoke covered the center. Max and Bonnie looked at each other, nodded their heads, and with the help of her aura, Bonnie told all 4 of their Pokemon, "Listen up guys, keep using the same move until the enemy Pokemon can't continue to battle." All their Pokemon smiled, and nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Bonnie then used her aura to find the Pokemon they were targeting. Bonnie then used her aura to say, "Deden, Emboar is 45 to the right of you. Galade, Raichu straight ahead. Squishy, Stefan's Sawk is to the left about 20 degrees from where you're facing. Sceptile, Blastoise is to the right about 39 degrees from the direction you're facing. Now use your moves." All the Pokemon used their moves and all moves hit their targets. All the opposing Pokemon slid backwards out of the smoke, several Pokémon looked like they were seriously hurt. But before Stefan and Tierno could even give a command, their Pokémon were hit again by the same moves, causing Blastoise and Sawk to get sending into the wall behind Stefan and Tierno. When the dust settled, Blastoise and Emboar were down for the count. The referee then said, Blastoise and Emboar are unable to continue, the winners are Sceptile and Deden. Will trainer Tierno and Stefan recall their Pokémon and send out their third Pokémon? Stefan got mad again but recalled Sawk and sent out Zebstrika. While Tierno recalled Blastoise and sent out Pyroar. Tierno then said, Pyroar, use Flamethrower on Sceptile, and Raichu used Thunderbolt on Zygarde. Pyroar used Flamethrower and Raichu used Thunderbolt. Bonnie told Zygarde to dodge the Thunderbolt. He did, but the Thunderbolt was still going towards Bonnie. It was about to hit Bonnie, who braced for it until she was pushed to the side by John, and he took the Thunderbolt directly to the back where his heart was. The world then felt like it suddenly stopped moving as everyone watched John fall to the ground, motionless, but breathing. Bonnie knelt to try and wake John up. She shook him to try and get him to open his eyes as she said, John, come on John, stop playing, open your eyes man. We need a medic crew down here, we have an emergency. The referee went onto his radio and called for an ambulance. From his booth, Ash, May, and Shauna ran out the doors to get to John. Tierno and Stefan couldn't move a single muscle. They saw John save Bonnie, they saw John take the Thunderbolt, and they saw John go down. Just then, they heard the doors behind the referee open and Ash, May, and Shauna ran to John. Ash tried to use his aura to heal John, but John still wasn't waking up. Ash then used his aura to try and communicate with John. Ash said telepathically, John, are you okay? John didn't say anything to Ash, causing Ash to then say telepathically, come on man, why won't you open your eyes? What do you think Ash, said John telepathically, but in a weakened state. Ash breathed a sigh of relief and said, John's alive. That made Shauna breath a quick sigh of relief and ask, then why isn't he waking up? Just then, everyone around John heard John telepathically say, in a weak voice, you know I can still hear you guys, it's just that for some reason, my aura has sent me into a comatose state, it might be a while before I wake up, just hear me out you guys before you call the battle and arrest Tierno and Steven. Ash and the others' sweat dropped and Ash looked in the direction of Stefan and Tierno, who were about to be arrested and Ash said, hold it. John then telepathically said, but not as weakened as before, you were about to have them arrested, weren't you? Ash then said telepathically, maybe. John then said telepathically, just get me to the local hospital Ash. Ash nodded his head and called for a stretcher to take John to the local hospital. As John was taken to the hospital, Ash told the police officers to release Tierno and Stefan. Ash then said, the battle will continue, this incident was just an accident and they didn't mean to hurt John. Ash then walked off the battlefield. The referee then went back to his spot and said, battle continue. As the battle went on, John was taken to the local hospital with Shauna in the ambulance. She held on to her husband's hand in hers. Shauna then said, I know you can hear me baby, but I just want you to wake up soon, please. Back at the stadium, the battle was getting intense. Sceptile was taken out by Emboar's flame charge. Max recalled Sceptile and sent out Macamp. Max then said, Gallade and Macamp use close combat on Zebstrika. Gallade and Macamp obeyed and used close combat on Zebstrika. Gallade and Machamp's close combat Zebstrika and the double attack did huge amounts of damage that Zebstrika was sent flying backwards into the wall. When the dust settled, Zebstrika was down for the count. The referee then said, Zebstrika is unable to continue, the winners are Macamp and Gallade, with trainer Stefan send out his final Pokemon. Stefan then said, that's not my name. Stefan pulled out a Pokeball and said, you'll be surprised when I send out my final Pokemon, Staraptor, let's go. The Pokemon that came out of the Pokeball was indeed a Staraptor. Bonnie then said, I didn't know you had a Staraptor. Stefan then said, I got this Staraptor from a trainer that I beat in Sinnoh. Bonnie got mad, but she heard Alan say, using stolen Pokemon in a tournament is pathetic, you should be ashamed of yourself. Stefan then said, I don't care about stupid morals, none of us do. All we care about is winning battles and expanding our power, that what we all want, Pokemon lives are meaningless. Max, Bonnie, Alan, Ash, and May got angry in their different spots and they all wanted to punch Stefan in the gut, but Tierno punched Stefan across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and it surprised everyone. Tierno surprised everyone more when he said, You're a stupid piece of shit, do you know that Steven? Stefan then said, Tierno, you know that's not my name, and why the hell did you punch me? Because you deserved it, I should have known better than to join Misty, Brock, and the others that joined them, including you. I thought I'd try to make our team better alone, but now I see that Team Comet must be destroyed, so I'm done. Tierno then reached into his pocket and pulled out a paper. Tierno then said, This paper says that I am a part of Team Comet. Tierno then began to tear the paper up. When he was done tearing the paper up, Tierno said, Not anymore, because I quit Team Comet. Tierno then told his Pokemon, Raichu, use Thunder on Emboar. Pyroar, use Flamethrower on Staraptor. The Pokemon realized what Tierno was doing and fully agreed to obey and used Flamethrower on Staraptor and Thunder on Emboar. As Raichu and Pyroar used their moves, the announcer said, Incredible, I'm not sure everyone heard that, but Trainer Tierno has just left Team Comet, a team that was prophesized to return in our region's ancient book of prophesizes, and turned on his partner, who could have seen that coming. In his booth, Ash was shocked to see that Tierno is fighting Stefan, May K, as well. May then said, Looks like Team Comet has some loyalty problems. Ash nodded his head and said, If this was a story, that would be a cool plot twist. May laughed a little and said, Yeah, that would be, but is Tierno telling the truth? Ash then used his aura to see if Tierno is genuine. After he was done, he looked at his wife and said, Yes, Tierno is telling the truth. I figured have a few traitors fight for Ash again would make the story more fun. Plus, I always had Tierno side with Ash, but figured out a way to make it look like he originally joined the traitors but joins Ash later. Tierno's attack of Stefan shocked the traitors, and Misty said, Another traitor, we need to crack down on our grunts, make sure they know their place. Brock, Dawn, Barry, Serena, and Clement nodded their heads in agreement. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Stefan's Pokemon were all taken out and eliminated him from the battle. Tierno then his Pokemon, Alright guys, I know you want to progress farther, but right now we need to let Bonnie and Max win, so let's take a dive. Pyroar and Raichu nodded their heads and were ready. Tierno shouted over to Bonnie, We're ready Bonnie. Bonnie was still confused, but shook it off and said, Deden, use Thunderbolt on Pyroar. Squishy, use Dragon Tail on Raichu. Deden and Squishy obeyed and used Thunderbolt on Pyroar and Dragon Tail on Raichu. Both attacks hit and sent Raichu and Pyroar sliding backwards. Both Pyroar and Raichu looked like they were about to faint, after the beating they've taken from the battle, but they held on. Pyroar and Raichu then looked at Tierno and he said, Alright, let's do some moves. Tierno then said, Pyroar, use Fire Blast on Galade. Raichu, use Thunder on Zygarde. Pyroar and Raichu used the moves they were told to use and used Flamethrower on Galade, and Thunder on Squishy. As the moves made their way towards their targets, Max and Bonnie both said, Dodge it. Galade and Squishy moved out of the way of the Flamethrower and Thunder. Max then told Galade to use Close Combat on Pyroar. Bonnie told Squishy to use Dragon Pulse on Raichu. The Pokemon obeyed, and the move struck Raichu and Pyroar, sending them both flying into the wall behind Tierno and Stefan. Like Sock, when the dust settled, Raichu and Pyroar were down for the count. Tierno then recalled Raichu and Pyroar as the referee declared them unable to continue battling. Tierno then pulled out his last Pokeball and said, Time to wrap this up, Talonflame, let's go. The Pokemon that popped out was indeed a Talonflame. Tierno then said, Talonflame, use Brave Bird on Deden. Talonflame flew high in the sky, then dove straight down and turned 90 degrees upward towards Deden. Bonnie then said, Dodge it Deden, then use Nuzzle. Deden jumped up, dodging the attack, and as Talonflame stopped, Deden rubbed his red cheeks together and pressed one end onto Talonflame, shocking it and paralyzing it too. Bonnie then said, "Let's wrap this up." Squishy used Dragon Tail. Squishy ran towards Talonflame, getting his tail ready to use Dragon Tail. Squishy then jumped, did a few forward spins until his tail was just above Talonflame's head and Dragon Tail hit its mark and caused an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Talonflame was on the ground, and down for the count. The referee then said, "Talonflame is unable to continue, Zygarde is the winner," which means the victory goes to the team of Max Kurtman and Bonnie Williams. Incredible, with brilliant teamwork and a surprise from Tierno, Max and Bonnie have won the battle and progress to the third round of this tournament. The third battle of the second round will take place at 4 in the afternoon, so take time to visit the booths and buy some items. All profits go towards a kindergarten school construction that will be named after our former champion of the Otron Region, John Bertrand. "So, trainers, keep on training," said the announcer. As Tierno walked across the field, Stefan just stood there, speechless. His partner betrayed him and their friends. Tierno then arrived at the blue corner platform and asked, "May I ride down with you guys?" Bonnie looked at Max and Alan, then back at Tierno and said, "Sure, come on." Tierno smiled and walked onto the platform and they were lowered down. Tierno then said, "Bonnie, I have to apologize about the Thunderbolt. I've taught my Pokemon to use their moves at more than their power limits." "It's alright Tierno, now we would have problems if we got all the way to the bottom and you didn't apologize until then," replied Bonnie. Max then said, "So Tierno, you quit Team Comet, what made you quit now?" Tierno replied, "I guess that it was the battle we just did, with John taking a Thunderbolt for Bonnie and Stefan saying that the others only care about power and Pokemon lives are meaningless." As the platform came to a stop, the four of them stepped off the platform and were walking towards the exit, but Tierno stopped them and said, "Is there another way out of here?" Bonnie shook her head and said, "No, down here, there's only one exit." Tierno then said, "You and Max can't go through it." When Max asked why, Tierno said, "Because there are 2 Team Comet grunts waiting to shoot you and Bonnie when you go out." Max and Bonnie looked at each other, then back at Tierno, and Bonnie said, "Where are they located?" Tierno answered by saying, "On the side that the door that you can't see until you close it." Bonnie then pulled out her phone and called Ash. When Ash answered his phone, he said, "Hey Bonnie, what's up?" "We have a situation. Tierno just told Max, Alan, and I that 2 Team Comet grunts are waiting to shoot me and Max when we exit the stadium," replied Bonnie. Ash then said, "I'll be right there." Ash then used his aura to find the 2 Team Comet grunts and moved to a location behind them. Ash then texted Bonnie and Max to have the 4 of them wait at the door, to which Bonnie replied with a thumbs up emoji and OK. Ash then moved to a closer position until he saw the 2 Team Comet grunts, waiting behind some bushes. Ash then called out his Charizard and said, "Charizard, use Steel Wing on the Team Comet grunts." Charizard nodded his head and flew straight up, did a barrel roll and his wings started to glow, which got the attention of the Team Comet grunts too late. Charizard hit them and sent them flying into the sky. Ash then walked over to the door and opened it. When he saw Bonnie, Max, Alan, and Tierno, he said, "It's alright, you guys are safe." Bonnie was the first to come out as Charizard landed next to Ash. Max then said, "Thanks Ash." Ash nodded his head and saw Tierno. Ash then walked over to Tierno and said, "I saw what you did down there, turning on Stefan, tearing up what I think showed that you were a part of Team Comet, but I don't know is why." Tierno then said, "I thought joining Team Comet, I could be doing something better, but they're no better than Team Flare, in fact they're actually worse." Ash nodded his head and said, "With the other of my former friends being the admins, they corrected every mistake that the other teams did in all 7 regions." "6 regions," said Tierno. Ash and the others were confused, and Ash asked, "What do you mean 6? Tierno then said, "The Alola region refused to accept the new law and their professor left the meetings and they've sectioned themselves from the rest of the regions, no trade goes in or comes out." Ash then said, "Seems like the professor doesn't like this new law." Tierno nodded his head and said, they're even on your side, they know you didn't kill Professor Oak, and refused to accept it, that was when they cut themselves from the rest of the core regions. Ash smiled, and Bonnie said, they can be a good ally for us Ash, a staging point for our forces when war comes. Ash nodded his head and thanked Tierno for the information. Ash then said, well everyone, let's go to my place, we have much to discuss. Everyone nodded their heads and all but Tierno began to walk to Ash's house. Tierno was heading a different way. Tierno then heard Ash say, hey Tierno, come on man, you're invited too. Tierno looked at Ash and the others and said, really, you'll let me come with you guys, after 10 years of not talking to you at all? Ash smiled and said, of course, you gave us information that we can use in the upcoming war against Team Comet, and you left Team Comet too, so you're okay in my book. Tierno smiled and ran to Ash and the others and they all began walking towards Ash's house. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, Delia was in her garden when 2 Team Comet grunts crashed into the ground next to her. When she got there, she asked one grunt if they were alright. The grunt said, I'm alright Mrs. Delia, DMN that Charizard is really strong. Delia then asked the grunt what he meant, and he said, we were in the Otron region and your son's Charizard sent us flying, all the way over to here. Delia was shocked to hear that Ash's Charizard had gotten stronger, but she was also happy in her mind that her son has gotten stronger. She then said in her head, I really hope war doesn't come, I don't want my daughter or Ash to get hurt. Back in the Otron region, Ash and the others with him had just arrived at his house. When the door opened, Aubrey ran out to meet them, with Colin and May Kay right behind her. Ash knelt to pick up his daughter and he carried her over to the door. May then said, welcome back honey. Ash kissed his wife and said, hey May, guess what? When May Kay said what, Ash told her, Tierno's on our side now, he officially quit Team Comet. May smiled and said, wonderful, this calls for a cake. Tierno smiled and his eyes widened and said, cake. I love cake. May then moved to the side and said, just wait in the dining room and I'll bring it right out. Tierno smiled and went inside the house. May then looked at Ash and said, the adoption agent's here, he's waiting for us in the study. Ash nodded his head and asked the others to wait in the dining hall with Tierno while he and May Kay signed the papers for the adoption agency. Max, Bonnie, and Alan nodded their heads and they all walked into the house. Later, in the study, Ash and May Kay saw the adoption agent. Ash recognized him right away and said, Richie. The man turned around to look at Ash and said, hey Ash, it's been a while. Ash smiled and shook Richie's hand and said, yes, it has been a long time. May Kay walked over to Ash and said, Ash, do you know him? Ash looked at his wife and said, May, this is Richie, an old friend of mine, we battled in the Johto League in the Orange Islands. Richie extended his hand and said, it's a pleasure to finally meet the woman Ash married. May extended her hand and shook Richie's hand and said, I'm flattered that Ash has told you so much about me, he has mentioned you in his stories when we traveled together in Hoenn. Richie smiled and said, I'm glad Ash has talked about me, I thought he had forgotten me after Johto. Ash shook his head and said, of course not Richie, we're friends. Richie smiled and said, now to the business at hand. Ash and May nodded their heads and the 3 of them sat down. Richie then placed his briefcase on his lap and pulled out several papers. Richie then said, Ash, May, I know that you will treat Colin like he was your own flesh and blood, but you must know his history. He already told us about his parents, how 2 people in light blue uniforms shot and killed his mother and father for speaking out against the new law that the Pokemon League passed. Said Ash. Richie was shocked to hear that and said, well, I can assume he also told you that he was put into. Richie was cut off by Ash again when he said, an orphanage where he stayed until he was put into a foster home where his foster parents slapped him and locked him into his room for speaking against what they say. Richie was again shocked to hear that Ash already knew about Colin. Richie then said, well then. I'll just need you 2 to sign some papers and Colin will officially be your son. Ash and May looked at each other and smiled. Richie then pulled out a manila folder and took out a piece of paper, placed it on the table while handing Ash a pen and said, "I just need you two to sign on the dotted lines and everything will be done." Ash signed on the top line while May signed on the bottom line. Richie then signed in the bottom right-hand corner and said, "Congratulations, Colin is now your son." Ash and May smiled and thanked Richie for doing it. "It's my pleasure, anything for a friend," said Richie. Richie then stood up and said, "Well, I hope you two have an excellent day." Ash replied, "You too, Richie, I'll walk you to the door." Richie then said, "All right," and the two friends walked to the front door. May then said, "Colin, please come here." Colin said that he was coming, and when he arrived, Ash had returned from the front door. May then asked Colin to take a seat between her and Ash. When Colin sat down, May told him, "We have good news for you, do you want to tell him, Ash?" Ash nodded his head, looked at Colin, and said, "We just signed the adoption papers, your name is now Colin Henry Ketchum." When he heard that his last name was Ketchum, Colin cheered for joy and hugged his new parents. Colin then said, "Thank you Mom, thank you Dad." May began to shed a tear and Ash smiled, they were proud to be Colin's new parents. Ash then showed his new son to his new bedroom. Colin was surprised by its size and how well furnished it was. Ash then said, "It was originally a guest room, but we decided to make it your room, how do you like it son?" Colin looked around and said, This is amazing, it's huge." Ash chuckled and said, "I thought you might like it, when the battles are all over today, we'll take you shopping and get you some things, sound okay with you son?" Colin nodded his head, causing Ash to smile. Ash then told Colin, "Come on son, let's go get cake." Colin loved cake, so he ran out of the room and down the hall, causing Ash to say, "No running in the hall." Later, after everyone had a piece of cake, John took Colin and Aubrey to see John in the hospital. When they arrived, Shauna just walked out. Ash saw Shauna and called her over to them. When Shauna arrived at Ash's car, she saw Colin and asked, "Who is that handsome young boy with you Ash?" Ash looked at Colin and said, "Go on son, introduce yourself." Colin slowly poked his head around Ash's legs and said, "I'm Colin." Ash then said, "May and I adopted him to keep him away from his abusive foster parents." Shauna was shocked to hear that, but she knelt down and said, "Hi Colin, my name is Shauna, I'm really good friends with your new family, I let Aubrey call me Aunt Shauna, even though I don't share the same last name as your mom or dad. You can call me Aunt Shauna if you want to." Colin smiled and nodded his head. Colin then said, "Okay Aunt Shauna, does that mean I can call Mr. Bertrand Uncle John?" Shauna and Ash nodded their heads. Ash then said, "Speaking of John, what is his status Shauna? How is John doing?" Shauna looked at Ash and said, "He's still in a comatose state, the doctors aren't sure when he will wake up." Ash then said, "All right, mind if we see him anyway?" Shauna shook her head and said, "No, go right ahead, the nurse will show you to his room." Ash thanked Shauna and walked up to the nurse's station with Aubrey and Colin. After seeing John, Ash took Aubrey and Colin out for ice cream before the third battle began. Aubrey got vanilla while Colin and Ash got chocolate. As they ate their ice cream, Colin said, "This ice cream is delicious, thanks Dad." Ash smiled, rubbed Colin's head and said, "Not a problem son." Aubrey then said, "Yeah thanks Dad, and I am so glad to have a brother, being an only sibling can get really lonely." Colin hugged Aubrey and said, "I know that feeling." Ash smiled again and said, "I'm glad to see you two getting along so well, I would have thought that you two would have been in each other's hair by now." Aubrey and Colin looked at Ash and said, "Of course not." Ash was surprised to hear his daughter and adopted son getting along so well, but he was happy. Ash then looked at his watch and said, "All right kids, the third battle is about to start, we have to meet your mom at the stadium." Aubrey and Colin nodded their heads, finished their ice cream, and all three of them made their way to Ash's car to head to the stadium. When Ash, Aubrey, and Colin got to the stadium, May and Shauna were waiting for them at the entrance. When Mei Kay saw her husband and kids, she walked up to them and said, Will and Burgundy are about to go up, but they wanted to talk to you first. Ash was confused as to why Will and Burgundy wanted to talk to him. Ash then said, Did they tell you why they wanted to talk to me? Mei then shook her head and told Ash, They didn't tell us why they want to talk to you, they just said that they wanted to talk to you. Ash then said, Very well, Shauna, take our kids to the booth, Mei and I will go see what Will and Burgundy want. Shauna nodded her head and said, After that I'm going back to the hospital. Ash nodded his head, then Shauna said, Come on kids. Aubrey and Colin followed Shauna while Mei and Ash walked to the blue platform to find out what Will and Burgundy want to talk about. The previous day, Will and Burgundy were getting ready for their battle by studying their opponent's Pokémon. Burgundy then said, Looks like Iris is still using Dragonite, Excadrill, and Axew, but that Flygon, Garchomp, and Tyrant are all new Pokémon on her team to me. Will nodded his head and said, I agree, and according to this, Syllan has a Pansage, a Crustle, a Stunfisk, a Levany, a Sawsbuck, and a Ferrothorn. Burgundy then said, well, most of his team is Grass-type, just like that when I faced him. She then said, not to mention that Iris has mostly Dragon-type Pokémon. Ice and Fairy-type Pokémon can do significant damage against her Dragon-type Pokémon. Not only that, but a Fire-type attacks can be used against Syllan's Pokémon and Iris's Excadrill. I'll use my Infernape against them, said Will. Will nodded his head and said, Now let's see what Pokémon they're going to use against us. Will then clicked a button to view what Pokémon Iris and Syllan were going to use. What they saw didn't surprise them one bit. Iris was going to use all Dragon-type Pokémon and Syllan was using Grass and Bug types. Just then, two Pokémon appeared from nowhere, and Burgundy knew who those Pokémon were. Burgundy then said, We need to talk to Ash. Back on the day of their battle, Will and Burgundy waited for Ash to arrive. Will then asked Burgundy, What do you think Mr. Ketchum will say? Burgundy had her arms crossed and said, I don't really know what he will say, but I hope he understands them. Just then, Will and Burgundy both heard a voice say, Understand who? When they looked in the direction that the voice came from, it was Ash and he was walking up to the two competitors with Mei close behind him. Ash then said, I'll ask this again, understand who? Burgundy looked towards a box and said, Come on out you two, he's here. Suddenly, two Pokémon jumped out from behind the box and landed in front of Ash. Ash then immediately recognized them, and he said, Pansage, Axew, what are you two doing here? We want to join you Ash, said Pansage. Ash smiled and when Burgundy asked what they said, Ash told her, Pansage and Axew want to join us, and I have a plan on how they can announce it. Ash then turned back to Axew and Pansage, he then said, Do it during the match, so it can get Syllan and Iris angry. Axew and Pansage looked at each other, then back at Ash. The two Pokémon then nodded their heads, meaning that they were on board with Ash's plan. Ash then said, Good, now get back to Iris and Syllan, don't want to raise suspicion, then when they send you out, do a few moves then destroy your Pokeballs. Axew and Pansage nodded their heads and ran off. Ash then turned to Will and Burgundy and said, Good luck you two and kick their butts. Will and Burgundy nodded their heads. They then stood onto the platform, so they can go to the battlefield. Meanwhile with Iris and Syllan, Pansage and Axew just got back to them. Iris then said, Axew, you had me worried. You know better than to run off like that, what if Ash saw you? Axew then said, Sorry Iris, I didn't mean to worry you. But I had Pansage with me, so I wasn't alone. Syllan then picked Pansage up and said, Pansage, I was equally worried about you as Iris was with Axew, why did you run off like that? Pansage then said, Sorry Syllan, I guess I saw something, so I grabbed Axew and went to check. But when we returned to where you two were, you and Iris were gone, I'm sorry. Syllan then said, It's alright, I forgive you, just don't run off without telling us first, okay? Pansage nodded his head and the platform began to rise. Aeon, Iris and Scylla don't understand Axu and Panzage, all they heard was, Axu Ax, EW Axu Axu. And, Panzage, Panzage Panzage. Or at least what Axu and Panzage might have said, but for you readers, you all know better. As the two platforms rose, both teams heard the announcer say, "Welcome one and all to the third battle of the second round." You may think that things are progressing slowly but, in all actuality, they are moving at a faster pace than our region's Pokemon League, where it was only 2 battles per day. This tournament has 3 battles per day. That's right, 3 battles instead of 2, but enough talking, let's introduce our teams. In the blue corner, we have the team of Will and Burgundy, both good friends of our current reigning champion, Ash Ketchum. The crowd cheered as Will and Burgundy's platform stopped and the two of them waved at the crowd. The announcer then said, "In the red corner, we have 2 people who betrayed our champion over 10 years ago, we have team of Iris and Scylla." Not a single cheer was heard for Iris and Scylla. Scylla then said, "Well, looks like we know who the crowd's favorite team is." The announcer then said, "Trainers, please send out your Pokemon." Iris was first to send out her Pokemon and she said, "Dragonite and Excadrill, let's go." The Pokemon that came out were in fact, her Dragonite and her Excadrill. Scylla then sent out his Leaveney and Ferrothorn. Then Will said, "I know how to deal with those Pokemon, Infernape and Gardevoir, let's get to it." Will's Infernape and Will's Gardevoir appeared on the battlefield, ready to battle. Burgundy sent out a Beartic and Heatmore. The referee then said, "Alright trainers, battle begin." Meanwhile at the hospital, Shauna was fast asleep with her hand in John's when she felt her hand being squeezed. When she lifted her head to see what was happening, she saw that John's hand was squeezing her hand. Shauna then looked at John's head and saw that his eyes began to open. Shauna then said, John, come on baby, you can do it." John's eyes were now fully open, and he blinked a couple of times. John then turned his head to look at Shauna and said, "Hey Shauna, you look good." Shauna's eyes began to tear up and she hugged John. Shauna then said, "John, you're finally awake." John rubbed his wife's back and said, "I know Shauna, you won't believe what I saw, what knowledge I have gained, more importantly, I know who Ash is going to face in the final battle." When Shauna asked who Ash was going to face in the final battle, John said, "Misty, Ash is going to battle Misty, and he's going to lose, unless he and I change the 3rd round bracket." Shauna was shocked to hear that Ash was going to lose at the end of the tournament. John then said, "I need to get to Ash." As John sat up to get out of the bed, Shauna placed her hands on John's shoulders and said, "No John, you need your rest, you were just in a coma." John looked at Shauna and said, "I've been resting since the thunderbolt almost stopped my heart, but with the help of my aura, I survived, but it sent me into a comatose state. Now that I'm up, I can useful again." Shauna kept her hands on John's shoulders while she hopped onto the bed and said, "You are not going anywhere, if you push me off our baby won't make it." John looked at Shauna and saw that she was set in her words, so he said, "All right, you win, I'll stay in bed." Shauna smiled and kissed John on the lips. Back at the stadium, the battle was growing in intensity. Neither side would back down. Will and Burgundy's Pokemon were exhausted but barely damaged, while Iris and Scylla's Pokemon were exhausted and badly damaged. Will then said, "Gardevoir use Fairy Wind on Dragonite and Infernape you use Fire Blast on Ferrothorn." Burgundy then had Beartic use Ice Beam on Leaveney and Heatmore use Flamethrower on Excadrill. Then Iris said, "Both of you dodged the attacks and Dragonite use Hyper Beam on Gardevoir, Excadrill use Drill Run on Beartic." Finally, Scylla said, "Leaveney, dodge the Ice Beam and use Energy Ball on Heatmore. Ferrothorn jump up and use Poison Jab on Infernape." All the Pokemon obeyed and used the move they were told to use, and several moves impacted the target Pokemon. As all the Pokemon that Will and Burgundy had were still standing, Dragonite, Leaveney, Excadrill, and Ferrothorn were all down. The referee then said, "Dragonite, Leaveney, Excadrill, and Ferrothorn are all unable to continue. Trainers, please send out your final Pokemon." Iris and Scylla recalled their Pokémon and sent out Flygon, Axew, Crustle, and Panzage. Burgundy and Will both smiled when they saw Axew and Panzage go into battle. Ash then telepathically told Axew and Panzage, "Alright, you two, use the lowest damaging move you both know. That will get them angry, then when I say now, use the move they told you to use on your Pokeballs." Axew and Panzage were ready to rejoin Ash's side. Will then said, "Infernape, use Flamethrower Crustle, Gardevoir, let's power up with Mega Evolution, we unite for a more perfect bond, uniting our spirit and minds." Mega Evolve, Gardevoir began to glow, and after light faded her, Gardevoir changed forms. Will then said, "Gardevoir, use Fairy Blast on Flygon." Infernape waited for Gardevoir before he used Flamethrower so his and Gardevoir's attacks hit at the same time. Iris then said, "Flygon, dodge it." But Flygon was too scared of Gardevoir to move, and he was hit by both attacks, sending Flygon flying into the wall. Ash then said, "We just fixed that wall." When the smoke cleared, Flygon was unable to continue battling, meaning Iris only had Axew left to battle with. Scylla then told Crustle to use Rock Throw on Heatmore and Panzage to use Bullet Seed on Beartick. Crustle obeyed, so did Panzage, on the Rock Throw. Scylla then said, "Panzage, you didn't need to jump while firing your Bullet Seed, you had a clear shot, and you destroyed Crussle's Rock Throw. Anyway, now use Dig on Infernape." Panzage then used Bullet Seed again. While Scylla tried to make Panzage use Dig, Iris told Axew use Dragon Pulse on Beartick, but he used Scratch instead. That got Iris mad and she said, "I said Dragon Pulse, not Scratch, Dragon Pulse." Scylla then said, "Use Dig." While Iris and Scylla tried to get Axew and Panzage to obey, Burgundy said, "While he's distracted, Beartick, use Water Pulse on Crustle." Beartick obeyed and used Water Pulse on Crustle, as the Water Pulse made its way towards Crustle. Will then told Infernape to use Iron Tail on Crustle. Both moves impacted and sent Crustle sliding backwards until it stopped in front of Scylla. The referee then said, "Crustle is unable to continue." Scylla was shocked to see that Crustle was beaten, but he recalled Crustle. Iris then told Axew to use Dragon Pulse on Infernape and Scylla told Panzage to use Bullet Seed on Beartick. Ash then telepathically said, "Now." Axew and Panzage used the move they were told to use. Axew then spun around and used Dragon Pulse on his Pokeball and Panzage used Bullet Seed on his Pokeball, surprising both Scylla and Iris. Panzage then landed next to Axew and gave Axew a high five. Iris and Scylla were shocked to that their Pokemon destroyed their Pokeballs. The referee then said, "Axew and Panzage, the whining Pokemon are Beartick, Heatmore, Infernape, and Gardevoir, which means that the victory goes to Will and Burgundy." Will's Gardevoir then de-Mega evolved, and Will and Burgundy recalled all their Pokemon. Axew and Panzage then ran over to the blue corner and both platforms began to go down. The announcer then said, "Well, Pokemon fans, that goes for today's battles, we will see you all right back here tomorrow." When everyone left the stadium, Ash and his companions arrived at his house to see John and Shauna at their door. Aubrey ran up to John and shouted, "Uncle John." John knelt to pick up Aubrey and gave her a great big hug. Ash then said, "Good to see you awake, John." John placed Aubrey on the ground and said, "Same here, Ash. Shauna told me you and May signed the adoption papers for Colin. I'm happy to count him part of the family." Ash nodded his head, and before anyone else say a word, they all heard a voice say, "Ash Ketchum, you and I are going to talk." When everyone turned to where the voice came from, they saw Dawn Berlitz, one of the traitors. Ash then said, "What do you want before I call the police?" Dawn then said, "You somehow brainwashed Axew and Panzage to betray Iris and Scylla." John then walked up to Ash and said, "He didn't, Dawn, they never wanted to betray Ash, that goes the same with Togekiss and Piplup." Dawn then said, "Don't you dare bring those traitors into this." Ash then said, "I consider them a member of my family, along with Axew and Panzage. Anyone who apologizes to me and helps out a member of my family, and anyone who I can tell are telling the truth." Dawn got furious and said, "That's it, Ketchum, I challenge you to a battle." If you win, I'll leave you alone. But, if I win, you need to give up Panzage and Axu. Ash looked at Axu and Panzage with a look of confidence and said, challenge accepted, choose your Pokemon. Dawn smiled and said, Ambipom, Spotlight. The Pokemon that popped out was in fact Ambipom, and when he saw Ash, a look of hatred appeared on Ambipom's face. Ash was certain that Dawn lied to it and said, hello Ambipom, I take it you are not happy to see me. You DMN right Ketchum, I'm here to rescue Pokemon you stole from Dawn, Iris, Barry, and Sillin. Then when I'm done here, I'm helping Dawn take you back to Kanto to stand trial for killing Professor Oak. Replied Ambipom. John then said, Ambipom you are, no offense, but you are stupid. Ambipom then looked at John and said, shut up traitor, you joined an evil tyrant. Aubrey then said, my dad is not an evil tyrant, he was framed. Aubrey caught Ambipom's attention and he said, Dad, but Dawn told me that Ash was too busy being a tyrant to get married, so he kidnapped May to use as a SLV for his pleasure, but never got her PRGN. Dawn then said, stop talking to my Pokemon and call out your Pokemon SLV you evil tyrant. Ash then pulled out a Pokeball and said, let's go Bizel. The Pokemon that came out was indeed a Bizel. When Bizel saw Dawn, he said, are we finally going to get that traitor? Ambipom was even more confused and asked Bizel, why did you call Dawn the traitor, John's the traitor? Bizel looked at Ambipom and said, Ambipom my old friend, you have clearly been lied to, by Dawn. She and the others that she stands by wanted Ash to give up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master, so they can steal his Pokemon for their own use, but he didn't let that happen. Ash came here, to Otron, with May, Bonnie, John, Shauna, Gary, Paul, Trip, Alan, Sawyer, and all of their Pokemon. Dawn then said, Arceus DMN at Ambipom, use Focus Punch. Ambipom was hesitant to use the move because he was told two different stories. Bizel then walked up to the long-tail Pokemon and asked, who would you believe more, the person who caught you, or the person who didn't even know you until Ash got to Sinnoh? Ambipom was hesitant to even answer that question, but she heard Dawn say, Ambipom you stupid Pokemon, I said use Focus Punch. Ambipom looked at Dawn with a look of shock, she never called Ambipom stupid Pokemon before. Ash then said, it's not right to call a Pokemon stupid. Dawn looked at Ash and shouted, shut your mouth and mind your own business. Ambipom is just being stupid, just like the trainer I got her from. Ambipom was shocked again. Bizel then said, do you see Ambipom, Dawn is starting to show her true colors, she doesn't care for you, she even had her Kalava killed for speaking out against betraying Ash. Ambipom heard enough and used Focus Punch but used her other tail to spin around and punch her Pokeball, destroying it. Ash smiled and said, Bizel, use Sonic Boom on Dawn. Bizel smiled and used Sonic Boom and it hit Dawn, causing her to be sent flying off the ground a few inches but backwards about a foot. As Dawn stood up, Ambipom used Swift at her feet, causing Dawn to dance. John then said, looks like Ambipom no longer wants to follow your orders Dawn, which means you lose. Dawn then said after she stood up, fine, I'll leave, but you listen here Ash Ketchum, when we win this tournament and one of us beat you, you'll be saying that you should have listened to us when we told you to give up your dream to begin with. Dawn then ran off out of sight of Ash and his friends. Later, inside Ash's house, May Kay introduced Ambipom to Aubrey and Colin. John then pulled Ash to the side and told him about what he saw while he was in a coma. Ash then said, so Misty's going to win against me in the final battle. John nodded his head and said, unless we team her up with someone willing to take a dive and ensure that she doesn't battle you. Ash then asked John who would be willing to take a dive for the tournament. John said that he didn't know anyone, but they then heard a voice say, I'll do it. When the two friends turned to look at who said that, they saw Paul, standing in the doorway. John walked over to Paul and said, are you sure you want to do this? Paul nodded his head and said, yes, if it's to keep that traitor Waterflower from advancing any farther in the tournament, then I am more than willing to lose in my next match. Ash smiled and said, thank you Paul, you are a great friend. I learn from the best. replied Paul. Ash chuckled. John then said, we'll need to make sure that you and Misty are in the first round against 2 of our strongest trainers, our Elite 4 members. Ash then said, Alan and Trip, they're the only other Elite 4 members that are in the tournament, you can't join because you didn't participate in the preliminary rounds, and Paul would be on Misty's team. John nodded his head and said, I know, I was going to suggest them. Ash then said, well, why didn't you? You never gave me the chance. Replied John. Ash then rolled his eyes and said, whatever John, anyway, the next set of battles are happening tomorrow, we'll need our rest. John and Paul nodded their heads in agreement. Paul said, I just thought of something, if Misty is going up against Cynthia and that Flannery chick with Zoe, how could she face Ash if she's going to face a champion and a gym leader? John shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know dude, I just know that she was going to face him if she makes it to the final round. Ash rubbed his chin and said, I've been meaning to make a call to King Armin, what the announcer said during Max and Bonnie's battle with Stefan and Tierno got me thinking. John then said, I believe I know what you're talking about, Team Comet. Ash nodded his head and said, I'll be back you guys, tell May where I am going. John nodded his head and said, of course Ash, will do. Ash then walked out of his house and got into his car, he then drove all the way to the castle to speak to the king. When he arrived, Ash was escorted to the dining hall where King Armin I was. When he entered the dining hall, he saw King Armin I and approached him. When Armin saw Ash, he said, Ah Ash, care to join our feast? Ash shook his head and said, unfortunately no, I came here to discuss Team Comet, why didn't you tell me that the Otron region has dealt with Team Comet before? King Armin almost choked on the food he was eating when Ash asked him that question. King Armin stood up and said, Team Comet was a cult of Otron region fanatics that worshipped the end of days. When a comet was going to pass by the planet, they planned to use psychic Pokemon to actually bring the comet towards us and have it wipe out. But my ancestor, the very first king of the Otron region, found their location and attacked it, killing all its members and preventing the comet from destroying us all. Armin then asked Ash to follow him to the royal library. When the two of them arrived, King Armin pulled out an old book and showed it to John. The book title read, The History of the Otron Region Through the Eyes of the King, by King Elijah and His Descendants. Armin then said, King Elijah was the first king of Otron, my ancestor. He expanded this region to its current borders. Then he had to deal with Team Comet. After the attack on Team Comet's hideout, I thought that he wiped them all out. Ash looks in the book and found a picture of all the killed Team Comet cult members and saw a few that looked like his former friends. Ash then said, some of those killed Team Comet cult members look like my former friends. Armin looked at the picture and said, they do look like them, don't they? Well, that's because I did some background history. Each of the people that are dead in this picture had families that fled to different regions. The kings of the Otron region, including I, have been tracking the descendants of those people in the photo throughout the centuries. As it turns out, those former friends of yours are the descendants of those people. Ash was shocked to hear that his former friends had ancestry in Otron. Ash then said, I appreciate it that you show me this now, instead of walking off and not talking to me at all. King Armin then said, I thought I would never need to hear those words come out of someone's mouth and not from a book page. Ash then said, all right, but are you hiding anything else from me and my family? Armin then shook his head and said, not a thing. Ash then thanked Armin for his time and walked out of the king's library. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock were discussing a plan when Dawn walked in. Misty asked Dawn, how did it go to get Axu and Panzage back? Dawn shook her head and said, I failed on getting them back, and I lost Ambipom because Ash called out Bizel. Misty slammed her fist on the table and said, DMN that Ketchum, if it wasn't for him we would have had complete control of the world by now. Brock nodded his head and said, we could have brought peace to the world, by forcing the other regions to oblige to our laws or face army occupation. I mean, we do have control for the Kantos, Johtos, Sinnohas, and Unova's governments. Then from the corner, the three traitors heard Barry say, well, when one of us get to the finals, we can kill Ketchum and take his Pokemon for ourselves. Which we should have done in the very beginning. Misty looked at Barry and said, you know that we can't kill Ketchum. Barry then stood up and said, what, don't tell me you still have feelings for him, he clearly doesn't love you back, Misty. Misty walked over to Barry and punched him in the gut. After Barry fell to his knees, Misty said, you know DMN, well, I don't have feelings for him anymore, the only feeling I have for him is hatred. He needs to die, I know, but we tried to get him to kill himself 10 years ago, he found out about our plan by John. Brock then said, John, that BSTRD has been loyal to Ketchum ever since we tried to make Ash give up his dream. Misty looked at her fellow gym leader and said, if Ash never accepted John's request to join him on his journey, he would have never found out about our plan. John needs to go, said Dawn. Barry nodded his head and said, that's why I tried to kill him by sending a car with a drunk guy in it speeding down the road to hit John's truck. Misty turned to look at Barry and she said, so that was you did a really bad job. Barry then said, HEY, I wanted to hit him in the front, not the back. Then Brock said, calm down everyone, save your hatred for Ash and his friends. Soon we will beat them, and we will kill them all, including Ash's little brat of a daughter. Misty, Barry, and Dawn nodded their heads in agreement, unbeknownst to them that they were being eavesdropped on. The eavesdropper began to back up when he heard someone say, Chili, what are you doing? Chili looked and saw his brothers Sillin and Cress. Chili then said, did you guys know we had control of 4 regions' governments? Sillin and Cress nodded their heads and Sillin said, of course, why wouldn't we, but Hoenn, Kalos, and Alola are being defiant, that's why we have the Kanto and Johto armies in Hoenn, while the Sinnoh and Unova army is currently stationed in Kalos, to make sure that the 2 regions obey us. Our navy is blockading Alola to prevent any trade to getting to Alola. Chili was shocked to hear what his brother said, and as he started to back up, he bumped into something. When Chili turned to look at what he bumped into, he saw Brock standing behind him, along with Misty, Dawn, and Barry. Brock then said, what did you hear, Chili? Chili then made a break for it by passing by Sillin and Cress and made his way to the exit of the building he was in. Brock then pulled out a radio and said, Stefan, we have a runner, get your Zebstrika out and stop him at the exit. Stefan replied, not a problem, Brock. Back with Ash, he just arrived back at his house. As he was getting out of the car, Mei Kei walked up to him and asked, how did it go with King Armin this time? Ash kissed his wife and said, better than last time, I need to talk to everyone. Mei then said, well, almost everyone's here, we just need to wait for Burgundy and her boyfriend. Ash was surprised that Burgundy had a boyfriend. Just then, Mei and Ash heard a voice say, hey, sorry we're late. Ash and Mei then turned to see Burgundy and were walking up the pathway. Ash then said, it's alright Burgundy, and I didn't know you and Will got together. Will rubbed the back of his neck and said, well, I guess it kind of just happened. Ash smiled and said, well, you guys battled hard, but as you know that John and I said that we would switch for every round. Will and Burgundy nodded their heads and said, it's alright. Ash smiled again and said, well, let's get inside everyone, I have an announcement to make. Mei, Will, and Burgundy nodded their heads and all 4 of them headed inside Ash and Mei's house to eat dinner. Back at the building the Traitors were in, Chili was almost at the exit when Stefan, on his Zebstrika, stopped him. Stefan then got off his Zebstrika and said, where do you think you're going, Chili? Chili then said, out of my Stefan. Stefan then got angry and said, it's Stefan. As Stefan swung a punch at Chili, Chili dodged the punch, he then punched Stefan in the face, knocking Stefan to the floor, and he got an opening to escape. As Chili opened the exit door, he thought to himself, I need to inform Ash, hopefully he'll forgive me just like he did with Tierno. Chili then ran away from the building to the nearest location with a phone. When Brock and Misty got to the exit, they saw Stefan picking himself up off the ground. Brock then said, he got past you. Stefan nodded his head and said, couldn't even tell my Zebstrika to use Thunderbolt, I tried fighting him myself, but he was fast and has a mean left hook. Misty then said, "Great, now he's going to tell Ash and his friends." Brock and Stefan nodded their heads when Scylla and Cress came up to them, and Scylla asked Brock, "Where is our brother?" Brock looked at the Striaton gym leader and said, "Your brother Chili has betrayed us, he ran to tell Ketchum and his allies about us." Scylla and Cress were shocked to hear that their little brother ran off to tell Ash and his friends about everything Team Comet. Cress then said, "I volunteer to go after him." Misty and Brock nodded their head, then Brock said, "Find him, and eliminate him, he's become a loose end and you know our policy about loose ends." Cress nodded his head and said, "All loose ends need to be tied up." Brock and Misty nodded their heads and let Cress pass, so he could kill his brother. Back at Ash's house, Ash and his friends were eating dinner when the house phone went off. When Ash went to answer it, the person calling was Nurse Joy from the local Pokemon Center. Ash then said, "What is it, Nurse Joy?" Nurse Joy replied by saying, "There is someone here who wishes to speak with you. He requests that you and Mr. Bertrand come here so he can talk to you." Ash looked at John, who had just finished eating dinner, and Ash said, "Get ready, John, we're needed at the Pokemon Center." John nodded his head. Ash then turned back to the screen and told Nurse Joy, "We'll be there shortly." "Right, of course," replied Nurse Joy. Ash then hung up the phone, turned to look at the table and said, "John and I will be back. There is someone at the Pokemon Center that needs to talk to us." Paul stood up and said, "Why not the rest of us?" John then said, "If we believe his story, we'll bring him back here, so he can tell you the story." Shauna stood up, kissed John on the lips, and said, "Be careful." John smiled and said, like our ex-friend Dawn used to say, "No need to worry, I'll be fine, I'll make sure that Ash doesn't get into much trouble." May gave John a look that read, "You better be FNG kidding, John." John then laughed again and said, "I'm joking, May, let's go, Ash." Ash nodded his head, grabbed his truck keys and walked to the door, with John right behind him. When the two friends arrived at the Pokemon Center, it began to rain. John then said, "Weatherman never called for rain." Ash replied by saying, "Well, maybe someone's having a battle nearby and a Pokemon used rain dance." John nodded his head and the two friends headed inside the Pokemon Center. When they got in, Nurse Joy walked up to them and said, "The person that wished to speak with you two is this way, please follow me." Nurse Joy then proceeded to walk to where the mysterious person was waiting for Ash and John, who followed Nurse Joy. John then said, "Do you sense that, Ash?" Ash nodded his head and said, "One of the traitors is here, let's make sure nothing gets started they're going to regret." John then nodded his own head and said, "But the traitor's presence seems to be getting closer." Ash nodded his head and saw that Nurse Joy stopped at a door. Nurse Joy then said, "He's in here, he was in a big hurry about wanting to talk to you two, says that you two are the only ones who would believe him." John and Ash were confused but didn't say a word. Nurse Joy then opened the door and allowed John and Ash to enter the room. The only light on in the room was the lamp. Sitting next to the lamp was a person, his upper body was in darkness. The mystery figure then said, "Hello Ash, hello John, I'm glad you got my message." John recognized the voice and said, "Hey Chili, what do you want?" Ash looked at John, right before he turned on the room light and saw Chili. Chili then said, "How did you know it was me?" John then said, "Unlike Ash, I recognize voices from people I know." Ash looked at John and said, "Hey." John looked back at Ash and said, "What, you and the others could never tell that three people were Jesse, James, and Meowth from Team Rocket, especially after I said that it was Team Rocket." Ash then said, "Okay, you got me there, but what do you want, Chili?" Chili stood up and said, "I have information about the traitors and Team Comet." "Aren't you with Team Comet?" asked Ash. Chili then said, "Yes, I know I sided with my brothers and their friends, but I was barely told anything, so when Dawn went to talk to Misty and Brock, I followed her." "Ash, you have every right not to trust me, but please hear me out, I speak the truth when I say that I regret my decision." Ash then rotated his head slightly and asked John, "Well, what does your aura say about him?" John then said, "You know exactly what my aura says." But for your sake, it says that he's telling us the truth, so let's hear him out. Ash nodded his head, turned to back at Chili and he said, start talking. Chili nodded his head and said, Team Comet has control of the governments in 4 regions, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova. Only Hoenn, Kalos, and Alola defy the new law that was passed. So, Misty and the others have 2 armies in Hoenn and 2 armies in Kalos while they have a naval blockade around Alola to prevent any trade. The Kanto and Johto armies are in Hoenn while the Sinnoh and Unova armies are in Kalos. John then said, he's telling the truth Ash, no changes in his heart rate of his speech, meaning that all he says is true. Ash then said, so not only has Team Comet bribed respectful Pokemon professors, but they also control 4 regional governments. Not to mention that they have 2 armies in Hoenn, 2 armies in Kalos, and a navy blockading the Alola region. John added on. Ash looked at John, nodded his head, then back at Chili and asked, what do you want in return for giving us that information? Chili replied, all I want is your forgiveness and your acceptance of my help in defeating my brothers and their friends. John and Ash looked at each other before they said anything. Ash then looked back at Chili and said, we'll need to talk for a few minutes, but we do thank you for the information. Chili nodded his head. Ash and John then walked out of the room to discuss what they should do. Just then, a rock was thrown through the window and when Chili began to approach the window, Cress came through the window and said, hello little brother. In the lobby area, John and Ash were discussing what to do about Chili. John said, he was telling us the truth Ash, I didn't sense any lies coming from him. Ash had his back to John and was looking out the window. Ash then said, you're starting to become too trustworthy John. As for me, I don't trust him, he had 10 years to find me and he didn't. John then said, Ash, he probably believed what his brothers told him, he is their younger brother. Besides, after telling us this information, where else will he go, he might get murdered by Team Comet grunts. Ash looked back at John and said, are you trying to tell me that I should accept his help? John nodded his head and said, besides Ash, he wasn't at your house when the traitors first tried to make you give up your dream. Ash looked at the ground, then back at John and said, fine, I'll accept his help, but you are going to watch him. John nodded his head and said, of course, let's get back to him. Ash nodded his head and the 2 of them walked back to the room Chili was in. When they opened the door, they saw Cress on top of Chili ready to stab him when he heard John say, Chili. Cress and Chili looked towards the door, saw John standing behind Ash, and Cress bolted out the broken window. As John helped Chili up, Ash ran to the window. John pulled Chili up onto his feet and asked him if he was alright. I'm fine, my brother was about to kill me though, replied Chili. Ash then walked back to John and Chili. Along the way, he saw a rock surrounded by broken glass. Ash then asked, was this rock thrown through the window? Chili looked at the rock and nodded his head. Chili then said, yes, he threw that rock through the window. As he struggled to get me on my back, he told me that I was fired from Team Comet and I became a loose end and all loose ends get tied up. Ash then said, looks like Team Comet wants you dead. Chili nodded his head and said, that's why I came to you and John, because your aura could tell if I was lying, plus I was kind of expecting that to happen. Misty and Brock have begun cracking down on the lower grunts and squad leaders, they don't want anyone deserting their ranks. Ash then said as he extended his left hand, well, looks like you're joining us, welcome to our team, our family. Chili smiled and shook Ash's hand. John smiled and said, let's get back to the house, there you can meet the rest of the family. Ash nodded his head. John, Ash, and Chili all got into Ash's truck and drove back to Ash's house. Back with Cress, he just made it back to Brock and Misty to tell about his mission. Cress told them, I was about to kill him when those 2 PAS enter the room, I had to bolt. Misty then said, I understand, which means we'll need to kill him in the battlefield. Scylla then said, no, there'll be a stadium's worth of witnesses. Cress then said, not unless he's shot from the highest point that has a view of the battlefield. Brock then said, I was just about to suggest that Cress, but who will do it? Misty then said, "We'll hire an assassin to do it." Brock nodded his head and said, "We'll make it look like that the assassin was paid by Ketchum to assassinate Chili and provoke the Unova region to go to war." Cress and Scylla liked the idea, Misty loved the idea. Back at Ash's house, Ash and John just walked in the door, with Chili hidden behind the two of them. When May saw her husband and her friend, she asked, "What did the mystery person want?" Ash replied, "First of all, he told us that Team Comet has control of Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova." He then went on to say that the Kanto and Johto armies are occupying Hoenn while the Sinnoh and Unova armies are occupying Kalos. There's a naval blockade around the Alola region to keep trade out to force them to follow the new law. Shauna then asked, "How did this person know all of that information?" John looked at his wife and said, "It's quite simple, Shauna. He wants to join us and he's from Team Comet, ready Ash." Ash nodded his head and the two of them stepped to the side to reveal Chili standing behind them. Trip and Burgundy stood up immediately said, "Chili." When May asked who Chili was, Trip said, "Chili is the youngest of 3 brothers, all 3 of them are the Striaton gym leaders. His brothers are Cress and Scylla." May then said, "You mean the same Scylla that was at Ash's house the day they wanted him to give up his dream?" Trip nodded his head. Ash then said, "True, Chili's brother betrayed me, but more importantly, we saw Cress trying to kill Chili, and he bolted." Chili then said, "Cress threw a rock through the window of the room I was in and climbed through it. As he struggled to get on my back, he told me that I was fired from Team Comet and became a loose end in Team Comet's newest policy to deal with any deserters is that all loose ends need to be tied up, meaning that Brock and Misty wanted me killed." Trip and Burgundy looked at each other, then May said, "Well Chili, seeing you here means you asked to join us in defeating the traitors." Chili nodded his head and said, "Ash has accepted my apology, and I know I may never fully gain all of your trust, but I just want your forgiveness and you all to accept my help with dealing the traitors." Everyone was a little hesitant in what to do until May and Shauna walked over to Ash, John, and Chili. May then said, "If you have earned my husband's trust, then you have my trust." Shauna then said, "That goes the same with my husband and I." Chili smiled and said, "Thank you Mrs. Ketchum, and you Mrs. Bertrand." May told Chili to call her May and Shauna did the same thing. Gary then said, "I guess that if you have the trust of my friends, then you have my trust." "That goes double for me and Max," said Bonnie. Chili saw Max nodding his head in agreement, then he heard everyone besides Trip and Burgundy say that he earned their trust. Ash then said, "Trip, Burgundy, has Chili earned your trust?" Trip was the first to say, "He'll earn my trust when I see him earn it." Burgundy nodded her head in agreement, causing Chili to say, "I figured that you two wouldn't forgive me so easily, I just hope I can earn your forgiveness." "I'll let you know when you do," said Trip. Burgundy then said, "That goes double for me." Ash then got everyone's attention and said, "Now that we all know where our trust stands with Chili, I would like to ask him a question." Ash looked at Chili and asked, "Would you like someone here be with you on the battlefield?" Chili nodded his head and said, "I would like Trip to be there to make sure nothing happens." Trip then said, "Me be there, next to you, and your traitor of a brother, to make sure that nothing happens to you while you battle against another gym leader and a champion." Chili nodded his head and said, "Yes, please Trip." Trip thought about his answer for a few minutes, until he said, "I'll do it." Ash smiled and said, "Well, now that's taken care of, I have something to ask you all." When everyone was quiet, Ash said, "As you probably know, Team Comet is planning to declare war against the Otron region once the tournament is over, but what you all don't know is that I plan on telling the world about this, hopefully that will get us some needed reinforcements." John then said, "Aren't you going to let Chili tell them what he told us?" Chili then said, "I forgot about that actually." Ash said the same thing, then he said, "Chili, tell them what you told us." Chili then took a step forward and said, "Team Comet has control of 4 regional governments, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and my home region of Unova. Only Hoenn, Kalos, and the Alola regions are being defiant. The Kanto and Johto armies are occupying Hoenn, while the Sinnoh and Unova armies are occupying Kalos, and Team Comet has a fleet blockading the Alola region to force all those regions to follow the new law. Bonnie, May, Max, and Shauna were shocked to hear that their home regions were under occupation. Ash then said, resistance groups might have already begun forming in Hoenn and Kalos, that's good for us. Chili nodded his head and said, I wish I could have gotten more information, but I couldn't, sorry. Ash placed his hand on Chili's shoulder and said, it's alright Chili. But now we must go to bed for the coming battles tomorrow, let's get some rest everyone. They all nodded their heads and Ash showed Chili to the guest bedroom. John then got a phone call on his cell phone. When he answered it, it was Georgia. John said, how goes finding potential allies from the list I gave you? Georgia told John, so far, we have the Atlas region, the Ironbrook region, and the Lily region pledging their support to Ash when war comes. Thank you, Georgia, I appreciate you doing that. Once you get back here, have the list of all regions that will help our cause ready for me to show Ash. Said John. Georgia said that she will have the list ready upon her return. John nodded his head and they hung up the phone. John then turned around and saw Ash, arms crossed, with May and Shauna right behind him and everyone else right behind them. Ash then said, start explaining. After pulling out a seat and sitting down, John said, you said so yourself Ash, we would need to contact other regions if we were to survive, so I sent Georgia with a list of other regions nearby to request their assistance. Ash then asked John why he didn't run it by him first, to which John said, you've been busy with the tournament, I didn't need you to get more stressed. So, I took it upon myself as your friend, to help you prepare for the upcoming war with Team Comet. Ash remained silent, until he asked, what regions are with us so far? John told Ash, right now, just the Atlas region, the Ironbrook region, and the Lily region pledging their support to you when the war comes, they believe you. Practically every region around Otron that isn't part of the 7 core regions believes that you didn't kill Professor Oak and the new law that the Pokemon League passed. I'm surprised that they trust you so well actually. Ash nodded his head and said, well, alright, here's what we do. John, you're going to have Georgia get more regions to support us when the war begins, then we're going to plan our strategy to invade the core regions. John nodded his head. Ash then said, when Georgia gets back and gives you the list, I want that list immediately. John nodded his head again and said, I'll make sure it gets to you as soon as I get it. Ash nodded his head and said, good. Ash then said, we'll begin drawing up attack plans after the battles tomorrow, until then, we need to rest, get some sleep all of you. Everyone nodded their heads and they all headed to bed, except for Ash and John. Ash had John stay behind to talk to him privately. John stayed sitting while Ash pulled up a chair and Pikachu hopped onto the table. Ash then said, are there any other secrets that you're hiding from me? John fiddled with his thumbs before he said, I'm not hiding anything from you Ash, if I am doing something that concerns you, I'll inform you when the time comes. Ash looked at John in his eyes and said, I hope that you are telling me the truth John, I don't want to lose faith in you. John stood up in a quick fashion and said, Ash, I have been with you since the beginning, the only friend you have left from Kanto, even though I'm from Johto, I even taught you what I know in the way of using your aura, if I never stopped and battled you, where would you be? Ash then said, I don't know where I would be. Exactly, no one would know where they would be if events didn't happen the way they did. You would probably be even more angry than you were when Misty said that they needed to talk to you, possibly even dead. Replied John. John then said, Ash I promise you, I am not hiding anything that I didn't feel you should know about. Pikachu then said, I believe you John, what about you Ash? Ash looked at his first Pokemon, then at John and he said, I believe you John, but if I find out about something and confront you about it, I expect you to tell me all about it. John nodded his head and said, I promise you Ash, I will tell you everything that I know. Ash nodded his head and pulled out a folder and showed the folder to John. Ash then said, a private investigator you hired came to me and showed me these pictures of the traitors, care to explain these as well? John kept his eyes on the pictures as he said, I hired him to track the traitors, since we know that they formed Team Comet. I wanted to make sure that they weren't up to anything, but these pictures say that they were up to something at the local police station. Ash then said, what do you think they were up to? John thought about his answer by studying the pictures. John then said, I believe that Dawn and Barry went to talk to Jack and Rachel. At first I thought they were there to bust them out of jail, but I was wrong. Jack and Rachel are still there. We'll need to talk to them tomorrow before the first battle begins. Ash nodded his head in agreement and said, I just wanted to make sure that you would tell me. Thank you, John. John nodded his head in response and said, no problem, Ash. Now I suggest that we go to bed, like you told everyone else to do. Ash nodded his head in agreement and the two friends went to their separate bedrooms, not knowing what the next day will have in store for them. When morning came, Ash and his friends were eating breakfast when John said, everyone ready for the day ahead, to which everyone at the table nodded their heads. Ash then said, before the first battle begins, I'm going to make the announcement about the coming war. John smiled and said, okay, I'll alert the news stations and have them broadcast to the world. Ash nodded his head, looked at May, and said, May, can you take the kids to the booth? May nodded her head and said, of course, Ash. Ash smiled and thanked his wife. Just then, there was a knocking on the door and Ash went to answer it, and when he opened the door, he saw a face that he hasn't seen in decades. The man at the door had black hair and it was in the shape that Ash had his hair. The man also had Z scars on his cheeks. The man then said, well, aren't you going to let your father in? Ash then moved to the side and said, come on in, Dad. Ash's father then walked in and as he closed the door, Ash said, Emma, our dad's here. Getting up from her seat and making the chair fall backwards, Emma fasted walked to the door and when she saw her father, Emma ran and hugged him. Emma began crying in her father's arms, for not seeing him for almost 2 decades, and Ash asked his father to follow him and Emma to the dining room. When the 3 family members entered the room, Ash got everyone's attention and said, everyone, I would like you to meet Aaron Ketchum, my father. Everyone was silent after Ash got done talking, but May was the first to speak as she brought Aubrey and Colin closer and she said, greetings sir, my name is May. I'm Ash's wife and these are our children, our daughter, Aubrey Carol Ketchum, and our adopted son, Colin Henry Ketchum. Aaron looked at his grandchildren and said, hello Aubrey, hello Colin, nice to finally meet you. Aubrey immediately ran to give her grandfather a hug while Colin was hesitant. Ash saw that his son was hesitant and said, it's all right son, come on. Colin took a few steps forward and Ash's father said, hello Colin, nice to meet you. I know that you're not blood related to me, but I am going to treat you like you're a blood relative to me, so come on over here and give your grandpa a hug. Colin then ran to Aaron and hugged him as well. Aaron then looked up at John and the others and said, Ash, who are these people? Ash then said, Dad, these people are my friends, the ones still loyal to me. John was the first to speak and he said, greetings Mr. Ketchum, my name is John Bertrand, one of Ash's first friends and only friend that stuck with him from the very beginning of his journey. The lovely woman standing next to me is my wife, Shauna. Aaron bowed, and Shauna did a curtsied. Then Gary said, my name is Gary Oak, I know you probably know me sir, but I feel better since I introduced myself. Aaron nodded his head and said, I remember you Gary, born just after my son was born. Ash smiled and said, looks like we now know who's older. Gary gave Ash a look that read, very funny Ashy boy. The rest of Ash's friends introduced themselves to Aaron. Aaron then said, so 2 former traitors asked for my son's forgiveness and he gave it to them, I'm impressed. Ash then said, now Dad, what is it that you wanted to tell me? Aaron then said, well son, I heard about warrant for your arrest for the murder of Professor Oak, I'm not here to collect it, I know that warrant is complete bullshit. Ash smiled and said, I'm glad one of my parents is on my side. Aaron then said, I heard about your mother, how she sided with the people who wanted you to give up your journey, but did she ever say why? Ash shook her head and said, no, we didn't stick around long enough to find out why she sided with the traitors. Aaron then said, back to the main point, I came here from a region that's 200 miles away from the 7 core regions, it's called the Omega region. Ash and his friends looked at Aaron with looks that read, is that really its name, causing Aaron to say, I'm serious, that's the region's name, and the regions around it are called the Alpha Region, the Beta Region, and the Delta Region. There's also the Charlie Region, the Epsilon Region, the Theta Region, and the Zeta Region. Ash then said, wow, and what do those oddly named regions want? Aaron replied, they want to help you in your war against Team Comet. Ash was surprised that 8 more regions that didn't even know him were willing to help him in the upcoming war. Aaron then said, all they ask for in return is no hostilities and help with terrorist attacks against their governments done in the name of Team Comet. John then said, looks like Team Comet's influence spreads past the 7 core regions. Ash nodded his head in agreement. Ash then said, well, thanks for the information Dad, and we thank the regions siding with us. We'll also provide all support to them against those terrorist attacks. You're welcome son, and thank on the behalf of all the regions that will support you and Otron. Replied Aaron. John then looked at his watch and said, Ash, we need to hurry, the first battle is starting in a few minutes. Ash nodded his head, looked at his father, and asked him, would you like to watch the battle from my booth? Aaron smiled and said, of course son, who is battling? John told Aaron, sir, it is the team of Steven and Lance, who are on Ash's side, and the team of Chili and his treacherous brother Cress. Trip is going to be down there with Chili and Cress to make sure that Cress doesn't do anything. Aaron nodded his head and asked Chili, do you want to win the battle? Chili told Aaron that he wanted to win the battle before, but now that he is on Ash's side, he wants Steven and Lance to win the battle. Aaron and Ash smiled at what Chili said. Ash then said, all right everyone, let's get to the stadium. Everyone at the table nodded their heads, got up, and made their way to the stadium. Meanwhile, in Team Comet's hidden Otron base, Misty was watching TV when Brock entered and said, the tournament's about to start, and the assassin is getting in position to take out Chili. He told me that he's going to be on top of the Sunhill department store. I told him and Crest that Chili needs to die after his second Pokemon goes down. Misty looked at her fellow gym leader Team Comet leader and said, good, soon, Chili will be dead, and we will have an entire region wanting to go to war against the Otron region and that loser Ketchum. Brock smiled and said, I know, soon Ash would wish he had given up his dreams all those years ago. Misty nodded her head and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a certain legendary Pokemon watching them. Misty then quickly stood up, and said as she spun around, Shalebi. Shalebi realized that the traitors saw her and flew away. When Misty and Brock got to the window Shalebi was at, she was already gone. Misty then said, God Fangi damn it, that Fangi Pokemon must have heard us talk about our plan to kill Chili. Brock nodded his head and said, I bet that's how Ash found out about us forming Team Comet. Misty nodded her head in agreement. Back with Ash, he was about to start his news broadcast when Shalebi appeared in front of him and told him the traitor's plan. Ash then said, for one of the neutral legendary Pokemon, you're helping me out a lot. Shalebi then said, I guess I'm not so neutral anymore, I now wish to join your team. Ash smiled and pulled out the Pokeball that he set aside for her to enter. Ash then said, here you go Shalebi, and welcome to the team. Shalebi nodded her head, pushed the button, and went inside the Pokeball. After 3 shakes and a ding, Ash said, alright, I caught Shalebi. Ash then sent Shalebi back out and said, thank you Shalebi for giving me this information, but now I have a news broadcast to make, head to my house and wait there for us. Shalebi nodded her head and flew off to Ash's house. After Shalebi left, Ash began his broadcast to the world. With everyone, even the traitors, watching his broadcast, Ash said, people all regions all over the world, you know who I am, for those that don't, I am Ash Ketchum, champion of the Otron Region, and host of the first ever annual Otron Region tournament. I am here to tell you that I have received information about corrupt professors siding with the people who betrayed me. Plan on having the 7 core regions declare war on Otron after the tournament is over. I have a message for you, Professor Elm, Professor Birch, and Professor Juniper. You choose poorly when you 3 decided to side with Tracy and my former friends. But my message is this. When this tournament is over, and war begins, the Otron region will not allow you to win. we will fight you until you, my former friends and their little organization called Team Comet is grounded to dust. I now call for any trainer, from any region, in the 7 core regions, to come to Otron and enlist for freedom. I also call for allies to join the Otron region in our fight against Team Comet. To Team Comet and my former friends, you'll regret betraying me. You should have known better. Your Pokémon knew better than to betray me, but you forced them. Several Pokémon have already joined me from the Traitors. If any other Pokémon from my former friends want to join me, I will know because I will be able to sense it. But like I said earlier, those trainers and Pokémon from any of the 7 core regions wish to join us in our fight against Team Comet, come to the Otron region and join our fight. The future of the world might depend on it. Thank you for your time, and the first battle of the day should begin shortly. One more thing, Misty will now be battling with Paul instead of Zoe. She will battle with Trip. After Ash ended his TV broadcast, he was visited by Arceus's human form, a trick that he kept hidden from the other legendary Pokémon. What brings you here, Arceus? Ash asked Arceus. Arceus then told Ash, I'm here to talk to you about letting Celebi join you. I'm glad she joined you, and that you would protect her, but I am here to ask you not to use her time travel ability. When Ash asked why, Arceus told him, because there is no way to change the past to make your former friends stay your friends. Ash then said, I see, well, thank you for telling me that, Arceus. Would you like to stay and watch the battles? Arceus told Ash, I would love to watch the battles, but I can't, and if any of the traitors found out that I had a human form and what the human form looked like, they would not stop until they captured me and used me against you. I understand, said Ash. Arceus then told Ash that he must go, and Ash said, very well, Arceus, until we meet again. Arceus bowed his head and disappeared. Ash then made his way to the champion's booth to watch the battle that he already knew who is going to win. Meanwhile, near the red platform, Steven and Lance were paid a visit by Chili, and he said, hello Mr. Stone and Mr. Lance, may I have a word with you? Steven and Lance saw Chili, smiled, and Steven said, hello Chili, Ash already told us that you joined our side. Chili smiled and said, okay, I wasn't going to eye that, but when the battle starts, I'm going to give it my all. I may be on your side, but I'm not going to hold anything back. Steven then said, good, I was hoping that you wouldn't, but are you alright fighting against your home region of Unova when the war begins? Chili nodded his head and said, I'll be fine, it's not my home anymore. Lance and Steven nodded their heads and Steven said, alright, you better get over to your platform with Trip and Cress. Chili nodded his head and made his way to the platform he was going to be on to partake in the battle. Earlier that day, in top of the Sunhill department store, a man in a maintenance uniform was walking up some stairs with a small briefcase in hand. He then walked by a janitor cleaning some windows. The janitor got a good look at the briefcase, and using technology that the local police used, the technology scanned the briefcase and it detected multiple components to construct a sniper rifle. When the maintenance person got up a few flights of stairs, the janitor pulled out a radio and said, this is Officer Felix, the sniper is disguised as a maintenance person and he's heading to the roof right now. A person on the other end of the radio said, copy that, Officer Felix, we're waiting. Felix said Roger and pulled out his pistol in case things went south. When the sniper got to the rooftop, he found the designated spot to set up. As he got the sniper rifle together, 2 officers jumped out from behind a vent duct and said, Sunhill City Police, put your hands in the air. The sniper saw the officers, pulled out his gun and shot one in the shoulder. The other police officer shot the sniper, causing him to fall off the edge of the department store building. The officer that wasn't shot knelt to her partner, held him close, pulled out her radio, and said, this is Officer Rachel, we need a medical team here now. We have an officer down. Back in the stadium, Trip and Chili were waiting for Cress to arrive. When he did, he saw Trip and his brother, thinking that his brother would be killed, said, well, hello Traitor, and hello Trip. Chili saw his brother and said, hello Cress, surprised to see us. Cress smiled and sinister smile and said, of course, but watch your back Chili, don't want anything to sneak up on you. Chili knew exactly what Cress meant, but he knew that he wasn't going to die. Chili then though back to the moment Ash told him about the assassin's death. An hour ago. Ash told Chili, the assassin that was going to kill you is dead, shot by Officer Rachel, and he fell to his death. Chili breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank goodness. John nodded his head and said, however, I recommend to you that still have Trip on the platform with you to make sure that Cress doesn't pull anything during the battle. Chili nodded his head and said, okay Ash. Just then, John came up to them and said, Ash, it's almost time for your television broadcast, you need to get going. Ash nodded his head and told Chili, stay safe Chili. Chili nodded his head and said, I'll do my best to make you proud. Ash nodded his head again and the three friends walked out of the room they were in to go to their respective locations. Present time. Chili then said, well, I hope nothing does sneak up on me as well. Just then, the platform began to rise, Trip and Chili looked at each other and nodded their heads. Suddenly, the three of them heard a voice say, welcome everyone, to the fourth match of the second round. In the blue corner, we have the team of Chili and Cress of Striaton City with Chili being accompanied by the elite 4-member Trip, and in the red corner we have the team of Steven Stone and Lance Hathaway. You all know the rules, so trainers, send out your first Pokemon. Steven was the first person to send out his Pokemon and said, Metagross and Agron, let's go. The two Pokemon that popped out of their Pokeballs were a shiny Metagross and Agron. Lance then sent out his Dragonite and Gyarados. Cress took out two Pokeballs and said, Torterra and Rhyperior, let's get this over with. The Pokemon that came out were in fact a Torterra and Rhyperior. Chili then sent out a Pyroar and Heatmor. Trip then said, when did you start using grass and ground type Pokemon Cress? Cress looked at Trip and said, since I won them in gym battles, now shut up Trip, let my traitor of a brother and I beat our opponents. As Cress was distracted, Ash used his aura to communicate with Torterra and Rhyperior. Ash then said, Torterra, Rhyperior, can you two hear me? Growl if you can. Torterra and Rhyperior heard Ash and growled. Ash then said, alright you guys, my name is Ash Ketchum, I can help you get back to your original trainers, but you need to help Steven, Lance, and Chili in this battle. We know who you are Ketchum. Why would we go back to those traitors? Said Torterra, which made Ash, John, Bonnie, and Aubrey confused. Rhyperior then said, yeah, they got rid of us after a battle, Cress even told us that himself. John then said telepathically, let me guess, after you got knocked out by Chili in a Pokemon battle and Cress told you that he would take you too, am I correct? Torterra and Rhyperior looked at each other and Torterra said, yeah, how did you know? Ash replied telepathically saying, a new law is passed in the 7 core regions that the winner of a Pokemon battle may take one Pokemon from the loser. Torterra and Rhyperior were shocked to hear what John and Ash had to say, but their thoughts were interrupted when they heard the referee say, enough stalling, battle begin. Steven made the first moves and he said, Metagross, use Gyroball on Rhyperior, Agron, use Hyper Beam on Heatmor. Lance then said, Dragonite, let's assist Agron with a Hyper Beam of our own on Heatmor as well, and Gyarados get ready to use Hydro Cannon on Pyroar. Metagross, Agron, Dragonite, and Gyarados obeyed their trainers and used or got ready to use the move they were told to do. Cress then tried countered by saying, Rhyperior, block the Gyroball by using Iron Tail. Rhyperior wasn't sure what to do, so he was hit by Gyroball. Cress then got angry and said, Rhyperior, you stupid Pokemon, why didn't you use Iron Tail? Torterra, use Leaf Storm on Gyarados. Torterra was also not sure what to do, he hesitated, which made Cress even madder. As Cress tried to get his Pokemon to listen, Chili said, Heatmor, use Fire Blast to block the Hyper Beams. Heatmor obeyed and used Fire Blast to try and block the Hyper Beams. If it was one Hyper Beam it would deflect it successfully, but the power of 2 Hyper Beams overpowered the Fire Blast and they hit Heatmor and sent Heatmor flying backwards into the wall. In his booth, Ash then said, we really need to have our walls unbreakable. John nodded his head in agreement. They then looked back at the battle. When the dust from Heatmor hitting the wall settled, Heatmore was out for the count. The referee then said, Heatmore is unable to continue, will its trainer please send out their next Pokemon? Chili recalled Heatmore and sent out a Chandelure. Chili then told Pyroar to use Flamethrower on Dragonite, and Lance said, Gyarados now use Hydro Cannon. Gyarados obeyed and used Hydro Cannon. Pyroar successfully used Flamethrower and it hit Dragonite, after which it was hit by Hydro Cannon. Pyroar slid backwards towards Chili, Cress, and Trip, and it slowly got back up and was ready to continue. Chili then said, Pyroar and Chandelure, let's use what they did with Hyper Beam on Heatmore by using Flamethrower on Metagross. Chandelure and Pyroar obeyed and used Flamethrower together and the combined Flamethrower made its way towards Metagross. Steven then said, use Gyroball on the Flamethrower and Pyroar. Chili was confused, along with most of the people in the stands, but not Ash, John, and their friends and family, for they knew exactly what Steven was doing. Metagross locked its arms in to begin spinning and it spun faster and faster as 4-ball appeared at ends and formed a ring of light around Metagross, and when the Flamethrower hit the Gyroball, Metagross was unaffected by the heat and spun its way towards Pyroar. Chili told Pyroar to dodge the attack, but it was too late, and the Metagross's Gyroball hit Pyroar, causing an explosion and knocking it out of the match. Cress then thought to himself, that was the signal for the assassin to kill Chili, but why isn't he on the ground dead? The traitors all thought the same thing, so Brock walked away and tried to call the assassin, but there was no answer, because the phone that the assassin had on him was in the evidence locker of the Sunhill City Police Department. When Brock returned, he saw that Torterra was being recalled and Chili called out Semizir. Brock then asked Misty, what happened to Torterra? Misty replied, Lance and Steven used their double Hyper Beam combination on Torterra which, like Heatmore, one-shot Torterra and took Torterra out of the battle. Brock looked at the battle and saw that Cress sent out a Frillish that Brock knew Cress won in a battle. Cress then said, Frillish, use Scald on Agron. Frillish obeyed and used Scald on Agron, which was a direct hit, and hit made Agron slid backwards a few feet. As Agron stood up, it felt a pain on its left arm. The announcer then said, ouch, looks like that Scald attack burned Agron. What does Steven Stone have planned for this? Steven responded by using a burn heal on Agron's arm. Agron was then ready to continue battling and Steven said, Agron, use Solar Beam on Frillish. Agron obeyed and fire a Solar Beam at Frillish. Cress told Frillish to dodge the attack, but it was too late. Frillish took a hit and was seriously hurt. Cress then told Rhyperior to use Horn Drill on Metagross. Rhyperior had no choice but to obey and used Horn Drill on Metagross. But Steven countered Horn Drill by saying, Metagross, use Gyroball on the ground and shoot the pieces at Rhyperior. Metagross obeyed and used Gyroball on the ground and shot the pieces at Rhyperior, stopping the Horn Drill and causing Rhyperior to start sliding backwards. Chili then told Frillish to use Water Pulse on Metagross. Frillish obeyed and used Water Pulse, which impacted Metagross, stopping the Gyroball. Cress then looked at his brother and said, don't just stand there, Chili, attack. Chili looked at his brother, then at the battlefield and said, Semizir, use Mach Punch on Frillish. Cress then looked at his brother and said, what? Semizir obeyed and used Mach Punch on Frillish, sending Frillish into the side wall. Cress then said, what the hell are you doing Chili, don't you want to win? Chili looked at his brother and said, I did, but now I want to make sure that you and the other traitors to Ash lose this tournament and help his friends and allies win. Semizir, use Flamethrower on Rhyperior, and Chandelure, use Will-O-Wisp on Rhyperior as well. Semizir and Chandelure knew what Chili was doing and were more than happy to oblige and used Flamethrower and Will-O-Wisp on Rhyperior, who was so shocked at the attack and who the target was. Rhyperior didn't dodge the attacks in time and got sent flying into Frillish, creating a small explosion. When the smoke dissipated, Frillish and Rhyperior were not moving a muscle. The referee then said, Frillish and Rhyperior are unable to continue, will the trainer call out his final Pokemon? Cress recalled Frillish and Rhyperior, pulled out his final Pokemon's Pokeball, and said, Semipour, let take this traitor down. The Pokemon that popped out was in fact a Semipour. Chili and Trip looked at each other, nodded their heads, and ran over to the platform Steven and Lance were on. Cress then said, "This battle should have been over long ago, with your death by an assassin we hired to kill you and frame that stupid kid Ash Ketchum." The crowd went dead silent and the traitors were saying to themselves, "Cress, you are AF idiot." Cress then said quietly, "Oops." Just then, the doors behind the referee opened and out came Ash Ketchum, John Bertrand, and 2 Officer Jennies. John then said, "Cress Carter, you're under arrest for conspiring against the champion, conspiring to commit murder, and conspiring to create war. Officer Jennies, take him away to await trial." The Officer Jennies then walked over to Cress to arrest him, but Cress told Semipore to use hydro cannon. Semipore obeyed and used hydro cannon at the Officer Jennies, sending them flying into Ash and John. Chili then sent out his final Pokemon, which was a Galvantula. Chili told Galvantula to use Electro Web. Galvantula obeyed and used Electro Web. Semipore was caught under the Electro Web and couldn't move. Steven and Lance then told Dragonite and Agron to use Hyper Beam on Semipore, which scored a direct hit and knocked Semipore out for the count. Before Cress could out any more Pokemon, the Officer Jennies got behind him and grabbed his arms. John then said, "Take him away." As the Officer Jennies took Cress away, Cress said, "I want a lawyer." John shouted back, "We'll appoint you one." Ash then had security to apprehend the rest of the traitors, but they were gone before security could get them. After the incident with Cress, Ash decided to postpone the tournament until after the trial. The case of the people of Otron against Cress was to be held 2 weeks after he was captured. Ash and John appointed Daniel Groft as Cress's defense attorney. The person representing the people in the trial is Otron Special Forces leader Dylan Lowe. The judge was King Armin I. The prosecuting attorney began his opening statement by saying, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case you are about to hear is one of many cases we have been expecting. Cress is someone not to be trusted. He has manipulated the Pokemon League system in the main core regions for his own personal gain. You will hear testimonies that will prove beyond any reasonable of a doubt that Cress Carter is guilty and should be punished to the fullest extent of our laws." The defense attorney will say things that might make you think that the defendant is innocent, but believe me when I say that he is not innocent, he is guilty beyond any reason of a doubt. The prosecuting attorney sat down, so the defense attorney spoke, and he said, "My client is many things, but he is not guilty. Cress Carter is a gym leader in the Unova region, and gym leaders cannot manipulate the Pokemon League system to suit themselves. I have witnesses that will prove to the court that my client is innocent, and he may go free. You must hold an unbiased stance when deciding he is either innocent or guilty." The defense will now rest and will be ready for cross-examination. The defending attorney then sat down and King Armin asked Cress how he pleaded to the charges that were placed on him, and Cress said, "Not guilty." King Armin then said, "The prosecution may now call their first witness." Dylan stood up and said, "The first witness we would like to call is the Otron Regional Champion, Ash Ketchum." Ash then walked up to the stand and was sworn into the trial. Dylan then asked Ash, "Would you please state your full name to the court?" "My name is Ash Aaron Ketchum," replied Ash. Dylan then asked Ash, "How did you come to know the defendant?" Ash told the court that he met Cress on his journey through the Unova region. Dylan then asked Ash when he cut off contact with the defendant, and Ash said, "I cut all ties to him when his brother and the rest of the people who thought like them betrayed me." Dylan then asked Ash, "What happened to cause us to be here today?" Ash then told the court that Cress plotted with the rest of the traitors to kill his brother Chili and blame him for the assassination, so the Unova region would want war. Dylan then asked Ash, why would he and his allies want war? Ash replied, "He and his friends want to humiliate me, try to break me, but they won't. When war arrives, we will fight back with everything we have, we will not stop until we are victorious." Dylan smiled and said, "I will fight with everything I have, Commander, no more questions." Dylan then sat down, and Daniel stood up and said, "That kind of sounded like a threat to the 7 core regions. Are you planning on attacking first?" Ash shook his head and said, "I'm not going to make Otron look like the aggressor, the people of the region won't support us as we attack first, we are just getting prepared for an attack. Daniel then said, wasn't his brother Chili, the one who was the target, on my client's side? Ash nodded his head and said, he was, but he joined me and my friends, just like Tierno did. Crest then stood up and said, don't bring that traitor into this. King Armin then banged his gavel on the ledge and said, order in the court, defense attorney, keep your client under control or I will have him removed from the court. Daniel nodded his head and said, of course your highness. Now Mr. Ketchum, did you ever think about killing the people who betrayed you? Dylan stood up quickly and Ash looked at Daniel and was quiet for a few moments until he said, never in my wildest dreams. Daniel then said, what about the Pokemon that you stole from your former friends, Togekiss, Piplup, Braixen, Chasepin, and the rest of the Pokemon? Ash then said that the Pokemon that were stolen choose to leave their trainers and join Ash Ketchum and his friends. Daniel then said, so you say, but what about the Pokemon you stole from Professor Oak's lab after you killed him? I did not kill Professor Oak, he was taken prisoner by Cress and the others that betrayed me. Daniel then asked for proof that Professor Oak was alive and that they heard a voice say, I'm right behind you. Daniel then turned around and saw Professor Oak behind the gate to the benches with his right arm in a sling. Ash smiled and said, there is your proof, John freed Professor Oak from Cress and the other people that betrayed me. Professor Oak then asked King Armin to answer questions on the stand, and Daniel said, I object, he was not called to the stand. King Armin then dismissed Ash from the stand and Dylan stood up and said, I would like call Professor Oak to the stand. Daniel looked at Dylan, then back at King Armin who said, there you go, Professor Oak has been called to the stand. Daniel then looked at the ground and said, I retract my objection, and I have no questions for Oak. Daniel then sat back down and as Oak was sworn in, Cress leaned in and whispered, where is everyone else? Daniel told Cress that they went into hiding before security could apprehend them at the stadium. Cress looked back at Oak when Dylan said, Professor Oak, to make you aware, we are broadcasting this to the whole world, are you okay to have your face shown to the world? Professor Oak looked at Cress with hatred in his eyes, then back at Dylan and said, yes, the world must know that I am alive. Dylan nodded his head and moved to the side so the camera that was placed to capture all the witnesses and the whole world saw Professor Oak, all except the people in the 7 core regions. Team Comet took control of all the television stations, radio stations, and newspaper stands. Dylan then said, will you please tell the court what happened all those years ago causing Champion Ketchum to flee to the Otron region? Professor Oak then told the story of what happened all those years ago. Professor Oak started off by saying, I was in my lab when my assistant at the time, Tracy, said that he was going to Ash's house to greet him with the rest of his friends. I told Tracy to tell Ash that I would be right down when I was finished with some notes. After Tracy left, I heard the door reopen, thinking that Tracy forgot something when it was my grandson and he looked like he was out of breath. I then asked him what the matter was, and he said that most of Ash's friends were planning to betray him and force him to give up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master. I was shocked to hear that, even more shocked that it was my own assistant Tracy who came up with the idea. I then suggested to Gary that he and I gather up all of Ash's Pokemon and tell them what Gary told me. Dylan then asked Professor Oak what happened after the Pokemon were gathered, and Professor Oak said, after we gathered the Pokemon, we told them what was going to happen and asked them if any of them wanted to be taken from Ash. All of the Pokemon said no. Then we got them into their Pokeballs and I gave my grandson a Pokédex with an unlimited carrying limit and told Gary to tell Ash that in a full 6-on-6 battle, he would need to watch which Pokemon he uses so that way he would not be kicked out of a battle. Dylan then asked Oak, what happened after that? Well, I told Gary to head to Ash's house while I took care of something. After a few minutes, the door was forced open and Tracy, along with the people who betrayed Ash, and his mother, came into the lab. Sillin and Brock grabbed me and tied me to a chair. Tracy then told the others to get Ash's Pokemon. They searched high and low around my lab for Ash's Pokemon Pokeballs, but I told them that I already got them to him and they would never get their hands on them. Ash caught all those Pokemon by himself, they did not. After which, they faked my death and the league made Tracy the new professor for Kanto. As the years went by, Tracy and the other people who betrayed Ash made an evil organization called Team Comet. They have their hands in 4 of the 7 core regions, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova. Hoenn and Kalos are under occupation by the 4 armies. The Kanto and Johto armies are in Hoenn, while the Sinnoh and Unova armies are occupying Kalos. The Alola region is being blockaded by a fleet of 40 ships, 4 of which are aircraft carriers. I know all this because Brock would visit me and tell me things he completed since forming Team Comet. Dylan then asked, "Remind the court how you managed to escape." Oak then told the court that it was John Bertrand that disguised himself as a Team Comet grunt and infiltrated the base to rescue him. Dylan then said, "I would like to remind the court that Ash Ketchum said the exact same thing. It shows consistency." Daniel then stood up and said, "Objection, what his statement shows is that they all practiced what they were going to say with each other. I have known Champion Ketchum since he arrived here, and he has never sounded like a man who would lie, and this man is a respected man in the research community." Objection overruled. Replied King Armin. Dylan then said, "Now Professor Oak, when you heard that Cress plotted to have his brother killed and blame Ash, what was your first thought?" Professor Oak replied, "I was shocked. Cress and the other traitors would do anything to try and frame Ash, like murdering me, but Cress plotting to kill his own brother. Family should never do that to family." Dylan then asked Professor Oak, "Professor Oak, what did the defendant do to you while you were held prisoner?" Professor Oak replied, "Whenever it was his turn to bring me food, he would drop it purposely and say it was an accident. Whenever I was thirsty, he had his semi-pour use water pulse at me. Occasionally, Cress would come to the room where I was tied up with a knife and made a slash on one of my arms or legs." Professor Oak then rolled up his right sleeve to show the court the scars from all the cuts Cress made on his skin. Professor Oak then said, "In fact, the only traitor that ever cared for me while I was prisoner was Delia Ketchum." Ash was shocked when he heard that his mother was caring for Professor Oak. Professor Oak then said, "I knew that a woman like Delia would never willingly betray Ash, so I asked her one day if she is forced to betray Ash, and she said yes." Dylan then said, "Thank you Professor Oak, nothing further." As Dylan sat down, Daniel said, "I do have one question for the professor." King Armin allowed Daniel to ask his question. Daniel asked Professor Oak, "How many times did you rehearse that answer?" Professor Oak replied, "I didn't rehearse it, what I said were facts." "Really, because my client said that Delia told him and his friends that she was with them, he doesn't remember ever threatening Mississippi Ketchum to join him." Professor Oak then said, "Well, she lied to them." Daniel then said, "Did she lie or are you lying now?" Dylan then said, "Objection, the defense attorney is speculating, and Professor Oak is a world-renowned professor, why would he lie on the stand?" King Armin looked at Daniel and he said, "Professor Oak is indeed a world-renowned professor, explain your accusation of him lying." Daniel then said, "It's quite simple Your Honor, he was paid to lie by Ash Ketchum himself." Daniel then pulled out a paper and gave it to the judge as he said, "I have here a printed receipt of the Sunhill back showing a transfer from Mr. Ketchum's bank account into an account set up for Professor Oak." King Armin then asked Professor Oak, "Would you care to explain this?" Professor Oak nodded his head and said, "When John freed me, I wasn't doing too well, I had several fractured ribs, bruising all over, which has faded away, and a fractured arm, as you can see." King Armin then said, "Very well, the prosecution's objection is sustained, Professor Oak you may step down." As Professor Oak stepped down from the witness stand, Cress stood up and said, "You son of a beach. I should have slit your throat. We never should have kept you alive." King Armin then banged his gavel against the table and said, "Order in the court." Daniel then forced Cress into his seat. Ash then leaned over the wall and whispered into Dylan's ear, "He really isn't helping himself." Dylan nodded his head in agreement. After Professor Oak walked away from the stand, Dylan and Daniel gave their closing statements. The jury was then sent to the back where they deliberated about Cress. A half-hour later, the jury returned and King Armin said, "Has the jury reached a verdict?" The person in the first row on the far left stood up and said, "We have Your Honor." King Armin then had Cress stand up, he then said, "On the charge of conspiring against the champion, how do you find the defendant? The juror replied, we find the defendant, Cress Carter, guilty. King Armand then said, on the charge of conspiring to commit murder, how do you find the defendant? The juror replied, guilty. Finally, King Armand said, on the final charge of conspiring to create war, how do you find the defendant? Guilty, said the juror. Ash breathed a sigh of relief that Cress was found guilty. King Armand then said, Cress Carter, I now pass sentence. Since you have been found guilty of all charges, I'm sentencing you to 75 years in Rainbow Valley Prison. Any misbehavior will result in an extension to your sentence. Court is adjourned. As the people in the courtroom left, Cress was taken by security guards to a van waiting to take him to Rainbow Valley Prison. Outside the courthouse, Ash and John were surrounded by reporters asking questions. One reporter asked, how do the two of you feel about the court decision? John answered, I feel like I speak for Ash when I say that we're glad that justice has been properly served. Another news reporter then asked, what will you do about the tournament? Ash replied, since Cress is in jail, it's an automatic forfeit for his team, meaning the team of Lance and Steven win their match. The next match will begin after lunch. John and Ash then got into a car and drove off. When Ash and John arrived at Ash's house, May and Shauna walked out to them to greet them. May then said, we watched the court happen, I'm surprised that no one wanted to speak to defend Cress. Ash then said, because they knew he was guilty. John nodded his head and said, now that Cress is in jail, we can get on with the tournament. Ash nodded his head in agreement, and before he could say anything, they heard a knocking at the door. When John answered it, he said, what the hell do the two you want? Ash heard a voice say, we're here for Colin. When Ash looked to see who it was Janae and Trevor. Ash then said, I believe my friend asked you a question. Trevor was the first to speak and he said, we're here for our son, who we adopted yesterday. Ash then showed Trevor and Janae the adoption form that he and May filled out and he said, sorry about that, but your adoption is invalid. Colin was adopted by me and my wife 2 weeks ago. Trevor then said, what, AURGH, doesn't matter, we're taking Colin back home, and you can't stop us. As Trevor was about to take a step into the house, John punched Trevor in the nose and watched him fall backwards. John then said, stay down or get lost. Janae helped Trevor up and she said, let's just go, he's not worth it. Trevor then said, but Commander Tracy said that if we don't take him, he'll kill us. John then said, Commander Tracy? You're with Team Comet. Trevor then realized that he spilled the beans. Janae then said, yes, we're a part of Team Comet, we've been part of Team Comet for 5 years. Our first mission was to kill a married couple and their son. Ash then realized what they were saying and said, it was you killed Colin's birth parents. Trevor nodded his head and said, when we found out that Colin was their kid, we were tasked to have him grow up to hate you, but he idolized you so much, we couldn't break him. Just then, the 4 of them heard Colin's voice say, explosion, use volcanic blast. Suddenly, explosion flew over the house and slammed its fist onto the ground and the attack went straight to Janae and Trevor, causing them to fly backwards out of the front yard. Colin then pushed John aside, so he could see Trevor and Janae. Colin then said, you murderers. I'll kill you all. Ash then walked out and said, Colin, killing them won't solve anything, they're just grunts. Colin then said, keeping his eyes on Trevor and Janae, but they're the ones that killed my parents. John then said, yes, but if you kill them, then you're no better than them. Colin then had explosion pin Trevor and Janae as he looked at his adopted father and adopted uncle and he said, but you want revenge against your former friends for betraying you, why can't I get my revenge? John then said, the way we want revenge is different from the revenge you want to do, different from what you plan to do. Replied John. Colin, I don't think your birth parents would want you to commit murder. Said Ash. Colin looked back at Explosion, who still had Trevor and Janae pined. Ash then said, Colin, please, don't stoop to their level. Colin kept his gaze on Trevor and Janae until he said, let them up Explosion. Explosion wasn't going to argue with his trainer, so he let them up. Colin then said, I choose Ash and May as my parents, leave us alone and never bother us again. Trevor and Janae nodded their heads and ran away. John and Ash smiled, and Ash said, I'm proud of you son, you made the right call. Colin then said, I know Dad, but was it right for the future? Colin and Explosion then walked back into the house. Just as John and Ash were entering Ash's house, they heard a voice from behind them call their names. When they turned around, they saw Ash's mother, Delia. Ash then said, Hello mother, may I ask what you're doing here? Delia then said, I want to say that I'm sorry about what happened that day. John then said, Well Miss Ketchum, you're a little late, you had 10 years to apologize, but you didn't even call. Delia then said, I didn't know where you were. So that means that your sister has done her job well. You bet I did Mom. Said Emma as she moved between Ash and John. Ash then asked, What's going on here? Emma then said, Mom told me to leave with you guys to protect me and her. What Oak said in court today was true, our mother was forced to betray you. She never wanted to betray you, and if I told her the region we were in and she came here, the traitors would follow her and try to attack us. Ash then walked over to his sister and said, You kept this secret from me for 10 years, and you're just telling me this now. Emma told Ash that she wanted to tell him but didn't know how to tell him. Emma then said, We also couldn't risk the traitors finding out about Mom being on your side, secrecy was our only option. John then said, You could have at least told us a year in, we could have called her then. Delia was next to speak, and she said, No, Team Comet hacked my landline, and they forced everyone in Kanto to use their satellites, so our cell phones are monitored by Team Comet. Even the post office is regulated to look for your letters to your families back in the 7 core regions. Ash was shocked to hear what his mother and sister did. But he then smiled and said, I'm glad you're on my side Mom. Ash then walked over to Delia and pulled her into a hug. Ash then said, I forgive you Mom. Delia gratefully returned the hug, but she was happier that her son forgave her. When lunch was over, it was time for the battle of Paul and Misty against Alan and Sawyer. The battlefield had water sections, so Misty could feel right at home. The announcer then said, Ladies and gentlemen, the battle between the team of Misty and Paul against the team of Cynthia and Flannery will now begin. Trainers, please send out your starting Pokemon. Misty wasn't happy to hear that she is working with Paul now, but she didn't complain as she sent out Seaking and Gyarados while Paul sent out Torterra and Electriv. Cynthia sent out her Garchomp and Glacian while Flannery sent out Magcargo and Torkoal. The referee then said, Battle begin. Seaking, use Hydro Cannon on Magcargo, Gyarados use Dragon Breath on Torkoal. Said Misty. Paul then said, Electriv, Thunderbolt on Garchomp, and Torterra use Frenzy Plant on Glacian. Electriv and Torterra knew not to use all their power, but they didn't want to look like they were holding back, so they used 75% of their power and used the move they were told use. Cynthia told her Pokemon to dodge the attacks, Flannery did as well. Their Pokemon obeyed, and every attack Misty and Paul gave missed. Misty then said, Same thing as before, go. Paul then said, Torterra, Energy Ball on Garchomp, and Elective, use Thunder Punch on Glacian. Their Pokemon obeyed their respective trainer and used the move they were told to use. Cynthia and Flannery told their Pokemon to keep dodging the attacks. Their Pokemon obeyed and kept dodging the attacks. The battle went on like this for a while. After a while, Misty's and Paul's Pokemon were tired. Cynthia and Flannery then called out moves. Cynthia said, Garchomp, use Dragon Rush on Seaking, and Glacian, use Ice Beam on Gyarados. Then Flannery said, Magcargo, use Flamethrower on Torterra, and Torkoal, use Overheat on Electriv. The 4 Pokemon obeyed their respective trainers and used the moves they were told to use. Misty told her Pokemon to dodge the attacks, while Paul said, You guys know what to do, take the attacks. Electriv and Torterra obeyed their trainer and took the attacks, while Seaking and Gyarados were too tired to dodge, and the attacks and all 4 attacks hit their targets, creating explosions that caused Seaking and Torterra to be sent flying into the wall. When the dust settled from the impacts Seaking and Torterra was slowly getting up and began walking back to the battlefield, while Seaking was out cold and unable to continue. The referee then said, "Seaking is unable to continue, will the trainer please recall her Pokemon and send out her next Pokemon?" Misty recalled Seaking and said, "Thank you Seaking, you tired your best." "Humph," said Paul. Misty looked at Paul and said, "What was that for Paul?" Paul looked at Misty and said, "You made Seaking too tired by trying to aim for one of their Pokemon, you also didn't anticipate where the Pokemon you had Seaking aim for land. If you ask me, Seaking is just as pathetic as the person who trained it." Misty got mad and wanted to slap Paul, but she decided to send out Golduck. Misty then told Paul, "If we're going to win this battle, we need to kick it up a notch. I know your Ursaring can Mega Evolve, call it out and let's double Mega Evolve our Pokemon." Paul looked at his teammate and said, "Don't you ever give me orders." Paul then saw that Torterra was very weak, so he decided to recall Torterra and sent out Ursaring. Misty then said, strongly, valiantly, beautifully, "My sweet blue heart, Gyarados, Mega Evolve." Paul then said, "With strong hearts and stronger minds, Ursaring Mega Evolve." Gyarados and Ursaring both began to glow and get surrounded by light. When the light faded, Gyarados and Ursaring were in their Mega Evolved forms. Cynthia looked at Flannery and said, "Looks like we need to take it to the next level like they did, tell me you have a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve." Flannery smiled, recalled Mag Cargo, pulled out another Pokeball and said, "I need your assistance, Charizard." The Pokeball opened and the Pokemon that popped out was in fact, Charizard. He roared with a roar that could shatter glass at such close range. Cynthia then said, "With the power of unity, Garchomp, Mega Evolve," and Flannery said, "With fiery passion and flaming determination, Charizard, Mega Evolve." Garchomp and Charizard began to glow like Ursaring and Gyarados did and the lights got brighter and brighter until the light faded. Charizard and Garchomp then appeared in their Mega Evolved form, Charizard appeared as Charizard X. The announcer then said, "Incredible, it's just like the battle the team of Paul and Trip against the team of Colin and Frank." Just then, the referee got a text message from Ash. After reading the message, the referee said, "By order of the champion, this has become a full Mega Evolved battle, all trainers must recall all non-Mega Evolved Pokemon return to their Pokeballs." The crowd was surprised to hear what the referee said, along with the trainers on the battlefield. While Cynthia, Flannery, and Paul recalled their non-Mega Evolved, Misty was going to refuse, but Paul said, "I would listen to him or else we'll get eliminated. Honestly, I do not care if you listen or not, but I've been waiting for a chance to battle Cynthia again with our Mega Evolved Pokemon for so long, so just recall Golduck." Before Misty could even recall Golduck, he used Shadow Claw on his Pokeball and destroyed it. The announcer then said, "Unbelievable, Misty's Golduck has switched sides, what could she be thinking right now?" Misty was shocked to see her Pokemon leave her, but before she could say anything, Golduck stuck Misty with an aqua tail, causing her to fall backwards and land on her butt. Golduck then ran over to Cynthia and Flannery and Cynthia said, "Welcome back Golduck." Golduck nodded his head and walked onto the platform Cynthia and Flannery stood on. Misty then got angry and she said, "Gyarados, use Hurricane on Garchomp." As Gyarados got ready to use Hurricane, Cynthia said, "Use Dragon Claw on the Hurricane." Garchomp obeyed and used Dragon Claw and he slashed through the Hurricane and struck Gyarados. Gyarados got sent crashing into the ground. Next thing people saw was Gyarados in its normal form and knocked out. The referee then said, "Gyarados is unable to continue, the winner is Garchomp." Incredible, being a champion of the Sinnoh region, Cynthia's Garchomp has taken Gyarados out in one single, powerful move. What could Misty be thinking right now? Misty said loud enough for everyone in the stadium to hear, think that I'm going to destroy Ash Ketchum and Al of his friends." Misty was about to pull out another Pokeball when Paul punched her in the jaw, knocking her out and said, "I forfeit from the round." The referee then said, since Paul has forfeited the match, the winners is the team or Flannery and Cynthia. The announcer then said, there you have it folks, the final battle of the second round, we're down to 8 people, Alan, Sawyer, Zoe, Tripp, Brock, Dianthea, Cynthia, and Flannery. Champion Ketchum will come out and say who will battle with who and who they will be battling tomorrow morning. Let's get a good night's rest and ready for tomorrow's battle, so trainers, keep on training. As everyone left the stadium, Misty was escorted to police officers by 2 security guards and John. Misty was then handed off to the police and John said, enjoy your comfy call Misty, you won't be leaving it anytime soon. Misty looked at John and said, sorry to disappoint you John, but when the bail is set, my friends will get me out of jail. John smiled and said, here's the thing Waterflower, there won't be a bail, you're going to a maximum security prison, where no one ever receives bail. Misty then said, why am I being sent to a maximum security prison? John told Misty, well Waterflower, you plotted to commit murder, framed Ash for the death of Professor Oak, blaming Ash for ordering the assassination of Chili, and betraying Ash in the first place. Misty then said, but Ash did kill Professor Oak, Tracy told me himself that he saw Ash stab Professor Oak in the neck. Oh really? Said a voice from behind John and Misty recognized the voice. John then stepped to the side to show Misty Professor Oak. Misty was shocked to see the professor alive and she asked, how are you alive? Tracy told me that he saw you get killed by Ash. Professor Oak walked up to Misty and said, well, he lied to you. As you can clearly see, I'm alive and healing very well. Misty then said, but, Tracy told me. John interrupted her by saying, Tracy would say anything to keep his subordinates under control. Misty began to cry, and she said, I'm sorry, I thought Ash killed you. John then said, you're a little late to be sorry, take her away officers. As the officers were taking Misty away, she shouted, I can tell you why the people who betrayed Ash betrayed him. John then said, hold on officers. The officers stopped, and John asked Misty, what do you mean? I can tell you what Tracy promised everyone to betray Ash. Said Misty. John then said, take her to the police station and put her in an interrogation room, I'll get Ash and meet you there, then we'll see if she's telling the truth. The police officers nodded their heads and took Misty to the police station. John then texted Ash to meet him outside. When Ash arrived, John told him what Misty said. Ash then asked John if he believed Misty and John replied, honestly, after what she did to you all those years ago, I wouldn't trust a word she says, but my aura is telling me that she's telling the truth. Ash then said, well then, let's go see what she has to say. John nodded his head in agreement. They then got into Ash's car and drove to the local police station. Meanwhile, Brock and Dawn watched them drive off. Brock then said, looks like Misty needs busting out. Dawn didn't respond, she kept looking at John and Ash as they drove off. Brock looked at Dawn and he said, Dawn, are you okay? Dawn looked at Brock and said, sorry Brock, I'm just thinking. When Brock asked Dawn what she was thinking about, Dawn said, it's nothing important. Come on, let's get back to the house. Brock nodded his head and they walked back to the house they were using as Team Comet's Otron base of operations. At the police station, John and Ash were in the interrogation room with Misty and her court-appointed lawyer, Wesley Walters. John started the interrogation by asking Misty, whose idea was it to betray Ash? Misty kept her eyes on the table and said, it was Tracy, he was the one who suggested it. Ash then asked Misty, why did he suggest it? Misty then raised her head, looking at Ash with tears about to form and she said, he never told us, but Brock, Syllan, Cress, Iris, Barry, and Zoe immediately walked over to him and said that they were in. With the rest of us it took something more. Clement was promised all the technology Tracy could get his hands on to make inventions that don't explode. Serena was promised to become the best Pokeshow performer. Chili was promised strong fire-type Pokemon, and I was promised strong water types. Everyone else joined for money or something else that I don't know. John and Ash looked at each other and then back at Misty, and John said, "Well, so far my aura says that you're telling us the truth. But now you need to tell us, what is Team Comet planning?" Before Misty could reply, an explosion at the wall on the right side exploded, causing John, Ash, Misty, and Wesley to get knocked out. As John slowly woke up, he saw two people wearing all black and their faces covered walk into the room. One person grabbed Misty while the other person looked down at Ash. The person with Misty said, "We have who we came for, let's go." The person standing over Ash looked at the person holding Misty. That person then nodded their head and walked away. John then blacked out again. When John woke up, he was on a hospital bed, with Shauna in a chair and Ash and May on his right side. When she saw John was up, Shauna walked over to her husband and hugged him. John then asked Ash, "What happened?" Ash told John, "We lost Misty, we think she was taken." John then said, "Two people, dressed in complete black and wore masks. One grabbed Misty, the other looked at you." The person who grabbed Misty told the other person that they were ready to leave, and they left with Misty. Then I blacked out, only to wake up here. I think it as Team Comet, had to be if they only wanted her," said Shauna. John nodded his head in agreement. John then looked at Ash and said, "Ash, forget the tournament, we need to end this now." Ash said, "I know, but we can't do that. I want all the traitors defeated in the tournament. The only people left are Zoe, Brock, and Dianthea. I want them out legally." John then said, "All right, we'll do things your way." When John was able to leave the hospital yet again, he and Ash created the final bracket before the final round. The first battle would be the team of Zoe and Trip against the team Alan and Sawyer, and the final battle would be the team of Brock and Dianthea against the team of Cynthia and Flannery, to keep it simple for the semifinals. John told Ash that he was going outside for some air. Ash told John, "Be careful, John, who knows who's watching." John nodded his head and walked outside for air. May then walked up to Ash and said, "How's it coming along, dear?" Ash looked at his wife and said, "It's done actually, we're having the teams from the second round stay the same for simplicity, and that way, each team with the traitors can lose their match." May looked at the brackets and said, "Does seem simple. I wonder if Brock will try to flirt with Dianthea during the match." Ash nodded his head and said, "I'm wondering the same thing. Wish I could have seen Clement and Serena lose their matches, since Paul and Alan defeated them in the preliminary rounds." May nodded her head, wrapped her arms around Ash's waist, and she said, "I hope revenge isn't consuming you, Ash." Ash then spun to face his wife, kissed her and said, "Don't worry, honey, my aura is keeping me in check, I'm not letting my revenge corrupt me." May smiled and the two shared a loving embrace. As night fell, John came back from air and he didn't say a word since he got back in. Ash was getting worried for John and tried to talk to him. Ash said, "John, what's wrong, man?" John was at the table holding a cup of coffee, silent as ever. Ash then said, "Come on, man, talk to me." John stayed silent until Ash yelled, "DMNIT John, what's wrong?" John looked up at Ash and said, "I'm just thinking about the future." "Ash, what if you get killed and I could have saved you, but I didn't?" Ash sat down across from John and said, "Look, man, I know you worry about my safety. Believe me when I say that I'm fine. You have every right to worry about me, but sometimes you worry too much. Let's get some sleep, man, for the battles tomorrow." John nodded his head and the two went off to their separate bedrooms. Back with Misty, she awoke to see Brock and Dawn looking at a map. Misty then said, "Brock, Dawn." Brock and Dawn looked at Misty and they walked over to their friend, and Dawn said, "Misty, thank Arceus you're alright." Misty then asked Dawn and Brock, "What happened?" Brock told Misty, "We busted you out of the police station they held you in." Dawn then asked Misty, "Did Ash and John force you to say anything?" Misty shook her head and said, "They didn't force me to say anything." Brock and Dawn breathed a sigh of relief and Brock said, "We'll get you back to the Kanto Region, you're not needed here anymore." Misty nodded her head and said, oh, okay." The next morning went by very quickly, with Ash announcing the matches for the day, and he added a warning to the traitors. Ash said, if any of the traitors try to break the rules again, they will be automatically disqualified from the tournament and arrested. So, don't try anything. Ash and John then told the others what Misty told them and told them not to say a word to the traitors. As the time for the first battle of the semi-finals drew near, Zoe and Trip got their Pokemon ready. Zoe looked at Trip and said, don't pull a Paul today and actually help us win this battle. Trip looked at Zoe and said, then don't hold us back, especially since you betrayed Ash immediately when Tracy first suggested it. Zoe looked at Trip and said, how did you find that out? Trip smiled and said, I'm not telling you a thing. At that point, the platform Zoe and Trip were standing on began to rise. As they got closer to the top, they heard the announcer say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first round of the 2 semi-final battle. In the red corner, we have the team of the traitorous Zoe and Elite 4-member Trip, and in the blue corner, we have the team of Elite 4-member Alan and trainer Sawyer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this battle underway. The crowd cheered with excitement. When the cheering died down, the referee said, trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Trip sent out Conkeldurr and Superior while Zoe sent out Gastrodon and Umbreon. Alan sent out his Charizard and Metagross while Sawyer sent out his Sceptile and Salamence. The referee then said, alright, battle begin. Zoe started the battle by saying, Gastrodon, use Water Pulse on Charizard, and Umbreon, use Dark Pulse on Sceptile. Trip said, Superior, use Dragon Tail on Metagross, and Conkeldurr use Stone Edge on Salamence. As the Pokemon Zoe and Trip called out charged his and Sawyer's Pokemon, Alan said, Charizard, fly up and dodge the Water Pulse, then use Dragon Claw on Gastrodon, and Metagross use Gyro Ball to deflect the Dragon Tail and strike Superior. Then Sawyer said, Sceptile, use Dragon Tail on Umbreon and Salamence, use Dragon Rush on Conkeldurr. Alan and Sawyer's Pokemon obeyed their trainers and dodged all of their opponents' moves and used the moves they were told to use. Explosions were seen, Charizard soared through the skies and used Flamethrower on Superior. The battle was intense, Pokemon got hit, moves were dodged, and Umbreon and Conkeldurr were knocked out. Zoe and Trip recalled their Pokemon and sent out Purigly and Lampet, respectively. Zoe then said, Purigly, use Shadow Claw on Metagross, and Gastrodon use Water Pulse on Charizard. Then Trip said, Lampet use Shadow Ball on Sceptile, and Superior use Dragon Tail on Salamence. Charizard, use Flamethrower on Superior, and Metagross, use Metal Claw on Gastrodon. Alan said to his Pokemon. Sawyer then said, Sceptile use Dragon Claw on Purigly and Salamence help Charizard out and use Fire Fang on Superior as well. The Pokemon all clashed in the center, with Salamence's mouth that was on fire striking Superior as Charizard shot a beam of fire at Superior. Metagross's claws turned to a metallic color and they struck Gastrodon. The resulting attacks caused Superior and Gastrodon to be knocked out of the battle. Zoe and Trip recalled their respective Pokemon and sent out Gallade and Pinsir, respectively. Zoe looked at Trip and said, we need to kick it up a notch, let's Mega Evolve our Pokemon. Trip looked at Zoe and said, very well, Pinsir, Mega Evolve. As Trip said that, Zoe said, our spirits unite to defeat our opponents, Gallade, Mega Evolve. Both Gallade and Pinsir began glowing and changing into their Mega Evolved forms. When the light that shined from Pinsir and Gallade faded and showed the two of them in their Mega Evolved forms, with Gallade getting a cape and Pinsir getting wings. Zoe smirked and said, ha, you're both doomed, you can't beat our Mega Evolved Pokemon. Alan and Sawyer looked at each other, then back at Zoe and Alan said, are you that dumb? That caught Zoe off guard and she said, hey, who are you calling dumb? Trip looked at Zoe and said, he wasn't talking to me. Before Zoe said anything, Alan said, Sawyer, let's show this traitor our full power. Sawyer nodded his head in agreement and said, yes, let's show her indeed. Alan then said, Charizard, let our passion for justice unite our hearts and souls. Keystone unlock our fiery desire for victory, Charizard Mega Evolve. As Alan said that, Sawyer said, Sceptile, let's give it our all, Mega Evolve. Both Charizard and Sceptile began to glow and change into their Mega Evolved forms. When the light around Charizard and Sceptile faded from around them, they were seen in their Mega Evolved forms. The announcer then said, Incredible, it seems to me that the last few matches will be filled with Mega Evolutions galore. Who will win, who will lose? That's up to the Pokemon trainers battling to decide. Zoe was shocked, and she said, I didn't know they had Mega Evolved Pokemon. Trip chuckled and said, Of course they had Mega Evolved Pokemon, haven't you been watching the tournament with the rest of the Traitors? Zoe looked at her partner and said, Why would I watch this stupid tournament if I already know the outcome? Alan then said, Enough talking, Charizard, use Flamethrower on Purugly, and Metagross, use Gyro Ball on Lampet. Sawyer then said, Sceptile, use Energy Ball on Gallade and Salamence, use Fire Fang on Pinsir. Gallade, Dark Pulse on Sceptile and Purugly, you use Shadow Claw on Metagross. Said Zoe, and Trip said, Lampet, use Flamethrower on Salamence, and Pinsir use Bug Buzz on Charizard. All of the Pokemon obeyed used the moves they were told to use. Charizard shot blue flames at Purugly, Metagross locked its arms and spun up to the speed to use Gyro Ball to attack Lampet, Sceptile began building up power to use Energy Ball and Salamence flew around to use Fire Fang on Pinsir from behind. Meanwhile, Purugly charged Metagross to stop it using Gyro Ball, but Charizard's Flamethrower hit Purugly and sent her flying into Gallade, causing Gallade to miss Sceptile and strike the wall behind Alan and Sawyer. Lampet used Flamethrower, but it didn't hit Salamence, it struck Metagross and it used the flames from the Flamethrower and struck Lampet with a fiery Gyro Ball and dealt double the damage, even though Lampet was a Fire Ghost type. Lampet was sent flying into Trip, and when he caught his Pokemon, he saw that Lampet was unable to continue and recalled Lampet back into its Pokeball. Salamence then tackled Pinsir and used Fire Fang and held on until an explosion separated the two Pokemon. When the smoke cleared, Pinsir was on the ground, in its normal form and unable to continue and Trip was out of the battle. Trip then recalled his Pinsir and said, Good job Salamence. Zoe looked at Trip and said, Don't congratulate the enemy. Trip looked at Zoe and said, Those opponents are my friends and I'm being a good sport about our loss. I'm still in it, Purugly, use Shadow Claw again and Gallade use Physic on Metagross. To counter Zoe's Pokemon, Alan said, Charizard, Flamethrower on Gallade, and Metagross use Gyro Ball on Gallade as well, and keep using the moves I said until you both land a blow. Sawyer then said, Sceptile, is Leaf Storm on Purugly and Salamence use Dragon Tail on Purugly as well and do the same thing Charizard and Metagross are doing. Alan's and Sawyer's Pokemon obeyed and attacked Gallade and Purugly. Zoe told her Pokemon to dodge the attack, Gallade did, but Purugly couldn't and she got struck by Leaf Storm and Dragon Tail, knocking her out of the battle. Gallade now stood alone against 4 Pokemon until Zoe said, Alight, no more playing by the rules, Weevil, Donphan, Marshtomp, let's go. 3 more Pokemon appeared on the field next to Gallade and they were in fact a Weevil, Donphan, and Marshtomp. The referee then said, This is a violation of the rules, recall all the Pokemon you sent out immediately. Zoe then pulled out a gun and shot the referee in the arm. Zoe then said, F, the rules, F, Ash Ketchum, and most of all, F, the Otron Region. Zoe then turned her gun on Trip and said, Call out another Pokemon, now. Trip slowly raised his hands when suddenly, Trip tackled Zoe and a shot was fired, and the bullet struck John in his abdomen. Ash and Shauna rushed to John as security guards ran onto the field and restrained Zoe, but not before she forced Trip off and shot him in the leg. Trip was helped up by Alan and Sawyer grabbed Zoe's Pokeballs, and he said, You're not going to need these where you're going. The 2 security guards that had Zoe restrained escorted Zoe out of the stadium and the referee, while being treated, said, Since the trainer Zoe refused to obey the rules, she has forfeited the match which means the victory goes to the team of Alan and Sawyer. I don't believe it, another trainer that betrayed Champion Ketchum has been arrested, and she had a gun on her, who knows what else the traitors have on them. The next and final battle of the semi-finals will begin after we get confirmation from Champion Ketchum about the status of Elite Four members John Bertrand and Trip Harrison. Until we hear about them, trainers, keep on training," said the announcer, but the audience was too stunned to hear him. Back with Ash, John, and Shauna, John was being worked on by paramedics. John said through the pain, "I guess that glass isn't bulletproof." Ash chuckled while Shauna laid John's head on her lap and said, "Please don't talk, the bullet went through your abdomen." John looked at his wife and said, "I know my love, I felt it go clean through." Just before Shauna could say anything else, the paramedics told Ash, "We need to get him to the hospital, clear a path." As the paramedics got John on the stretcher, Ash and Shauna made sure that they had a clear path to get to the ambulance. When they arrived at the hospital, John was rushed into the emergency room and Ash and Shauna were forced to wait in the waiting room. As an hour passed, May Kay came to check in on her husband and best friend, and she brought Aubrey and Colin with her. Ash hugged his kids and Aubrey asked her father, "Is Uncle John going to be okay?" Ash looked at his daughter and said, "Well, we don't know yet, they're still working on him, the bullet must have done more damage than they first thought." Just then, a doctor came out and walked over to Ash and his family. When Shauna saw the doctor, she stood up and said, "How's my husband, doctor?" The doctor took off his mask, smiled and said, "He's alive." That made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The doctor then said, "We managed to stop the bleeding and sew the holes in his stomach, although as we were sewing, the string seemed to come out on its own and the bullet wound looked it was healing on its own." Ash smiled and said, "That's John's aura for ya, and how's Trip?" "Trip's leg has been patched up, but he'll need to use crutches until his leg fully heals. We've put them in the same room, so you can visit both if you want." Everyone nodded their heads and the doctor led the group to the room Trip and John were laying in. When the doctor opened the door, Ash was the first to see John and Trip. Trip had the leg he was shot in suspended in the air and John was in a wheelchair talking to him. When John saw Ash and the group, John said, "Hey guys, I was just telling Trip here all the fundamental facts about all 807 Pokemon." Trip looked at the group and said, "He was on Trico, help me." Ash smiled as Shauna, Aubrey, and Colin scooched by him and walked over to John. Ash then asked John and Trip, "How are you two feeling?" John said that he was doing good, but Trip said, "Ready to claw my ears off from him from when he got to Magmar." John looked at Trip and said, "Oh come on man, we all need to know these facts." Ash smiled as Shauna hugged her husband and said, "I'm starting to think you're unkillable." John looked at Shauna and said, "I think it's my aura." Then Ash said, "I think you're both right." The rest of the time was spent signing paperwork for John and he was let out of the hospital. Trip had to spend the night for x-rays. When Ash got on television again, John stood by him as Ash addressed the Otron region that the next battle may commence, and Zoe would answer for her crimes. After Ash made his speech, as he and John were making their way to their viewing booth, Misty stepped in front of them and John said, "Misty? What are you doing here?" Misty then asked John and Ash for protection from Team Comet. "Do they know what you told us?" Ash asked Misty, who shook her head and said, "No, not yet, but I'm worried they'll find out. Please help me, I'm sorry for betraying you." Misty began to form tears in her eyes. John and Ash were silent, and noticed May and Shauna stood right behind her, with looks of sorrow on their faces. They then walked over to Misty and as Shauna rubbed Misty's arms, May Kay said, "I know you said that you wouldn't give any of the traitors a second chance, but look at her Ash." Ash and John looked at each other, then Ash looked at Misty and said, "What my wife said is true, I did say that I would never forgive any of the traitors, but I'm willing to make an exception." Misty looked at Ash, with tears in her and grabbed Ash to pull into a hug. Misty then said, "Thank you Ash, thank you so much." Ash smiled and said, "You're welcome Misty." After Misty and Ash separated from the hug, Ash told Misty, "I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime chance here Misty, if I fin out you betray me yet again, I'm letting John deal with you." Misty looked over at John, smiling a creepy smile and cracking his knuckles. Misty looked back at Ash and said, "I promise I won't let you down, I'll even return all of the Pokemon I took during my gym battles. Ash smiled and said, good, once this tournament is over of course and you're safe. Misty nodded her head. Max K then said, Ash, we need to get to the booth, the match is about to begin. Ash looked at his wife, nodded his head, and asked Misty, do you want to join us in our booth? Misty smiled and nodded her head quickly and the five of them headed over to Ash's booth to watch the final semi-final battle. The match between Brock and Dianthia against the team of Cynthia and Flannery was going to begin shortly. Cynthia and Flannery had to choose which Pokemon they were going to use against Brock and Dianthia. Brock and Dianthia already picked their Pokemon thinking that Cynthia and Flannery would choose their usual Pokemon. As the crowd filled the stadium, Dawn approached Brock and Dianthia. Brock looked at Dawn and asked, well, any signs of Misty? Dawn shook her head and said, no, we haven't found her yet, it's like she just disappeared. Brock then crossed his arms and said, this doesn't make any sense, it's not like Misty to leave and not tell us where she went. Dawn and Dianthia nodded their heads and Dianthia said, you don't think she was kidnapped? Brock shook his head and said, impossible, our scouts would have told us if they saw Misty being transported. Just then, Paul and Trip walked up to the three and Paul said, hello traitors. Brock, Dawn, and Dianthia looked at Paul and Trip with disgust and Brock said, what do you want? Trip then said, relax you, idiot, we just wanted to wish you two good luck in this battle, because it's going to be your last battle. Dianthia then said, sorry, but as champion of the Kalos region, I don't know the meaning of losing. Paul chuckled and said, figures a pathetic champion like you would say something like that. Dianthia crossed her arms and said, how dare you say such nonsense. Then Trip said, coming from one of the champions that believed Tracy when he said that Ash Ketchum killed Professor Oak. Dawn then walked over to Trip and slapped him. Dawn then said, because that is exactly what happened, you two are idiots to believe that Ash didn't kill Oak. Paul was going to say something, but Trip said, we're done here, come on Paul, let's get out of here. Paul nodded his head and the two Elite Four members walked away from the three traitors. Dawn then looked at Brock and Dianthia and said, I'm going to my seat, good luck guys. Brock and Dianthia nodded their heads and right after Dawn stepped off the platform, it began to rise. As the platform rose, Brock and Dianthia heard the announcer say, welcome one and all to the final semi-final battle of the Otron Regional Tournament. In the red corner, we have the team of Brock and Dianthia. Not a whole lot of people clapped for the two of them. The announcer then said, Brock's the gym leader of the Pewter City Gym in the Kanto Region and Dianthia is the champion of the Kalos Region, a region occupied by the armies from Sinnoh and Unova. However, Dianthia fully supports the occupation of her home region. I know I didn't do that with the past battles, but I have just been told to do that by Champion Ketchum. Now in the blue corner, we have the team of Cynthia and Flannery. The entire stadium was filled with applause for Cynthia and Flannery, causing Brock and Dianthia to get mad. The announcer then said, Cynthia is the champion of the Pokemon League in the Sinnoh region, however, she fully disapproves the occupation of Hoenn and Kalos, and Flannery is the gym leader of the Lavaridge Gym in Hoenn, a region that I just said was occupied, but by the armies of Kanto and Johto. Both Cynthia and Flannery fully support Ash Ketchum and stand by him, but enough of me talking, let's get this battle underway. The referee walked up to his spot and said, trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Brock said, Swampert and Golem, let's go, and Dianthia said, Gardevoir and Salazzle, I need your help. The four Pokemon that came out were Swampert, Golem, Gardevoir, and Salazzle. Brock then said, as you can see, we chose Pokemon that puts the two of you at a disadvantage, so you might as well forfeit this match. Flannery and Cynthia smiled, and Cynthia said, if you think we're worried, you're in for a big surprise. Cynthia then pulled out two Pokeballs and said, Bisharp and Rhyperior, help me out, and Flannery pulled out two Pokeballs and she said, Abomasnow and Ludicolo, let's go. Bisharp, Rhyperior, Abomasnow, and Ludicolo did appear from their Pokeballs, catching Brock and Dianthia off guard. Cynthia then said, it pains me to use Pokemon that I had no choice but to take, but when this tournament is over, I intend to return every single Pokemon. Flannery then said, that goes double for me, that rule has been nothing but trouble. But I thought you were going to use the Pokemon that you used in your last battle. Said Brock, to which Cynthia said, we figured you two would assume that, so we looked at the Pokemon you two were going to use and we entered the Pokemon we were going to use. Cynthia then said, these Pokemon don't like you two because you two support that rule, they were taken away from their trainers because if we didn't, we would have been removed from our positions, but we've used our positions to help Ash and his friends and family. The referee then said, battle begin. Cynthia called the first two moves and she said, Bisharp, use Metal Claw on Gardevoir, Rhyperior, use Stone Edge on Salazzle. Flannery then called out moves and she said, Abomasnow, use Leaf Storm on Swampert, and Ludicolo use Hydro Pump of Golem. As Cynthia's and Flannery's Pokemon used the move they were told to use, Brock and Dianthia gave their commands. Brock said, Swampert, dodge and use Muddy Water on Abomasnow, and Golem, you dodge too and use Rollout on Bisharp. Dianthia then said, Gardevoir, dodge use Moon Blast on Rhyperior, and Salazzle, dodge as well and use Flamethrower on Ludicolo. Some of Brock's and Dianthia's Pokemon were able to dodge, but Swampert and Gardevoir took direct hits. Salazzle managed to dodge the Stone Edge, causing the attack to hit the wall and Salazzle used Flamethrower on Ludicolo, but it didn't do a whole lot of damage. Cynthia told Bisharp to dodge the Rollout and use Iron Head on Golem. Bisharp jumped into the air, causing Golem to miss, and when Golem stood still, Bisharp came down and its head looked metallic and struck Golem on the head, doing serious damage. Cynthia then said, Rhyperior, use Hyper Beam on Gardevoir, he obeyed, and the Hyper Beam made its way to Gardevoir and Dianthia said, dodge it. Gardevoir barely dodged it. Dianthia then said, use Magical Leaf on Rhyperior. As Gardevoir used Magical Leaf, Cynthia said, Rhyperior, use Stone Edge on the Magical Leaf. Rhyperior obeyed and created sharp pieces of rocks that flew towards the Magical Leaf and both moves met in the middle. As Gardevoir and Rhyperior battle, Cynthia told Bisharp to use Metal Burst on Gardevoir. Brock then said, Swampert, stop Bisharp by using Hammer Arm. Then Flannery said, Abomasnow, stop Swampert by using Wood Hammer, and Ludicolo, use Giga Drain on Golem, take him out of this battle. Ludicolo obeyed and used Giga Drain on Golem, which did massive damage and made Golem faint. Abomasnow also scored a direct hit on Swampert that took Swampert out of the battle too. Bisharp scored a direct hit on Gardevoir and, causing her to lose focus, the Stone Edge got through and struck Gardevoir, sending her into the wall, and fainting. The referee then said, Gardevoir, Swampert, and Golem are all unable to continue, trainers, please send out your new Pokemon. Brock recalled Swampert and Golem and sent out Hippowdon and Seismitoad, while Dianthia recalled Gardevoir and sent out Tyrant Rum. Cynthia and Flannery looked at each other, nodded their heads and recalled Bisharp, Abomasnow, and Ludicolo and sent out Togekiss for Cynthia, and Serena and Superior for Flannery. Brock then said, Hippowdon, use Sandstorm, and Seismitoad, use Bulldoze on Rhyperior. Hippowdon started up a Sandstorm and Seismitoad charged Rhyperior. Cynthia then said, Togekiss, use Dazzling Gleam on Tyrant Rum, and Rhyperior, take the Bulldoze and then use Crunch. Togekiss used Dazzling Gleam and it struck Rhyperior, caught Seismitoad and used Crunch. Flannery then said, Serena, use Power Whip on Hippowdon and Superior, use Leaf Storm on Salazzle. The Pokemon obeyed their orders and attacked the Pokemon they were told to attack, and Serena had big vines appear and the vine struck Hippowdon and sent Hippowdon into Salazzle, and the Sandstorm would be ending soon after. As Salazzle got up, the Leaf Storm struck her and sent her flying into the wall, knocking her out. Dianthia was forced to recall her and send out her last Pokemon, a Gourgeist. Cynthia then recalled Rhyperior and sent out Chandelure. Flannery then said, Superior, use Leaf Storm on Seismitoad, and Serena, you use Stomp on Seismitoad as well, while Cynthia said, Togekiss, use Dazzling Gleam on Tyrant Rum again, and Chandelure, use Overheat on Gourgeist. All 4 Pokémon obeyed and used the moves they were told to use and scored direct hits on their target Pokémon because Brock and Dianthia were panicking. Cynthia then said, "I'm surprised that you lasted this long, being one of the worst champions out of the core regions." Dianthia got angry and said, "How dare you, I have beaten tougher trainers than you, hell at least I don't believe a boy who killed a world-renowned professor." Then Flannery then said, "Ha ha ha ha, but you are a person who considers the leaders of Team Comet your allies." Dianthia got angry again and said, "Gurgiest, use Shadow Ball in Superior, and Tyrant Rum, use Fire Fong on Serena." Then Brock said, "Hippowdon, use Iron Head on Togekiss, and Seismitoad use Scald on Chandelure." As Brock's and Dianthia's Pokémon obeyed their orders, Cynthia and Flannery stood there, and just before the move struck, Cynthia and Flannery both said at the same time, "Dodge." All their Pokémon jumped and dodged the attacks. Cynthia then said, "Togekiss, Dazzling Gleam Fairy Wind combination on Tyrant Rum, full power, and Chandelure, use Flamethrower Overheat combination on Gurgiest, maximum power," and Flannery said, "Superior, use Magical Leaf Storm combination on Hippowdon, and Serena use Power Vine Stomp combination on Seismitoad." Their Pokémon obeyed and used the move combination they were told to use. Togekiss first used Dazzling Gleam and then Glistening Wind struck the Dazzling Gleam and made it go faster and struck Tyrant Rum and sent Tyrant Rum flying into the wall. Chandelure began spinning faster and faster as it shot flames as it was consumed in flames and rushed towards Gurgiest and struck it, delivering the final blow to Gurgiest. Serena had the big vines appear again and as the vines struck Seismitoad, Serena flew down and stomped Seismitoad into the ground, and Superior made magical leaves and combined them with a tornado of leaves coming from his tail and sent the combined moves into Hippowdon, causing huge explosions to cover the entire battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Tyrant Rum, Gurgiest, Hippowdon, and Seismitoad were all on the ground with swirls. For eyes. The referee then said, "Tyrant Rum, Gurgiest, Hippowdon, and Seismitoad are all unable to continue, the winners are Togekiss, Chandelure, Serena, and Superior, which means the match goes to the team of Cynthia and Flannery." The crowd roared with excitement and as Brock and Dianthia recalled their Pokémon, the announcer said, "Incredible, not a single Pokémon lost in the blue corner, these 2 trainers have really proven why they hold the positions they have, and that is the final semi-final battle. The final battle will begin after lunch. Until then, trainers, keep on training." As the platforms lowered the teams to the bottom, Dianthia looked at Brock and said, "Do you know what Flannery meant by me considering Team Comet my allies?" Brock shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm pretty sure that Ash would tell the people he's brainwashed into thinking that." Dianthia smiled and said, "Okay, and I know that you and your friends would never lie to me." Brock nodded his head and thought, "We need to kill those beaches, especially if NG catch 'em." Meanwhile, with Cynthia and Flannery, they smiling as the platform stopped at the bottom. They were then greeted by Alan, Sawyer, John, and Ash. Ash was the first to speak and he said, "Congratulations ladies, you 2 have done well." Cynthia replied, "It was nothing, besides, I always wanted to beat that horrible excuse of a champion." Alan then said, "Agreed, she's a disgrace." Flannery then said, "Yeah, but I guess that means it's the 4 of us," looking at Alan and Sawyer. Alan and Sawyer smiled, and Sawyer said, "You better watch out ladies, we're not going to hold back," and Cynthia replied, "Good, we didn't want you 2 to hold back." Ash and John saw the fire in everyone's eyes and John said, "I think we need to crank up the AC, it's getting hot in here." Ash chuckled and said, "All right you guys, we're late for lunch." Everyone nodded their heads and the 6 of them walked off to meet up with the others at the restaurant. When they got to the restaurant, they found the others and as Alan, Sawyer, Cynthia, and Flannery got to the group, they saw Misty and were immediately confused. John saw them and said, "Misty's with us, she's apologized for betraying Ash and wants protection from Team Comet." John then looked at Misty and saw that Misty was wearing HNDCFFS and asked her, "Why are you wearing HNDCFFS?" May answered the question by saying, "She's wearing the HNDCFFS to make it look like she's in our custody, and to deter any plans to rescue her." John then said, we tried that already and they did bust her out. Shauna then said, that's why we have the local police keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Come on now and sit down, let's eat. The 6 new arrivals agreed and sat down to eat. As lunch went on, Ash said, we're going to keep your teams the same, if that's okay with the 4 of you. Cynthia nodded her head, as did Flannery, Alan, and Sawyer. Then John said, we figured that if we switched the teams, it would seem a little bit unfair, with a champion and an Elite 4 member against a gym leader and a trainer. Then Cynthia replied, it doesn't matter really, we're all strong, but I think we should put on a show for the crowd, a mega evolved Pokemon battle, Alan's Charizard, Sawyer's Sceptile, my Garchomp, and Flannery's Camerupt. Ash swallowed the food in his mouth and said, only if the others are on board. Alan, Flannery, and Sawyer nodded their heads in agreement with Cynthia and Ash said, all right, I'll tell the announcer and referee about this change. The competitors nodded their heads and Cynthia said, all right, once that's done, the winning team gets to go head-to-head in the final battle before one of them gets to face Ash. Ash smiled and said, I'm ready to face every single one of you, no matter what, I want you guys to give it your all. Cynthia, Flannery, Alan, and Sawyer smiled and said, we'll give it our all. Ash smiled again and said, good to hear that, now let's eat. Everyone cheered and continued eating before they headed back to the stadium. After eating all of their food, Ash and his friends arrived back at the stadium. Alan, Sawyer, Cynthia, and Flannery shook hands and they went to their respective sides to begin the battle as Ash texted the referee and the announcer about the change in the battle. When both teams got onto their respective platforms, they began to rise, and they heard the announcer say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final double tag battle of the tournament of the first ever Otron Regional Tournament. I have just been informed by Champion Ketchum that this final battle before the actual final battle will be a Pokemon tag battle with Mega Evolutions. In the red corner, we have the team of Alan and Sawyer against the team of Cynthia and Flannery, all 4 of them are loyal to Champion Ketchum. Now let's get this battle started. The referee then said, trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Cynthia, Flannery, Alan, and Sawyer all pulled out a Pokeball and said, Garchomp, Camerupt, Charizard, Sceptile, let's go, and they Pokemon the competitors would use came out and got ready. Cynthia, Flannery, Alan, and Sawyer then said as they pressed their Mega Evolution key, Garchomp, Camerupt, Charizard, Sceptile, Mega Evolve. All 4 Pokemon began glowing and changed shape. After the lights faded away, all 4 Pokemon were in their Mega Evolved forms. The referee then said, alright, battle begin. Alan made the first attack and he said, Charizard, use Flamethrower on Garchomp, while Sawyer said, Sceptile, use Dragon Tail on Garchomp as well. As Charizard and Sceptile charged Garchomp, Flannery said, Camerupt, use Flamethrower on Sceptile, and Cynthia said, Garchomp, dodge the Flamethrower and Dragon Tail and use Dragon Rush on Charizard. Both Pokemon obeyed and Camerupt shot flames at Sceptile at Garchomp jumped out of the way of both attacks and used Dragon Rush on Charizard as the Flamethrower struck Sceptile, both dealing serious damage to Sceptile and Charizard. Cynthia then said, Garchomp, use Brick Break on Sceptile, rapid use of it, and Flannery said, Camerupt, use Stone Edge on Charizard, rapid fire, don't let up. Both Garchomp and Camerupt obeyed and as Garchomp charged Sceptile, Camerupt fired set after set of sharp rocks at Charizard. Charizard and Sceptile couldn't even get a single hit in, Alan and Sawyer were stumped. Alan looked at Sawyer and said, these two are acting like Ash. Sawyer nodded his head and said, they're certainly taking a page from his textbook. Alan nodded his head, he then turned towards the battle and said, Charizard, fly up and use Flamethrower on Garchomp. Charizard obeyed and flew high into the sky and used Flamethrower on Garchomp from behind, giving Sawyer an opening and he said, Sceptile, use Dragon Tail on Garchomp. Sceptile obeyed and struck Garchomp in the stomach with Dragon Tail, sending Garchomp sliding backward. Flannery then said, Camerupt, use Fire Blast on Sceptile. Camerupt obeyed and shot a fireball that turned into a 5-line blast and it struck Sceptile and knocking him out of the battle, it was down to Charizard now. As Sawyer recalled Sceptile, Cynthia told Garchomp to use Draco Meteor on Charizard. Garchomp obeyed and fired Draco Meteor into the air and watched it explode and fly towards Charizard. Alan told Charizard to dodge the Draco Meteor, and he did, but he was too weak and got struck several times. Charizard then fell to the ground and was out of the competition. The referee then said, Charizard is unable to continue, Garchomp and Camerupt are the winners, which means the battle goes to champion Cynthia and Flannery of Lava Ridge Town, and the crowd cheered in excitement as the announcer said, incredible, a tough fight put up by Alan and Sawyer, but they just couldn't compete against Cynthia and Flannery. Cynthia then said, Flannery and I have made an agreement, neither of us wishes to fight Ash Ketchum, we believe he is innocent. Then Flannery said, yeah, those traitors would say anything to get people to doubt Ash. After everyone left the stadium, Cynthia and Flannery were riding down the platform when two traitors, Brock and Barry, were waiting at the bottom and Brock was holding something under his shirt. Cynthia was worried and when Flannery asked what they wanted, Brock pulled out a gun and shot Flannery in the head, he then shot Cynthia in the head too, and the two traitors walked off. A few minutes later, Ash and John found Cynthia and Flannery's bodies lying on the platform and the police were called. Officer Jenny promised Ash and John that she would find the person who killed Cynthia and Flannery, but Ash said, we already know who did it, the traitors did this. Officer Jenny then said, they would be prime suspects, but they would probably cover for each other, and we can't use the cameras, they were destroyed a while ago. Ash then said, DMN, this is getting old, we need to find out where they are hiding on Otron. John then said, more like where they're hiding in Sunhill City. Officer Jenny told Ash and John that she would have every officer in the city on the lookout for the traitors. John then said, well, I think now that there's no one to compete to see who can try and claim your title, and the traitors did this and know they would have to leave Otron so they wouldn't dare try to show their faces, I guess that means the tournament is over. Ash looked at John and said, well, I mean that since Alan and Sawyer did technically lose, and Cynthia and Flannery were murdered by the traitors, I guess that the tournament is technically over, I'm going to issue an emergency cancellation of the tournament, if the traitors did this, no one is safe. John and the officer Jenny nodded their heads and Ash led John to his house to write a speech saying that the tournament was over. Why the hell did you shoot them? Shouted Tracy to Brock as Brock and the other traitors were on a boat heading back to Kanto. Brock told Tracy, they needed to be killed on Otron soil to make it look like someone from Otron killed them, cause an international incident for Hoenn and Sinnoh, the people would want revenge. It would be the perfect way to get new recruits. Tracy then said, alright, just get back here as soon as you can, we need to make plans for war with Ash's alliance. Brock nodded his head and hung up the phone. Iris then walked up to Brock and said, how did it go with Tracy? Brock looked at his companion and said, he wants us back in Kanto as fast as we can get there, we need to start making plans for war against Ash and his little alliance of regions. Iris asked Brock if they will be able to win, with 4 regions on their side, and the countless number of regions Ash has by his side, and Brock said, everyone in the regions we have on our side believes anything we tell them, the local rebels are small and few in numbers, we can focus most of our attention on Ash and his alliance. I'm going to suggest to Tracy that we strike Otron first, the cruise ship didn't work, so I suggest a bombing campaign with fighter escorts in their naval yards to pave the way for an amphibious invasion. Dawn nodded her head and the two walked back to the other traitors. Back in Otron, Ash was in his house when John walked up to him and said, we found where they were staying. What do you mean by where they were staying? Asked Ash and John said, I mean that they're not there anymore. We have video footage of them leaving the local pier on a small boat, and Brock threw something into the water, from what I saw it was a pistol. I have people looking for it right now, and if it is a pistol and the barrel riflings match the bullets pulled from Cynthia and Flannery, then we have no doubt that Brock was the one that killed them. Ash nodded his head and said, meaning that we need to keep this case opened until we have Brock in custody. John nodded his head and said, I agree with you Ash, but I think that us arresting Brock won't happen until we capture him in the possible war with Team Comet. Ash crossed his arms and said, I think that as well John, but for right now, we need to get ready for war. John nodded his head and walked out of the room. Ash then looked out the window, thinking to himself, will the war be necessary, or will it cost him and everyone that he knows their lives? 20 years later. Ash, going on his 28th year of being the Pokemon champion of the Otron region, sat in a rocking chair on his family's house's porch when May came out with 2 cups of tea, one for her and one for him. Ash took the tea and thanked his wife as she sat down. After taking a sip, Ash said, I can't believe it's been 30 years since we moved here, May. May nodded her head and said, yup, we've lived some amazing lives. Aubrey was born, we held the tournament, had and won the war with Team Comet. Then Ash said, don't forget seeing our daughter marrying Xavier. May nodded her head and said, how could I not? He practically begged you for our daughter's hand in marriage. Both May and Ash began laughing until John and Shauna walked up and John said, what are you guys laughing about? Ash looked at his friend and said, just about how Xavier begged me for permission for him to marry Aubrey. John chuckled and said, I remember that was hilarious. May then said, how's your hand, John? John then raised his robotic hand and said, still not used to it for some reason, it helped a lot in the war, but I still can't believe it's a robotic hand and not flesh and bone. Just then, an older Aubrey walked out of the house and said, Dad, Ash Jr. and Delia II want you to tell them about the war. Ash sighed and said, I swear Aubrey, your children will be the end of me. Aubrey chuckled and said, well, they like to hear about how their grandfather led alliance forces against the Comet Empire and brought peace, justice, and freedom to the main regions, and also cleared your own name. Ash sighed again, stood up and walked into the house and said, grandchildren, gather around the story chair. Suddenly, 2 9-year-olds, a boy who looked exactly like Ash, but he had his mother's eyes, and a girl who looked like Aubrey, but had blonde hair and green eye, ran into the room Ash was in, followed by a Froakie and Torchic. The boy and his Torchic sat on Ash's left side, while the girl and her Froakie sat on Ash's right. Your mother tells me you want to hear the story of the Comet Alliance War 2 decades ago, am I correct? The boy nodded his head and said, yes Grandpa, we want to hear it. Then the girl said, please Grandpa. Ash then chuckled and said, okay, how you like me to say it as if I was reading a book, or from my perspective, and the twins said, like a book. Ash smiled and said, okay, let's start at the beginning. Ash Jr. and Delia II cheered and sat down in front of Ash as he started to say, it has been almost 5 months since the case of Otron against Cress ended. And Aubrey and her mother watched Ash tell Ash Jr. and Delia II about the Comet Alliance War, remembering the war all too well, for they lost a lot of friends in the war.